Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we start the story, I want to let you know that this video has no ads, so just sit back and enjoy. I hope you give this story a chance because I truly believe you won't find stories like this anywhere else. And before you get too comfortable, leaving a like or subscribing would mean a lot to me. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Feel free to leave a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It really helps us feel like the global community we are. Now let's begin our night together. The last paper I ever graded was Marcus Thompson's essay on the Compromise of 1850. He argued that Henry Clay's attempt to satisfy both Northern and Southern interests only delayed the inevitable, that some conflicts can't be negotiated, only postponed until they become catastrophic. I wrote, "Excellent thesis, Marcus, A," in red ink, and set it on the stack with the others. That was 6:47 p.m. on Thursday, October 23rd. By midnight, Marcus Thompson would be dead. By sunrise, the compromise between humanity and whatever we became would prove just as futile as Clay's. I'm writing this because someone should. Because if there's anyone left to read it, they deserve to know how it happened. Not the sanitized version, not the government lies or the conspiracy theories, but the truth as I lived it. My name is David James Whitfield. I was a history teacher at Enloe High School in Raleigh, North Carolina. I taught AP American History for 16 years. I coached JV baseball. I was divorced, estranged from my father, and I saw my son every other weekend when his mother's schedule allowed. I was nobody, I was everyone. And I survived. The football game had just ended. I could hear the crowd dispersing through my open window, the marching band playing fight songs, car horns honking, teenagers shouting at each other across the parking lot. Enloe had beaten Sanderson 24-17. I'd catch the highlights later. My classroom was on the second floor of the main building overlooking the student lot. I liked grading late on game nights. The building was quiet except for the distant rumble of the crowd, and I could work without the constant interruptions that plagued my planning periods. Jennifer used to hate that I stayed so late. "You care more about those kids than your own family," she'd say. Maybe she was right. Maybe that's why she left. I rubbed the scar on my forearm. The fishing accident from when I was 15, a reminder of the coast I'd escaped, and reached for Marcus's essay. That's when I heard the first scream, not a teenager's playful shriek, not the celebratory howl of a winning team. This was something else. This was terror given voice, a woman's scream that climbed octaves until it cracked and dissolved into wet choking. I went to the window. The parking lot lights cast everything in that sickly orange glow that makes shadows look longer than they should be. The crowd had stopped dispersing. People were standing frozen, phones raised, filming something I couldn't see from my angle. Then the crowd parted like a zipper being undone, and I saw him. Mr. Hendricks, Tom Hendricks, algebra teacher, 23 years at Enloe. Wife named Martha. 2 grandkids whose pictures cluttered his desk. He was on his knees in the middle of the lot, hunched over something, someone. His head was moving in a way that made no sense. Jerking, tearing, like a dog with a piece of meat. A woman lay beneath him, Mrs. Patterson, the school counselor. I'd had lunch with her that Tuesday. She'd complained about her sciatica. Tom Hendricks was eating her. I don't know how long I stood there. Time does strange things when your brain refuses to process what your eyes are seeing. It could have been seconds. It could have been minutes. I remember thinking very clearly, this is a prank. This is some kind of elaborate senior prank, and I'm going to feel like an idiot when I find out. Then Tom looked up. His face was slick with blood, black in the orange light. His glasses were gone. His eyes were wrong. Not the eyes of Tom Hendricks, who told terrible math puns and brought homemade cookies to faculty meetings. These eyes were empty, hungry. He saw me in the window. He stood. He started walking toward the building. I backed away from the glass, my heart slamming against my ribs so hard I could feel it in my teeth. In the parking lot, more screams erupted. Car alarms joined them, a cacophony of panic that seemed to spread like ink in water. Through the window, I watched shapes moving wrong, lurching, stumbling, falling on other shapes that tried to run. My phone buzzed. I nearly dropped it. Text from Jennifer. Something's wrong. There's something wrong with the Millers next door. David, please answer. I called her. Straight to voicemail. Called again. Voicemail. Again. Nothing. Tyler. Where was Tyler? I pulled up his number, my fingers shaking so badly I misdialed twice. It rang. 5 times. 6. Then his voice, the one that still cracked sometimes because he was 14 and caught between childhood and something else. Dad? Tyler, where are you? I'm at Jake's. We were going to go to... Dad, there's something on the news. Stay there. Lock the doors. Don't let anyone in. I'm coming to get you. Dad, what's happening? Glass shattered somewhere in the building below me. Tyler, I have to go. I love you. Stay where you are. I'm coming. Dad. I hung up. I had to. I could hear footsteps in the stairwell. Not normal footsteps, but that wrong rhythm, like someone who'd forgotten how legs were supposed to work. I grabbed my bag, my keys, the baseball bat I kept behind my desk for when I worked the late equipment room shifts. The door to my classroom had a small window. Through it, I could see the hallway was empty. The fluorescents hummed overhead, casting their sterile light on the lockers and the motivational posters. Your future starts now, one of them proclaimed in cheerful yellow letters. My future, I thought, might be about 15 seconds long. I opened the door. The hallway stretched in both directions, impossibly long. The sounds from the stairwell were getting louder. That shuffle thump rhythm joined by a low moan that seemed to vibrate in my chest. I went left toward the back stairs. Marcus Thompson stepped out of the bathroom. He wasn't Marcus anymore. His in-low football jersey was torn, the number 34 barely visible beneath the blood. His neck was a ruin. Something had taken a chunk out of it the size of my fist, and I could see things inside that neck I never wanted to see. Glistening and pulsing and wrong. His eyes found me. His mouth opened. Mr. Witt. I froze. He was talking. Marcus was talking, even with his throat torn out, even with that gray pallor spreading across his skin, even with his eyes going cloudy at the edges. Run, he said. The word came out wet, gurgling. I can feel it. I can feel it eating me. Run, please. I can't stop it. I can't. His face changed. Whatever humanity had been holding on let go, and what replaced it was nothing. Just hunger, just need. He lunged. I swung the bat. The sound it made, I'll never forget that sound. The crack of aluminum against skull, the wet crunch of bone giving way. The way Marcus's body dropped like a puppet with cut strings. I'd played baseball for 20 years. I'd hit thousands of balls. I'd never hit anything that felt like that. I stood over his body, the bat shaking in my hands, and I realized I was crying. Marcus Thompson, 18 years old. Good kid, great athlete. Wanted to study engineering at NC State. He'd asked me for a recommendation letter just last week. I just caved in his skull. I'm sorry, I whispered. I'm sorry, Marcus. I'm sorry. Something crashed in the stairwell. More moans, more shuffling footsteps, more of whatever this was spreading through my school like a virus. I ran. The back stairs were clear. I took them 2 at a time, burst through the emergency exit, and found myself in the faculty parking lot. My car, a 12-year-old Honda Accord that Jennifer always mocked, sat where I'd left it that morning, 1,000 years ago in a different world. The parking lot was chaos. Cars trying to leave, crashing into each other, people running in every direction. The football field lights were still on, illuminating a scene from a nightmare. Bodies on the ground, things that used to be people tearing at flesh. the marching band's instruments scattered across the turf like bones. I got in my car. I started the engine. I drove. The roads were already clogging. Glenwood Avenue was a parking lot of brake lights and honking horns and people abandoning their vehicles to run on foot. I cut through a gas station lot, jumped a curb, took side streets I only knew because I'd lived in this city for 16 years, and my brain kept maps like other people kept phone numbers. Jennifer's house was 15 miles away. Cary, a planned community called Amberley, full of identical houses with identical lawns and identical families living identical lives. Tyler was supposed to be at his friend Jake's house tonight. They'd been planning to sneak into the concert downtown, the one I'd pretended not to know about because I remembered being 14 and needing small rebellions. But Jennifer had texted me. Something about the neighbors. Something wrong. I had to check. The highway was impossible. I could see I-40 from the overpass, nothing moving, just a river of metal and glass and panic. People were getting out of their cars, some running, some fighting, some doing things I couldn't look at directly. Fires had started somewhere downtown, orange glow rising against the night sky like a false dawn. I took Route 54 instead, cutting through Durham, doubling back on country roads I'd driven once years ago with Jennifer when we were still young and hopeful and thought Sunday drives were romantic. The radio was nothing but emergency broadcasts. Stay in your homes. Avoid contact with infected individuals. Military assistance is en route. But the voices were getting more frantic with each repetition. At 9:47 p.m., the emergency broadcast system activated. That tone, the one I'd heard 1,000 times in tests, the one that always seemed vaguely silly, now made my blood freeze. This is not a test. A state of emergency has been declared for the greater Raleigh-Durham-Chapel Hill area. Citizens are advised to shelter in place. Do not attempt to travel. Do not approach individuals displaying signs of infection, including high fever, discoloration of the skin, aggressive behavior, and loss of coherent speech. If a family member shows these symptoms, isolate them immediately and contact emergency services. Military checkpoints are being established at... The broadcast cut to static. I kept driving. Amberley was dark. The power was still on. Porch lights glowed, street lamps buzzed overhead, but the streets were empty. No cars moving. No people walking dogs, no kids on bicycles. Just that awful pregnant silence that comes before a storm. Jennifer's house was at the end of Wisteria Lane. White siding, blue shutters, the garden gnome Tyler and I had picked out as a joke one Father's Day, still standing guard by the mailbox. Her car was in the driveway. The lights were on inside. I parked. I grabbed the bat. I walked up the path. The front door was open. Jennifer? No answer. Tyler? Are you here? The living room looked normal. Couch, TV, the throw pillows Jennifer had spent weeks choosing. A glass of wine sat on the coffee table, half finished. The TV was on, muted, showing aerial footage of downtown Raleigh in flames. Jennifer? I moved through the house. Kitchen, empty, but a pot was boiling over on the stove, water hissing on the burners. I turned it off. Guest bathroom, empty. Tyler's room, door open, bed unmade, his laptop still displaying the concert tickets he'd bought without permission. He wasn't here. Thank God he wasn't here. The master bedroom door was closed. I could hear something behind it. That sound, that wet, rhythmic sound I'd already learned to recognize. Shuffling, scratching. A moan, low and continuous like an animal in pain. Jennifer! I pushed open the door. She was standing by the window, her back to me. She was still wearing the work clothes I'd seen in 100 photos. The blue blouse, the gray slacks, the pearl earrings her mother had given her. Her shoulders were hunched and her head was tilted at an angle that made my stomach clench. Jen? It's David. Are you okay? She turned. The bite on her neck was hours old, the flesh around it gray and necrotic, spreading up toward her jaw like mold on fruit. Her eyes had that clouded look, but there was something else in them too. Something almost like recognition. "David," she said. Her voice was her voice, but wrong. Like hearing a recording of someone you love played at the wrong speed. "David, you have to find him." "Jennifer, what happened? Where's Tyler?" "Concert. He snuck out. I was going to call you. Then the Millers came. Barbara, she bit me, David. She bit me and I couldn't." She took a step toward me. Her movements were jerky, fighting against something I couldn't see. "You have to run," she said. "I can feel it. I can feel it taking over. It's hungry, David. It's so hungry and I can't stop it, and when it finishes, I won't be me anymore. I'll just be—" Her face contorted. For a moment, the Jennifer I'd loved, the woman I'd married at 24, the mother of my child, the person I'd failed in 1,000 small ways, looked at me with perfect clarity. "Find Tyler," she said. "Promise me." "I promise." "Kill me," she whispered, "before I can't ask anymore. Please, please, David." Her body convulsed. Her jaw snapped open wider than should have been possible, and the sound that came out was nothing human. She lunged at me with speed I wasn't prepared for. Her hands clawed, her teeth bared, all the love and history between us erased in an instant. I swung the bat. I sat beside her body for a long time. I don't know how long. Time had stopped meaning anything. The night stretched on, infinite and terrible, and I sat on the floor of my ex-wife's bedroom with blood on my hands and the weight of what I'd done crushing my chest. Jennifer Whitfield, née Morrison, born April 7, 1984, married June 15, 2006, divorced March 3, 2019, died October 23, 2025. I killed her. I tell myself I had no choice. I tell myself she asked me to. I tell myself the woman I'd loved was already gone, and what I put down was just a shell, a thing wearing her face. I tell myself a lot of things in the dark hours when sleep won't come. None of it helps. Her nightstand was overturned, and I noticed a journal had spilled onto the floor. Leather-bound, the kind she'd always favored. I picked it up without thinking, started reading without meaning to. The entries were mundane at first. Work frustrations, Tyler's grades, plans for Thanksgiving. But then about 3 months back, the tone changed. August 4th. Dr. Reeves called. The results came back. I don't know how to process this. I don't know how to tell anyone. August 12th. Stage 3. Pancreatic. He says maybe 2 years with aggressive treatment, but the success rates... I can't do this to Tyler. I can't make him watch me die slowly. August 29th. I've made a decision. I'm going to move us to Seattle. My sister's there. Tyler can finish high school, start fresh. David will fight the custody change, but I don't have time for court battles. I'll tell him eventually, when I'm ready, when I can say it out loud without breaking. September 15th. I'm dying, and my biggest regret is David. Not that I left him, that I never told him why. He's not a bad man, he's just a passive one. He let me make every decision, carry every burden, fight every fight. I needed a partner, and I got a spectator. But he loves Tyler, I know he does. I just hope that's enough. I closed the journal. I couldn't read anymore. She was dying. She'd been dying for months, and she never told me. She was going to take Tyler to Seattle, and I'd have lost them both. Not to death, but to distance. And now none of it mattered. The cancer, the custody battles, the resentments we'd built like walls between us. All of it erased by something so much worse. Her phone was on the dresser. I picked it up, hoping for something. A message from Tyler, a location ping, anything. The battery was at 7%. The screen showed her last text conversation, Tyler, 6:14 p.m. Going to Jake's. Don't wait up, Jennifer, 6:15 p.m. Be safe. I love you, Tyler, 6:16 p.m. Love you too. And then, hours later, Tyler, 11:23 p.m. Mom? Mom. Are you okay? Everyone is freaking out. Mom, please answer. Tyler, 11:47 p.m. I'm going to Sarah's house. Her dad has guns. Mom, please. Tyler, 12:02 a.m. I love you. I'll find Dad. I love you so much. He was alive. At 12:02 a.m., my son was alive. Sarah. Who the hell was Sarah? I scrolled through Jennifer's contacts, looking for anyone named Sarah. Any clue about where Tyler might have gone? Nothing. 1,000 names and none of them meant anything. My phone buzzed. Not Tyler. A group text from someone named Alex Reyes. If anyone is seeing this, survivors gathering at Jordan Lake Campground, boat launch number 3. We have water, defensible position. Stay off the main roads. They're everywhere. I didn't know anyone named Alex Reyes, but I knew Jordan Lake. It was 40 minutes west, maybe less if the roads were clear. Water. Defensible position. A chance to regroup, get information, figure out how to find Tyler. I looked at Jennifer one last time. I'll find him, I said. I promise. I'll find him and I'll keep him safe. That's all I have left now. That's all I am. I walked out of the house, got in my car, and drove toward Jordan Lake. Behind me, Amberley was starting to burn. The roads were worse than I'd expected. Abandoned cars everywhere. Some crashed, some just stopped in the middle of the lane with doors hanging open. I saw bodies, too many bodies, and things moving in the darkness that weren't bodies anymore. I kept the headlights off, navigating by moonlight and memory, and I didn't stop for anything. A woman ran in front of my car at the intersection of 64 and 751. She was waving her arms, screaming something I couldn't hear through the closed windows. I swerved around her. In my rearview mirror, I saw shapes emerging from the tree line, converging on where she'd been standing. I didn't look back again. Jordan Lake appeared at 2:47 a.m., a silver mirror reflecting the stars. The campground was dark except for a single fire burning near the boat launch. I could see shapes moving around it, 3, maybe 4 people, too far away to identify. I parked at the edge of the lot and approached on foot, bat in hand. My footsteps seemed impossibly loud on the gravel path. The fire crackled. Someone coughed. "Stop right there." A woman's voice, hard-edged and commanding. "Hands where I can see them." I raised my hands. "I got the text. Alex Reyes? That's me. Who are you?" "David Whitfield. I'm a teacher. I was at Enloe when it started." A flashlight clicked on, blinding me. I squinted, trying to see past the glare. "You're not bit, scratched, any contact with the infected?" I had to put down my ex-wife. She'd been turned. But she didn't bite me. I'm clean." The flashlight lowered. Alex Reyes stepped into the firelight, compact, muscular, hair buzzed short, wearing scrubs splattered with something dark. She studied me with eyes that had seen too much tonight. "You killed someone you loved?" "I had no choice." "Yeah." Her voice softened, just slightly. "None of us did." She extended her hand. I shook it. "Welcome to the end of the world, David. Come meet the others." There were 6 of us at the lake that first night, though more would come by morning. Alex introduced me to each of them, and I tried to focus, tried to remember names and faces, but everything felt distant, muffled, like I was watching events through dirty glass. Raymond Okonkwo, Ray, was in his early 50s, tall and dignified, even with ash in his gray-streaked hair. He'd worked for Duke Energy for 25 years, retired just last month. He was supposed to go back to Nigeria in December to see his wife and children. Now he just sat by the fire, staring at the flames, occasionally murmuring proverbs in a language I didn't recognize. Evelyn Price was 67, a retired veterinarian from Chapel Hill. She had a grandmother's face in a surgeon's hands, and she'd walked 5 miles through the woods after her car broke down on I-40. She hummed hymns under her breath and offered everyone peppermints from a seemingly endless supply in her pockets. Then there was Jerome Washington, 28, built like a linebacker, still wearing his Carolina Mudcats uniform. He'd been at a sports bar watching the game when everything went wrong. He'd fought his way out with a broken pool cue and hadn't stopped moving since. Even now, he compulsively practiced his pitching motion, phantom ball in hand, over and over. The last was Destiny Shaw, 19, hair a faded rainbow of colors, piercings glinting in the firelight. She didn't talk much. She just sat at the edge of the group, flipping a butterfly knife open and closed, her eyes never quite focusing on anything. "We wait until dawn," Alex said. "Then we figure out our next move. Anyone got family they're trying to reach?" "My son," I said immediately. "Tyler, he's 14. He was at a friend's house when it started. I have to find him." "Where?" "I don't know. Somewhere in Raleigh. He texted my ex that he was going to someone named Sarah's house, but I don't know who Sarah is." "The concert," Destiny said quietly. Everyone looked at her. She shrugged. "There was a big concert tonight downtown. My friend was going. If your kid's 14, that's probably where he was. When everything went to shit, people from the arena were running in every direction. Some made it to the FEMA camp at PNC Arena." "FEMA camp?" "They were setting up when I left. National Guard, emergency services, the whole 9 yards. If your kid made it there, he's probably still there." Hope surged in my chest. Dangerous, fragile hope. "How far is PNC from here?" "About 30 miles, Ray said. "But the roads—" "I don't care about the roads." "At first light," Alex said firmly. "We'll make a plan. But running around in the dark will just get you killed, and that won't help your son." She was right. I hated that she was right. "What about you?" I asked her. "Any family?" A shadow crossed her face. "I was at WakeMed when it started, the ER. We had patients showing symptoms for hours before we understood what was happening. By the time we figured it out, the hospital was already overrun. I got out with 3 other nurses. I'm the only one who made it to the lake." "I'm sorry." "Don't be. I'm used to losing people." She pulled a small notebook from her scrub pocket and held it up. "I write down the names. Everyone I couldn't save. Feels like if I remember them, they're not really gone." She opened the notebook. The first page was already full. None of us slept that night. We took turns watching the darkness, listening for sounds that didn't belong, jumping at every rustle in the underbrush. Around 4 a.m., 2 more survivors stumbled into our camp, a married couple from Apex, both in their 30s, both in shock. They didn't say much, just sat by the fire and held each other. At 5:30 a.m., the screaming started. It came from across the lake, distant at first, almost like coyotes howling, but wrong. The pitch was too high, too desperate, too human. Then more voices joined, a chorus of agony that echoed across the water. "What is that?" Destiny whispered. Alex was already on her feet, scanning the far shore. "Another camp. Maybe the one at Recreation Area 2. "Should we help them?" Jerome asked. "With what? 4 baseball bats and a pocket knife?" The screaming intensified, then stopped abruptly. In the silence that followed, I could hear something else. A sound like hundreds of feet shuffling through leaves, moving slowly, deliberately toward the water. "They're coming," Ray said quietly. "Whatever finished that camp, they're coming around the lake." "How many? Does it matter?" We gathered what little we had. The married couple wouldn't move. The husband just kept saying, it's okay, over and over while his wife stared at nothing. Alex tried to pull them up, but they were dead weight. "We have to go," I said, "now. We can't just leave them. We can't save them if we're dead." Alex hesitated for just a moment, then she nodded and turned away. We ran. The dawn broke gray and cold as we pushed through the woods away from the lake. Behind us, I could hear them, not words, just sounds. Moans, shuffles, the wet snap of something I didn't want to identify. Ray led us, somehow knowing exactly where to go. "There's a marina 3 miles east," he said. "They have boats. We can get across the water, put distance between us and—" "And what?" Destiny panted. "Where are we supposed to go?" "PNC Arena," I said. "The FEMA camp. My son might be there." Might being the operative word. It's the only lead I have. We ran until my lungs burned and my legs screamed for rest. The woods gave way to a service road which led to a strip mall. Walmart, McDonald's, a dollar store with its windows already smashed. The parking lot was chaos frozen in time. Shopping carts overturned, a car wrapped around a light pole. Bodies lying in positions no living person would choose. "There," Jerome said, pointing. A delivery truck sat at the edge of the lot, doors closed, no visible damage. Keys might still be in it. "You want to check? I want to get the hell out of here." We approached cautiously. The lot was quiet, too quiet. No movement, no sounds except the wind and the distant cry of birds. Evelyn was humming again, something about rivers and peace, and I wanted to tell her to stop but couldn't bring myself to shatter the silence. Jerome reached the truck first. He checked the cab. "Keys are here." Then moved to the back to see if there was anything useful inside. He opened the rear door. 3 of them tumbled out. They'd been locked in there. Maybe workers who'd hidden when things went wrong, maybe people trying to escape who'd been bitten and never made it. It didn't matter. What mattered was that they were moving, grabbing, biting before any of us could react. Jerome caught the first one with a swing of his fist that sent it sprawling. The second latched onto Evelyn's arm and she screamed, not in pain but in surprise. Alex was there in an instant, grabbing the thing by its hair and slamming it face first into the pavement until it stopped moving. The third went for me. It was a young woman, maybe 25, wearing a Walmart vest with a name tag that read Ashley, happy to help. Her jaw was broken, hanging at an angle that made her face lopsided, and the smell coming off her was rot and copper and something else. Something sweet and terrible. I swung the bat, missed. She grabbed my shirt, pulled me close, and I could see into her eyes, clouded, yes, but something moving behind them, something watching. "Please," she said. The word came out mangled through her broken jaw. "Please, it hurts. I don't want to. I hesitated. That's when she bit me. Her teeth sank into my forearm, the one with the scar from the fishing accident, and I felt them scrape against bone. The pain was white-hot, consuming everything else. I screamed, jerked back, and the motion tore a chunk of flesh free. She still had it in her mouth as Alex brought a fire extinguisher down on her skull. "David!" Alex was already grabbing my arm, examining the wound. Shit. "It's not deep," I gasped. She just got skin. She got muscle tissue. Look at it, god damn it." The others were gathering around, their faces a mix of horror and resignation. I knew what they were thinking. I'd been thinking it too ever since I'd seen Marcus speak with his throat torn out. I was bitten. I was dead. "How long?" I asked Alex. "And how long do I have?" "I don't know. Reports say 4 to 8 hours, faster with multiple bites or deeper wounds. She shook her head. "This could be quick or it could be slow. There's no way to know." "Then we keep moving." "David, my son is out there. I'm not stopping until I find him or I turn. And if I turn, you put me down. Promise me." Alex held my gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded. "Ray, check if there's a first aid kit in that truck. Destiny, see if the keys actually work. Jerome, Evelyn, help me bandage this. We're not dying in a Walmart parking lot, not today." The truck worked. Ray found not just a first aid kit, but a whole cache of supplies. Water bottles, granola bars, a camping lantern, 3 flashlights, and a road atlas of North Carolina. Whoever owned this truck had been a prepper, or at least paranoid enough to keep an emergency kit. Alex cleaned and wrapped my wound while Destiny drove. The bite throbbed with every heartbeat, sending waves of heat up my arm. I kept waiting for the fever to start, for the confusion, for the aggression. I kept waiting to become something else. The lucid window, Evelyn said quietly. She was sitting across from me. Her hymn humming finally stopped. That's what they're calling it on the radio, before they stopped broadcasting. What do you mean? When people turn, they don't lose themselves all at once. There's a period, 3 to 7 minutes, they said, where you're still you, still conscious. You know what's happening, what you're becoming, but you can't stop it. Marcus, I whispered. My student. He told me to run. He knew what he was. That's the cruelty of it. You're not just dying. You're watching yourself become a monster, and there's nothing you can do. I looked at my bandaged arm. Underneath, the wound was already hot to the touch. If it happens to me, I said, don't let me have that window. Put me down before I'm aware. I don't want to know. Evelyn reached over and took my hand. Her grip was stronger than I'd expected. I'll do it myself if I have to, that's a promise. The drive to Raleigh took 3 hours. It should have taken 30 minutes, but the roads were nightmare landscapes. Crashed vehicles everywhere, some of them still running, some of them on fire, all of them blocking the route. Destiny had to navigate through parking lots, over medians, through people's front yards. The closer we got to the city, the worse it became. Downtown Raleigh was gone, not destroyed, just emptied. The buildings still stood, the traffic lights still cycled through their colors, but there were no people, just bodies, just things that used to be people, wandering through the streets in groups of 3 or 5 or 20, drawn to any sound, any movement. Where's the FEMA camp? I asked. PNC Arena, Destiny said. Take the Beltline. Can we get there? Only one way to find out. We took the 440 loop, avoiding the worst of downtown. The infected on the highway mostly ignored us. We were moving too fast, too loud, too bright. A few gave chase, but they couldn't keep up with the truck. I watched them in the side mirror running with that wrong gait and tried not to think about how soon I might be one of them. PNC Arena came into view at 11:34 a.m. It was chaos. The parking lot had been converted into a makeshift camp. Tents, barricades, military vehicles, all of it surrounded by a fence of chain link and razor wire. But the fence had been breached. One whole section was down, and the camp inside was overrun. Soldiers were firing into crowds of infected. Medics were dragging wounded toward helicopters that were already lifting off, and everywhere, people were dying. We can't go in there, Jerome said. My son might be in there. Your son is probably dead, and if you go in there, you will be too. I grabbed him by the collar of his Mudcats jersey and slammed him against the wall of the truck. Don't you ever say that to me again. Do you understand? My son is alive. I'm going to find him. If you want to leave, leave. But don't you dare tell me my boy is dead. Jerome stared at me, not with fear, but with something like respect. Then let's go save him, he said. We fought our way into the camp. I say fought like it was something heroic, something from a movie. It wasn't. It was desperate, ugly, terrifying. The infected were everywhere, not just shamblers, but runners, fresh turns that still had their speed and strength. We moved in a tight group, weapons swinging, backing up anyone who got grabbed. Ray went down first, not a bite, just tripped over a body and twisted his ankle. Jerome hauled him up, threw an arm over his shoulder, kept moving. Evelyn got separated when a wave of infected came through a gap in the fence. I saw her slip behind an overturned bus, then lost sight of her entirely. Tyler! I was screaming his name. I couldn't stop screaming it. Tyler Whitfield, 14 years old. Has anyone seen him? Tyler! A soldier grabbed my arm. His uniform was torn, his face streaked with blood, but his eyes were clear. The children, he gasped. We evacuated them first. Buses to Camp Lejeune. They left an hour ago. The children are gone? All of them? Everyone under 16, they're safe, An infected tackled him from behind. I watched him go down, watched the thing tear into him, and I didn't stop to help. I couldn't. I was already running back to the truck, Alex beside me, screaming at the others to fall back. "He's gone," she said as we ran. "Your son, he's gone." Camp Lejeune. That's the coast. That's 150 miles from here. Then we drive 150 miles. We made it back to the truck. Destiny was already behind the wheel, engine running. Jerome threw Ray into the back and climbed in after him. Evelyn was nowhere. "Where is she?" I shouted. "She didn't make it back," Destiny said. "We have to go now. We can't just leave her." "She would want us to." Through the window, I could see the old veterinarian. She'd emerged from behind the bus, surrounded by infected, holding something in her hand. Her notebook, the one she'd shown me at the lake, full of names of people she'd treated over 35 years. She was humming again, that hymn about rivers and peace, and she was walking toward the infected, not away from them. She looked at the truck. She smiled. She waved. Then she disappeared into the crowd and we drove away, and I never saw her again. That night we made camp in an abandoned church outside of Smithfield. The stained glass windows cast colored shadows across the pews, and the altar still held candles that Ray lit for warmth. Outside we could hear them, dozens, maybe hundreds, drawn by the smell of the living, circling the building like sharks. My wound was worse. The skin around the bite had turned gray at the edges, and the fever had started, low at first, but building. I could feel it spreading through my body, a warmth that wasn't warmth, an ache that went deeper than muscle. "You should be turned by now," Alex said, examining my arm by candlelight. "This doesn't make sense." Maybe I'm special. Nobody's special, not anymore. But she was right. It didn't make sense. I'd been bitten 8 hours ago. By every account I'd heard, I should be gone. I should be one of them. Instead, I was just sick, feverish, weak, but still me. "My dad used to fish the Albemarle Sound," I said, not sure why I was talking. "Commercial fishing, crabbing, whatever paid. He'd come home smelling like salt and brine, hands always cracked and bleeding. He told me once that salt water fixes everything. The ocean doesn't care what you've done," he'd say. "It just takes what it takes and gives what it gives." Alex looked at me strangely. "What made you think of that?" "I don't know. I haven't thought about my father in years. When did you last talk to him?" 8 years ago, we fought. About my divorce, about how I handled things. He said I was a coward for not fighting harder. He was right. "And you never called him?" "I never called anyone." I laughed, but it came out wrong, wet, bitter. "That's who I am, Alex, the guy who doesn't make waves, the guy who lets things happen to him." Jennifer left because I never fought for anything. Tyler barely knows me because I didn't fight for more custody. I've spent my whole life avoiding conflict, and look where it got me. You're still alive. For now. She was quiet for a moment. Then, "My old squad leader used to say that the apocalypse doesn't change people, it reveals them. All the masks we wear, all the roles we play, when everything falls apart, you find out who you really are." "And who are you?" "A deserter." She said it flatly, without self-pity. "I was Army. Medic. Deployed twice. The second time, I was given an order I couldn't follow. I walked away. I've been running ever since. What was the order? It doesn't matter now." She looked at my arm again. "You should be dead, David, or worse. But you're not. Maybe you're special after all. Maybe there's something in you that's fighting back. Or maybe I'm just too stubborn to die before I find my son. That works too." I should have turned. I didn't. The fever broke sometime around midnight, and by morning the gray at the edges of my wound had faded to an ugly red. The tissue was inflamed, infected in the normal way, but not transforming, not dying while still alive. "I've never seen anything like this," Alex admitted as she changed my bandages. "Maybe the bite wasn't deep enough. Maybe you're naturally immune. Maybe God just likes you. God has a funny way of showing affection." We pushed east. The roads were getting worse, not just abandoned vehicles, but collapsed bridges, sinkholes, entire sections washed out by the emergency rains that had started falling during the night. The weather was turning, October cold settling in, and the infected we saw were moving slower. Some stood motionless in the fields, frozen mid-stride, waiting. "It's the temperature," Ray said. "They're slowing down, like cold-blooded animals." "Does that mean they'll stop?" "For a while, but come sunrise, when it warms up, then we keep moving." We passed through Wilson, through Kinston, through the skeleton of what used to be towns. Each one was the same, empty, dead, waiting. Occasionally we'd see other survivors, but they'd scatter at our approach, afraid of what we might be. On the outskirts of Kinston, we found a grocery store that hadn't been completely looted. Ray and Jerome went in for supplies while the rest of us kept watch. They came back with canned goods, bottled water, and something unexpected: a working ham radio. "Found it in the manager's office," Ray said. "Battery-powered, still picking up signals." We tuned it, searching through static until we found voices. Most were panicked, desperate, people calling for help that would never come. Families searching for members they'd never find. But one signal was different. Clear, calm, authoritative. "This is the Camp Lejeune emergency broadcast. Safe zone is operational. All civilians are welcome. Approach from Highway 24 only. Military personnel will meet you at the checkpoint. Repeat, this is the Camp Lejeune emergency broadcast." "That's where Tyler is," I said. "That's where they took the children." "It's still 70 miles, Alex said. "And between here and there, I don't care what's between here and there." Destiny looked up from the map she'd been studying. "There's a problem. Highway 24 is the only approach they're allowing, right? But look." She pointed to a section of the map. "There's a major intersection here in Jacksonville. If that city is overrun like Raleigh, then we find another way. There is no other way. That's the point." I took the map from her, traced the route with my finger. She was right. Jacksonville was a choke point, and if it had fallen, we'd be driving straight into a trap. "Then we go through," I said. "Fast as we can, no stopping. The truck can handle it." "And if it can't?" "Then we run, we walk, we crawl. I don't care. My son is on the other side of that city, and I'm going to reach him if I have to fight through every one of those things with my bare hands." No one argued. Maybe they were too tired. Maybe they'd given up. Or maybe they understood that some things matter more than survival. Jacksonville was worse than we'd imagined. The intersection Destiny had pointed to wasn't just overrun. It was a killing field. Someone had tried to establish a checkpoint there, complete with concrete barriers and military vehicles, and it had failed catastrophically. The barriers had become a maze that channeled the infected instead of stopping them. Bodies were piled 3 deep in some places, and the infected that still moved were trapped in the spaces between, reaching for us as we passed. "Go around," Alex said. "There is no around. Look." The roads were blocked in every direction, crashed semis, overturned buses, a tangle of cars so dense it looked almost intentional. The only way forward was through the intersection, through the maze, through the horde. "Then we plow through." Destiny gunned the engine. The truck lurched forward, crashing through the first barrier, scattering the infected that had been pressed against it. The sound was deafening. Metal screaming, bodies crunching, that endless moaning chorus rising in volume as we drew attention. We made it 50 yards before the truck got stuck. Reverse! I can't! There's too many behind us! The infected were swarming now, attracted by the noise and the lights. They pounded on the doors, the windows, the walls. The glass was holding, but for how long? Everybody out, Alex said, drawing a handgun I hadn't known she had. We go on foot. We'll die on foot. We'll die in here too. At least out there we have a chance. We went out through the roof hatch. Ray went first, then Jerome, then me. Alex brought up the rear, firing into the crowd to clear a path. The infected were everywhere, grabbing, biting, screaming. But they were slow in the cold, and we were desperate. I lost count of how many I killed. 12, 24, more. The bat became an extension of my arm, swinging in arcs that connected with skulls and shoulders and grasping hands. I felt bones break under the impacts, felt blood spray across my face, felt something inside me detaching. The teacher, the father, the man who couldn't make waves, all of it falling away until there was only the next swing, the next target, the next step forward. We broke through. The other side of the intersection was clear, or clear enough. We ran until we couldn't run anymore, then walked until we couldn't walk, then crawled into an abandoned gas station and collapsed. Is everyone... I tried to count heads in the dim light. Where's Ray? Here, his voice came from the corner, weak but present. I made it, barely. Jerome? Present. Destiny? Silence. Destiny! I'm here. She emerged from behind a shelf, dragging her left leg. Something got me, not a bite, just a cut, I think. It's hard to tell. Alex was at her side in an instant, examining the wound. It's a cut. You're okay, but we need to clean this before it gets infected. The regular kind of infected, or does it matter? We stayed at the gas station for 4 hours, waiting for the adrenaline to fade, for our heartbeats to slow, for some semblance of rational thought to return. Outside, the infected continued to mill around the intersection, but they weren't following us. Whatever drew them seemed to have a limited range. 20 miles to Camp Lejeune, Jerome said, studying the map. If we can find another vehicle. There's a used car lot down the street, Ray offered. I saw it when we came in. Then we get a car and we finish this. The car lot had a single working vehicle, a beaten-up Ford pickup with a cracked windshield and a quarter tank of gas. It was enough. It had to be enough. We drove the last 20 miles in near silence. The landscape changed as we went, from urban decay to rural emptiness to something else. Military checkpoints, some abandoned, some manned by soldiers who watched us pass with hollow eyes. Warning signs, barricades, the infrastructure of a last stand. Camp Lejeune appeared at dusk, a sprawl of buildings and fences that stretched to the horizon. The checkpoint on Highway 24 was exactly where the broadcast had said, concrete barriers, armed guards, the first evidence of organized resistance we'd seen since the PNC arena. A soldier approached our truck. His uniform was clean, his weapon held with professional ease. Identification? We don't have identification. We're survivors from Raleigh. Any infected in your group? Anyone bitten? I hesitated, my arm throbbed beneath its bandage. No, Alex said smoothly. We're all clean. The soldier studied us for a long moment, then nodded. Welcome to Camp Lejeune. Follow the main road to processing. They'll assign you quarters. I'm looking for my son, I said. Tyler Whitfield, 14 years old. He was evacuated from the FEMA camp at PNC Arena. Children on buses. Processing will have records. They'll help you find him. We drove through the gate. Inside, the camp was organized chaos. Thousands of people in tents and barracks. Supply trucks moving between buildings. Soldiers patrolling in groups. It looked almost normal. It looked almost like civilization. Processing was a converted gymnasium filled with folding tables and harried volunteers. I waited in line for an hour, then gave Tyler's name to a woman with glasses and a clipboard. Whitfield. Whitfield. She scrolled through pages of handwritten lists. We had several buses from the Raleigh area. Let me check. Her finger stopped on an entry. Tyler Whitfield, age 14, evacuated October 24th at 0900 hours, assigned to Barracks 7, Section C. He's here? He's alive? According to our records, Barracks 7 is across the parade ground, third building on the left. I ran. The parade ground was vast, crowded with people coming and going, but I didn't see any of them. I saw only the building ahead, the door marked with a 7. The possibility that after everything, after the bites and the deaths and the miles of blood and terror, I might actually find my son. I burst through the door. The barracks was full of cots, maybe 50 of them, occupied by children and teenagers of various ages. A few looked up at my entrance, but most were asleep or pretending to be. Tyler? Tyler Whitfield? A figure sat up on a cot near the far wall. Lanky, dark-haired, 14 years old, alive. Dad? I was across the room before I knew I was moving, pulling him into a hug that probably hurt, not caring, not able to stop. He was real. He was solid. He was breathing. Dad, you came. You actually came. I promised, I said. I promised your mother I'd find you. I promised. He stiffened in my arms. Mom? Is she... Did she... I couldn't answer. I didn't have to. He understood. I tried to call her, he whispered. I tried so many times. When she didn't answer, I thought... I hoped... I'm sorry, Tyler. I'm so sorry. We held each other as the sun set outside, as the camp prepared for another night of survival, as the world outside the fences continued its slow descent into darkness. I had found my son, but the journey was far from over. The camp wasn't what it seemed. That became clear within hours of our arrival. The organization, the efficiency, the military precision. It was all a facade, stretched thin over a foundation of desperation and fear. Supplies were rationed strictly. Medicine was almost non-existent. And the perimeter, those reassuring fences and guards, they were holding but barely. We lost the north gate last night, a sergeant told me over breakfast, if you could call stale crackers and reconstituted eggs breakfast. Horde came out of nowhere. Took us 2 hours to push them back. Lost 18 men. How long can you hold? Long as we have to. That's what they keep telling us. I spent the day with Tyler trying to piece together what had happened during our separation. He'd been at the concert just like Destiny had guessed. Downtown Raleigh, some indie band I'd never heard of. When the infected broke through the venue's doors, he and his friends had run. Most of them didn't make it. Jake died right in front of me, Tyler said, his voice flat. This thing grabbed him and he was screaming, and I just kept running. I left him. You survived, that's what matters. Is it? He looked at me with eyes that had seen too much. Mom's dead. Jake's dead. Sarah's dad shot himself after Sarah got bit. Everyone I know is either dead or a monster, and I'm supposed to feel okay because I survived? You're supposed to feel however you feel. There's no right way to process this. How do you feel? I thought about Jennifer, about the sound the bat made against her skull, about Evelyn walking into the horde with a hymn on her lips, about the stranger I'd become in the days since this started. I feel like I'm waiting to wake up, I said. Like any moment, the alarm will go off and I'll be back in my classroom grading papers, and none of this will have happened. But it did happen. Yeah, it did. The attack came at midnight. I woke to sirens, the old-fashioned kind, hand-cranked, screaming into the night. Tyler was already up, pulling on his shoes, moving with a practiced efficiency that made my chest ache. "We have to get to the rally point," he said. "That's what they told us. Sirens mean rally point." "Where is that?" "The airfield, south end of the camp." We ran through chaos. The infected had breached the western fence, not a small group, but hundreds pouring through like water through a broken dam. Soldiers were firing into the crowd, their muzzle flashes strobing through the darkness. Bodies fell on both sides. I found Alex near the medical tent, dragging a wounded Marine toward cover. "David, get Tyler out of here." "Where's Ray?" "Jerome." "Ray's at the radio tower trying to get a signal out." "Jerome went with the counterattack. Go!" I grabbed Tyler's hand and ran toward the airfield. Around us, the camp was collapsing. Tents on fire, vehicles overturned, the careful order of the past days dissolving into primordial fear. The airfield was chaos of a different kind. Helicopters were lifting off, packed beyond capacity with civilians. Trucks were loading anyone who could fit. A sergeant was screaming for order that nobody was obeying. "Tyler Whitfield! David Whitfield!" A voice, cutting through the noise. We turned. Destiny was waving at us from the back of a military transport. Her leg was bandaged, but she was standing, alive. "Get on! Now!" We climbed aboard just as the truck lurched into motion. The gate was ahead, the road beyond, the darkness full of shapes that weren't human anymore. "Where are we going?" Tyler asked. "The Outer Banks," Destiny said. "They're establishing a new safe zone on the islands. Easier to defend." "And Ray? Jerome?" She shook her head. I looked back at the camp as it receded into the distance. The western section was fully overrun now, a sea of infected swarming through the barracks. Somewhere in that chaos, Ray was trying to send a message. Somewhere, Jerome was fighting with nothing but his fists and his rage. They'd been strangers a week ago. Now they were the closest thing to family I had left. "We have to go back." "We can't," Destiny said gently. "There's nothing to go back to." The convoy reached the coast at dawn. The Outer Banks stretched before us, a thin line of sand between the ocean and the Sound, connected to the mainland by bridges that now served as choke points. The military had established checkpoints on each one, filtering survivors through, checking for bites. The bridge crossing was the longest hour of my life. The infected were everywhere on the mainland side, drawn by the noise of the convoy, the lights, the smell of living flesh. Soldiers fired from elevated positions, cutting down the ones that got too close, but they just kept coming. An endless tide of hunger. "We're not going to make it," Tyler whispered. "Yes, we are." "How do you know?" "Because I didn't come this far to die on a bridge." The truck ahead of us stalled. The driver got out, tried to restart it, was pulled under by infected hands that appeared from nowhere. The convoy ground to a halt. "Everybody out!" the sergeant's voice, sharp with panic. "Move on foot, now!" We ran. The bridge seemed to stretch forever, the morning sun casting long shadows, the ocean wind carrying the smell of salt and blood. I held Tyler's hand and didn't let go. Didn't look back. Didn't stop until my feet hit sand on the other side. We made it. 34 of us out of a convoy of 200. 34 people standing on the beach as the sun rose over the Atlantic, watching the bridge behind us burn. "They're blowing the bridges," Alex said. She'd appeared beside me, blood on her scrubs, exhaustion in her eyes. "Cutting off the mainland. This is it. This is the last stand." I looked at my son. He was crying, the first time I'd seen him cry since this started. I pulled him close and let him sob against my chest, let my own tears fall. Let the grief I'd been holding back finally break through. We were alive. Against all odds, against all reason, we were alive. But the world we'd known was dead, and whatever came next would be built on the ashes of everything we'd lost. That night we slept on the sand. The military had established a temporary camp near the ferry landing. tents, supplies, medical stations. More survivors were arriving by boat, by helicopter, by any means possible. The islands were becoming a refuge, a last sanctuary in a world gone mad. I sat with Tyler, watching the stars emerge one by one. "What happens now?" he asked. "I don't know. We survive, we rebuild, we figure it out as we go. That's not much of a plan." "No, but it's all we have." He was quiet for a long moment, then, "I'm glad you came for me. Even after I didn't call you. Even after I said those things." "What things?" "When you and Mom got divorced, I said I hated you. I said I never wanted to see you again. You were 11. Kids say things they don't mean. I meant it. At the time, I meant it." He looked at me, and for a moment, he wasn't 14 anymore. He was something older, something harder. "But you came anyway. You came through all of it just to find me." "I'll always come for you, Tyler, no matter what. That's what fathers do." He leaned against my shoulder, and I wrapped my arm around him, and we sat together as the waves broke against the shore and the infected moaned somewhere in the darkness. This was day 7. The fall was complete. The world as we knew it was gone. But we were still here. Still human. Still fighting. And tomorrow we would keep fighting. That was all we could do. That was all any of us could do. The morning brought fog so thick I could taste the salt in it. I woke with Tyler's head still against my shoulder, both of us covered in a thin layer of dew that had settled during the night. My arm throbbed beneath its bandage, a reminder that I shouldn't be alive, that something about my survival defied everything we'd learned about the infection. Alex was already up, moving between the makeshift medical stations, her notebook in hand. I watched her pause at each cot, check each patient, write something down before moving on. The list of names was getting longer. The list of the dead. "Dad?" Tyler stirred, blinking against the gray light. "Is it morning?" "Yeah. How do you feel?" "Hungry." It was such a normal answer, such a teenage answer, that I almost laughed. Almost. But laughter felt like something from another life, something that belonged to the man who graded papers and worried about baseball statistics, and didn't know what it felt like to cave in his ex-wife's skull with a tire iron. "Let's find breakfast," I said. The camp had grown overnight. What had been a few dozen survivors when we arrived was now several hundred, spread across the beach and the parking lots of abandoned vacation rentals. The military presence was thinner than I'd expected. Maybe 40 soldiers, most of them young, all of them exhausted. They'd been holding the line for a week, and it showed. The mess tent was a circus tent someone had salvaged from God knows where, its cheerful red and white stripes obscenely bright against the gray morning. Inside, volunteers were serving something that might have been oatmeal if you squinted hard enough and didn't ask questions. "Mr. Whitfield?" I turned. A woman I didn't recognize was staring at me, middle-aged, wearing scrubs that had seen better days, her hair pulled back in a practical ponytail. "I'm sorry, do I know you?" "Maria Elena Vasquez." Her accent was subtle, her English careful and precise. "I was at the camp, Camp Lejeune. I saw you there looking for your son. You made it out?" "Many did not." She glanced at Tyler, then back at me. "You are lucky to have found him, to have both survived." "Lucky isn't the word I'd use." "No, I suppose not." She hesitated, then, "There is something you should know about this place, about the people running it." "What do you mean?" Before she could answer, a commotion erupted near the tent entrance. Soldiers were pushing through the crowd, escorting a group of newcomers, survivors from the look of them ragged and hollow-eyed. But one face among them made my heart stop. Ray Okonkwo. He was limping badly, supported by a soldier on each side, his clothes torn and bloody, but he was alive. Against all odds, against everything I'd assumed when we fled the camp, he was alive. "Ray!" I pushed through the crowd, Tyler close behind me. "Ray, you made it!" He looked up at the sound of my voice, and for a moment something like joy flickered across his exhausted face. "David, you found your boy!" His voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. "That is good. That is very good." "What happened?" "We thought—" "The radio tower. I stayed too long. By the time I got out, the convoy was gone." He coughed, a wet sound that made Alex appear at my elbow with a concerned frown. "I walked 3 days, following the coast." "You walked 70 miles? When the mouse laughs at the cat, there is a hole nearby." He smiled weakly. "I found many holes, many places to hide. The cold helped. They are slower in the cold." Alex was already checking his wounds, her hands gentle but efficient. "You need rest, and fluids, and probably antibiotics if we can find any." "I need to know about Jerome," Ray said. "Did he make it?" The silence that followed was answer enough. We buried Jerome Washington 3 days later. Not his body, we never found his body. But someone had salvaged his Mudcats jersey from the wreckage of the camp, and it seemed wrong to leave it unceremonied. We dug a hole in the sand behind the dunes, placed the jersey inside along with a baseball someone had found in an abandoned sporting goods store, and said what words we could. "He was a good man," Alex said. "He saved my life twice. Once in the parking lot, once on the bridge. He didn't have to. He chose to." "He was scared," Destiny added, "all the time. You could see it in his eyes, but he never let it stop him. That's braver than not being scared at all." Ray quoted something in Igbo, then translated, "The world is a marketplace we visit. The other world is home. Jerome has gone home." Tyler stood beside me, watching the ceremony with an expression I couldn't read. He'd known Jerome for less than a day, but death had a way of creating bonds that time couldn't match. We were all connected now. Connected by loss, by survival, by the simple fact that we were still breathing when so many weren't. When it was my turn to speak, I found myself thinking about his pitching motion. That compulsive practice swing he'd done over and over, even without a ball, even in the middle of the apocalypse. It was how he'd processed fear, how he'd held onto himself when everything else was falling apart. "Jerome wanted to play in the majors," I said. "That was his dream. He never got there. But he died fighting. And in the end, maybe that's the only dream that matters. He went down swinging." We filled in the hole. The tide would probably wash it away within a week. The Outer Banks were fickle that way. The sand always shifting, always changing. But for now, Jerome Washington had a grave. For now, he was remembered. It would have to be enough. The camp's leadership made themselves known on the 4th day. There were 3 of them. Colonel Marcus Webb, a career military man with gray temples and a perpetual frown. Dr. Patricia Simmons, a CDC epidemiologist who'd been on the ground in Raleigh when everything fell apart. And a civilian named Thomas Harker, who'd apparently been some kind of emergency management coordinator before the world ended. They gathered the survivors in the parking lot of what had once been a seafood restaurant, its "Fresh Shrimp Daily" sign still hanging crookedly above the door. "I won't sugarcoat this," Colonel Webb began, his voice carrying the practiced authority of someone used to giving orders. "Our situation is precarious. The bridges connecting us to the mainland have been destroyed. That buys us time, but it doesn't buy us safety. The infected can't swim, but they can walk along the ocean floor. We've already had incidents of them emerging from the water at night." A murmur ran through the crowd. I felt Tyler press closer to my side. "Resources are limited," Webb continued. "The vacation homes on these islands were stocked for summer tourists, not winter survival. We have food for perhaps 3 weeks at current consumption rates. Water is less of a concern. We have desalination equipment and the weather has been cooperative. But medicine, ammunition, fuel. These are all in critically short supply. Dr. Simmons stepped forward. Additionally, we need everyone to understand the nature of the threat we're facing. This infection, we're calling it KV7 after the pharmaceutical compound that caused it, is unlike anything in our medical experience. Transmission occurs through bite or scratch, blood-to-blood contact. Transformation time varies from 4 to 8 hours depending on the severity of the wound. "What about a cure?" someone shouted. "There is no cure. Once infected, the process is irreversible. Our only option is prevention and, when necessary, elimination." Harker took over, his voice smoother, more practiced at public reassurance. "That said, we're not without hope. We've established communication with other survivor groups up and down the coast. There are pockets of resistance everywhere. Military installations, island communities, even some inland fortifications. We're not alone in this fight." "What about rescue?" another voice called out. "Is anyone coming to get us?" The three leaders exchanged glances. Webb's jaw tightened. The federal government as a functioning entity no longer exists. What remains of the military is scattered, focused on local defense rather than coordinated operations. We are, for all practical purposes, on our own. He paused, letting that sink in. But we're Americans. We've survived worse than this. We built a nation from nothing once before. We can do it again. The crowd dispersed slowly, the weight of his words settling over everyone like a shroud. I noticed Maria Elena watching the leaders with an expression I couldn't quite identify. Not fear exactly, but something close to it. Suspicion. Wariness. "What did you want to tell me?" I asked her quietly. "Before, in the mess tent, you said there was something I should know." She glanced around, making sure no one was listening. "Not here. Tonight, after dark. Meet me behind the lighthouse. Alone." Then she was gone, melting into the crowd with a skill that suggested long practice at being unnoticed. I didn't go alone. I brought Alex. The lighthouse was a mile north of the main camp, a picturesque structure that had probably drawn thousands of tourists before the world ended. Now it stood dark and silent, its beacon extinguished, its gift shop looted, its parking lot empty except for a few abandoned cars. Maria Elena was waiting in the shadows behind the keeper's house. I said alone. "Alex is trustworthy. Whatever you need to tell me, she can hear." For a moment I thought Maria would refuse. Then she sighed and gestured for us to follow her inside. The keeper's house was small but intact. A living room, a kitchen, 2 bedrooms upstairs. Maria had clearly been using it as a private refuge. There were supplies stacked in the corners, a sleeping bag on the couch, a small battery-powered lantern that cast dancing shadows on the walls. "I was a nurse in Guatemala," she said, settling into a chair. "Before I came here, before I became a housekeeper, a ghost, a person without papers or rights. I know medicine, I know people, and I know when something is wrong." "What's wrong with the camp?" "The leaders. Webb, Simmons, Harker. They are hiding something. I clean the buildings they use for meetings. I hear things they think no one hears." "What kind of things?" "They have been in contact with other groups, not just survivors, organized groups. Military remnants who control territory on the mainland. And there is talk of experiments." Alex leaned forward. "What kind of experiments?" "I do not know the details, but they bring infected here. To the northern part of the island where civilians are not permitted. They keep them alive, they study them." Maria's voice dropped. "And sometimes people who go to the northern zone do not come back." "That could be anything," I said. "Security patrols, accidents." "It is not accidents. There was a woman 3 days ago. Her name was Rebecca. She asked too many questions about where her husband was taken after he was bitten. The next day, she was gone. They said she tried to swim to the mainland, that the infected got her. but I saw her the night before. She was not suicidal, she was angry. I thought about Tyler, about the false security of this place, about the desperation that made people willing to believe any lie that promised safety. Why are you telling us this? Because you are different. You came through hell to find your son. You did not give up, and your friend... She nodded at Alex. She carries a notebook with names. Names of the dead. People who remember the dead are people who value the living. What do you want us to do? Be careful. Watch. Listen. And when the time comes, because the time will come, be ready to run. The supply run was Colonel Webb's idea. 2 weeks after our arrival, the food situation had gone from precarious to critical. The vacation homes had been picked clean, the grocery stores emptied, the restaurants stripped of everything edible. We were down to military MREs and whatever fish people could catch from the surf, and neither was sustainable long-term. There's a warehouse complex in Elizabeth City, Webb announced at the morning briefing. Pre-collapse, it was a distribution center for the entire Outer Banks region. Our reconnaissance suggests it hasn't been fully looted. We're organizing a team to retrieve supplies. I volunteered immediately. Elizabeth City was my father's town, the place I'd grown up, the place I'd fled at 18 and never returned to. I knew those streets better than anyone. I knew the warehouse he was talking about. And some part of me, some part I didn't want to examine too closely, needed to know if my father was still alive. The team was 12 people. Myself, Alex, Ray, Destiny, and 8 others I knew only by face. We loaded into 2 military trucks at dawn, crossed the Sound by ferry, and drove west into the wasteland. The mainland was worse than I remembered. The infected were everywhere, not in hordes but in clusters, groups of 3 or 5 or 10 shambling through empty streets, standing motionless in fields, lying dormant in buildings until something disturbed them. The cold had slowed them, but it hadn't stopped them. And the evidence of their passage was inescapable. Crashed cars, broken windows, bloodstains on the pavement, bodies that had been torn apart and left where they fell. "This is where you grew up?" Destiny asked, staring out the window. "Not exactly. This is the outskirts. The town itself is another 5 miles. Does your family still live here?" "My father, maybe, if he survived." "Are we going to check?" I didn't answer. I wasn't sure I wanted to know. The warehouse complex was on the north side of town, a cluster of corrugated metal buildings surrounded by chain-link fence. As we approached, I felt a familiar twist in my gut. Not fear exactly, but something close to it. Anticipation, dread, the certainty that something was about to go wrong. "Movement," the driver said, slowing the truck. "East side, near the loading docks." We stopped 200 yards from the fence. Through binoculars, I could see figures moving between the buildings. Not the shambling gait of infected, but the purposeful stride of living humans. "Survivors?" Ray asked. "Or something worse?" We approached on foot, weapons ready. The figures had disappeared inside one of the warehouses, but I could hear voices now. Muffled, indistinct, but definitely human. I signaled the team to spread out, covering the entrances. Then someone stepped out of the shadows with a shotgun aimed at my chest. "That's far enough, friend." He was big, not tall but wide, built like a wrestler who'd gone slightly to seed. His beard was unkempt, his clothes were filthy, and his eyes had the flat, calculating look of someone who'd stopped caring about social niceties a long time ago. "We're not looking for trouble," I said carefully. "We're from the Outer Banks settlement. We came for supplies. Did you now?" He didn't lower the shotgun. "Well, that's a problem. See, these supplies belong to us, the Highway Kings. You've heard of us?" "Can't say that I have. You will?" He smiled, showing teeth that needed serious dental work. "We control everything from here to I-95. Fuel, food, medicine, it all goes through us. You want supplies? You pay for them. You don't pay. You don't leave. More figures were emerging from the warehouse now. A dozen, then 2 dozen, all armed, all watching us with the hungry attention of predators sizing up prey. We were outnumbered, outgunned, and 50 miles from anything resembling safety. "What's your price?" Alex asked. "Depends on what you've got." The big man's eyes traveled over our group, pausing on Destiny and Alex with an interest that made my skin crawl. "We're always looking for skilled workers, mechanics, medics, farmers, people who can contribute to our operation. We have people like that on the islands. We could arrange a trade. Trade's good, but we prefer collateral." His gaze settled on Destiny again. "Pretty young thing. She'd make excellent collateral. Insurance that you come back with what you promised." "Absolutely not," I said. "Then you don't get supplies and you don't leave." He raised the shotgun. "Your choice." I looked at Destiny. She was pale, her hand shaking on the butterfly knife she couldn't actually use effectively. 19 years old. She'd already survived her mother's transformation, the fall of Raleigh, the nightmare journey to the coast. And now this. "I'll stay," Ray said suddenly. Everyone turned to look at him. "I am an electrical engineer," he continued, his voice calm, almost conversational. "I worked for Duke Energy for 25 years. I can repair generators, restore power grids, hotwire any vehicle ever made. I am worth 10 pretty young things." The Highway King leader studied him with new interest. "That's so?" "That is so. Take me as your collateral. Let the others go with the supplies. When they return with whatever payment you require, you release me. And if they don't come back, then you have a world-class engineer." Ray smiled thinly. "Either way, you profit." The leader considered this for a long moment. Then he nodded. "Deal. Load up what you can carry. You've got 1 hour, and make sure they understand." He jabbed a finger at me. "We'll be watching the roads. You try to screw us, your friend here dies slowly." They took Ray into the warehouse. The last I saw of him, he was walking calmly between 2 armed guards, his dignity intact even in captivity. "We can't just leave him," Destiny whispered as we loaded supplies into the trucks. "We're not. We're going to get what they want and come back for him. And if we can't get what they want..." I didn't answer. Because the truth was, I didn't know. I didn't know what the Highway Kings would demand. Didn't know if the islands could provide it. Didn't know if any of us would survive the next week. All I knew was that Ray had sacrificed himself for a girl he barely knew, and that debt was going to be repaid. One way or another. The return journey was nightmare and salvation in equal measure. The supplies we'd retrieved, canned goods, medical equipment, ammunition, fuel, would keep the islands alive for another month. But the cost hung over us like a storm cloud, unspoken but ever present. Ray was a prisoner. The Highway Kings were watching, and the mainland, with all its dangers, was now a territory we'd have to cross again. We stopped once, about 20 miles from the coast, to let the engines cool and check our cargo. The road was empty in both directions. No infected visible, no sounds except the wind and the occasional cry of gulls overhead. It felt almost peaceful, almost normal. That's when we found the boy. He was hiding in a drainage culvert beneath the highway, curled into a ball so tight he was almost invisible. If Destiny hadn't spotted the flash of red hair, we would have driven right past him. "Hey!" She crouched at the culvert entrance, her voice soft. "Hey, it's okay, we're not going to hurt you." No response, just those wide, terrified eyes staring out from the darkness. "My name's Destiny, what's yours?" "Nothing." "How long have you been in there?" Still nothing, but he was shaking now, violent tremors that racked his small body. I knelt beside Destiny. The boy couldn't have been more than 8 or 9, his clothes filthy, his face streaked with dirt and what might have been dried blood. His eyes were fixed on something I couldn't see, locked in a memory too terrible to escape. "We're going somewhere safe," I said. "There's food there, warm beds, other kids." I thought of Tyler, how I'd feel if our positions were reversed. "You don't have to be alone anymore." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then slowly, painfully, the boy began to crawl toward the light. His name, we would later learn, was Noah. Noah Blevins, 9 years old, sole survivor of a family of 5. He wouldn't tell us what happened, wouldn't speak at all, in fact, not a single word in the weeks that followed. But he drew pictures in a tattered notebook, and those pictures told a story more eloquent than any words. His family turning one by one, his mother, his father, his sisters. 36 hours of watching the people he loved become something else, trapped with them, unable to leave, unable to help, unable to do anything but watch. He'd been in that culvert for 2 weeks, surviving on rainwater and whatever he could scavenge from abandoned cars. Alone. "We're keeping him," Alex said, her tone brooking no argument. "Whatever supplies we need, whatever permissions we have to get, he stays with us." No one disagreed. The islands had changed in our absence. It had only been 3 days, but the atmosphere was different, tenser, more suspicious, with soldiers at every checkpoint asking questions that felt more like interrogations. Something had happened while we were gone. Something that had everyone on edge. "There was an incident," Colonel Webb explained when we reported to his headquarters. "One of the survivors we rescued turned out to be infected. He'd hidden his bite, made it through screening, lived among us for almost a week before he transformed." "How many dead?" 7, including 2 children. Webb's jaw tightened. "We've implemented new protocols. Mandatory medical checks every 12 hours. Anyone showing symptoms is isolated immediately." "Isolated where?" "The northern zone. We've established a quarantine facility there." I thought of Maria Elena's warnings, the experiments, the people who didn't come back. "I'd like to see this facility," I said. "That's not possible. The quarantine zone is restricted to medical and military personnel only." "I'm part of the supply team. Don't I qualify as—" "You're a high school teacher, Mr. Whitfield." Webb's voice hardened. "You've been valuable, and I appreciate your contributions. But there are aspects of our operation that are need to know, and you don't need to know." It was a dismissal, clear and final. I left his headquarters with the taste of unasked questions bitter on my tongue. That night I met Maria Elena again. "It is worse than I thought," she said. "The people they take to quarantine, they do not treat them, they study them. I saw the records. They are documenting the transformation process in detail. How long each stage takes, what stimuli provoke aggression, whether any mental function remains after transformation. Why? I do not know. Perhaps they are looking for a cure, perhaps they are looking for something else." She hesitated. "There is another thing. A message came today on the radio, from the mainland. Another group, not the Highway Kings, they have established a safe zone inland. A real safe zone, with walls and farms and thousands of survivors. They are calling for others to join them." "Where?" "Near Greenville, a place called Freedom Life Church. They say they have found salvation." "Salvation from the infected?" "Salvation from everything." Her eyes were dark with something I couldn't identify. The message spoke of God's judgment, of the righteous and the unworthy. It sounded like... Like what? Like people who have stopped fighting the end of the world and started embracing it. The night siege happened on our 11th day on the islands. I'd thought we were safe. The bridges were destroyed, the shores were patrolled, the infected couldn't swim. But I'd forgotten what Ray had told us, what Dr. Simmons had hinted at in her briefings. They could walk along the ocean floor. They didn't need to breathe. They just needed to reach land. The alarm came at 3 a.m., that same hand-cranked siren that had haunted my dreams since Camp Lejeune. I was out of bed before I was fully awake, grabbing the machete I'd taken to keeping by my side, shouting for Tyler. "Dad, what's happening?" "Stay behind me. Don't stop moving. Don't look back." The camp was chaos. Infected were coming out of the water. Dozens of them, then hundreds, emerging from the surf like some nightmare parody of a beach invasion. They'd walked miles along the ocean floor, fought against the currents, ignored the cold and the pressure and the darkness, all to feed. Soldiers were firing into the horde, their muzzle flashes strobing against the night. Civilians were running in every direction, some toward the designated rally points, some just running blind. Bodies were falling, some shot by accident, some torn apart by infected, some trampled in the panic. I saw Alex fighting near the medical tent, a fire axe in her hands, her scrubs already splattered with black blood. I saw Destiny pulling Noah toward the dunes, the boy's face blank with shock. I saw a soldier, he couldn't have been more than 19, get dragged into the water by 3 infected who pulled him under and didn't let go. "This way!" I grabbed Tyler's hand and ran north toward the lighthouse, away from the main concentration of infected. Behind us, the screaming continued, that horrible chorus of terror and hunger that had become the soundtrack of our new world. We made it to the keeper's house, the place where Maria Elena had shared her secrets. The door was locked, but I kicked it in, pushed Tyler inside, and slammed it shut behind us. "Upstairs," I said. "Find something to barricade the door." "Dad, there's someone—" A shape moved in the darkness. I raised the machete, ready to swing, and stopped only when I recognized the face. Congressman Walter Breckinridge. He was older than I'd expected, mid-60s, silver-haired, wearing a suit that had seen better days but still retained some of its former dignity. He had a politician's face, the kind that looked trustworthy on television and calculating in person. "Mr. Whitfield," he said, as if we were meeting at a fundraiser rather than hiding from a zombie horde. "I've heard about you. The teacher who crossed half the state to find his son. What are you doing here? The same thing you are. Surviving." He moved to the window, peering out at the chaos below. "Though I must say the accommodations leave something to be desired. You're a congressman." "I was a congressman. Representative from North Carolina's 4th District. Now I'm just another refugee." He smiled thinly. "Democracy dies with civilization, it seems." The sounds outside were getting closer, moaning, shuffling, the wet thud of bodies hitting the walls. "We need to get to the roof," I said. "If they break through—" "They won't break through. This structure is solid, built to withstand hurricanes." Breckinridge pulled out a flask and took a long drink. "I've been using it as my personal refuge for days now. Away from the crowds, away from Webb and his little fiefdom." "You don't trust Webb?" "I don't trust anyone who wants power in the middle of an apocalypse." He offered me the flask. I declined. "The Colonel has plans, Mr. Whitfield. Plans that go beyond mere survival. I've seen the reports he doesn't share with the general population, the communications with other groups, the experiments in the quarantine zone. Maria Elena told me about those. Ah, the Guatemalan. She sees more than people think." Breckinridge settled into a chair, seemingly unconcerned about the hell erupting outside. "Let me tell you what I know, Mr. Whitfield, and then you can decide what to do with that knowledge." The congressman talked for an hour while the siege raged outside. He told me about Project Lazarus, the Kellner-Voss pharmaceutical initiative that had created the infection, about the black budget funding that had come through his subcommittee, about the warnings that had been ignored, the safety protocols that had been bypassed, the corporate greed and government complicity that had unleashed this nightmare on the world. I knew, he said, his voice hollow. I didn't know the details, but I knew something was wrong. The way they pushed for accelerated trials, the way they buried the adverse event reports. I should have asked more questions. I should have demanded accountability. He laughed bitterly. But the funding came with campaign contributions, and I had an election to win, so I looked the other way. You're saying you helped cause this? I'm saying I didn't stop it when I had the chance, which amounts to the same thing. He took another drink from his flask. Webb knows, or suspects at least. That's why he's been keeping me at arm's length. I'm a liability, someone who might talk, who might undermine his authority. He's waiting for an excuse to get rid of me. Why are you telling me this? Because you're not one of his people. You came from outside, you've seen what's out there, and you have something to protect. He nodded toward Tyler, who was watching us from the stairs with wide eyes. A man with something to protect can be trusted to act in his own interest. And right now, your interest and mine align. What do you want? To survive. To get off these islands before Webb decides I'm expendable, and to expose the truth about what happened, about who's responsible. He leaned forward. There's a group on the mainland, not the highway kings, not the religious fanatics in Greenville. A coalition of survivors who've established a genuine safe zone. Roanoke Island. That's part of the Outer Banks. It's separate from Webb's control, different leadership, different priorities. They're focused on long-term survival, not power games. If we can reach them, we have a chance. Why should I believe you? You shouldn't. But you should believe this. Webb is planning something that will change everything. And when it happens, you want to be as far away as possible. The siege ended at dawn, not because we'd won, but because the infected had gotten what they wanted. The body count was 47, men, women, children, soldiers, civilians. The worst loss since the original outbreak. And in the aftermath, as we burned the bodies and counted the survivors, I made a decision. We were leaving. The islands weren't safe, not from the infected, not from Webb, not from the darkness that seemed to be closing in from every direction. We were going to find another way. Planning the escape took 3 days. I couldn't involve everyone. Too many people meant too much risk of exposure. But I told Alex, told Destiny, told Tyler and Noah. I told Maria Elena, who agreed to come but insisted on staying hidden until the last moment. And I told Ray. Or rather, I told the Highway Kings I wanted to negotiate for Ray's release. The meeting happened on the mainland at a truck stop halfway between the coast and Elizabeth City. I went alone, per their instructions, carrying nothing but the list of supplies we were offering in exchange. Dale Hendricks was waiting for me, the same big man with the shotgun who'd first confronted us at the warehouse. "You came back," he said, sounding almost impressed. "Most people don't. I told you I would." "You did." He studied the list I'd handed him. "This is generous. More than generous. Fuel, medicine, ammunition. You want your friend back badly. He's valuable to us. He's valuable to us too. Man fixed 3 generators last week. Power's running in half our buildings now." Dale smiled. "But a deal's a deal. You bring this stuff, you get him back. I want to see him first. Not how this works. It is now." I met his eyes, held them. "I'm not handing over supplies until I know he's alive and unharmed. You can have one of your people watch me the whole time. But I see him or there's no deal." For a long moment I thought Dale was going to refuse, or worse, pull that shotgun and end the conversation permanently. But something in my expression must have convinced him because he finally nodded. 5 minutes. Then you leave." They brought Ray out of one of the warehouse buildings, thinner than before, a bruise yellowing on his cheek, but alive, alert. When he saw me, his face lit up with a joy that made everything we'd been through worth it. "David, you came. I told you I would. The others, Tyler, the little girl, Destiny, everyone's alive. We're getting you out of here. He grabbed my arm, pulled me close. Listen to me, these people, they are not just bandits. They are organized. They have connections across the entire region, and they are planning something, an assault on the islands. What? They want the infrastructure, the military equipment, the desalination plants. His voice dropped to a whisper. They are going to attack in 2 weeks. They have the numbers, the weapons, the vehicles. They will overwhelm the defenses and take everything. Does Webb know? I do not think so. They have been careful. He glanced at the guards watching us. You need to warn them, or get everyone out before... Time's up, Dale's voice cut across the conversation. Say goodbye to your friend, Mr. Whitfield. You'll see him again when you deliver what you promised. They took Ray back inside. I drove back to the coast with his warning echoing in my mind. 2 weeks. We had 2 weeks before everything changed. I didn't warn Webb. Maybe that makes me a monster. Maybe that makes me complicit in whatever was about to happen. But I thought about Breckenridge's warnings, about Maria Elena's suspicions, about the experiments in the quarantine zone and the people who didn't come back. And I decided that Webb's survival wasn't my responsibility. My responsibility was Tyler, Noah, Alex and Destiny and Maria Elena, the people who trusted me. Everyone else was on their own. We made our preparations quietly, gathered supplies, identified escape routes. Found a boat, a 20-foot fishing vessel that Captain McAllister had been repairing in secret, preparing for exactly this kind of eventuality. She's not pretty, McAllister said, running his weathered hand along the hull. But she'll get us to Roanoke, maybe further if we're lucky. McAllister was 58, a charter boat captain from Hatteras Village, who'd spent his entire life on these waters. He knew every current, every sandbar, every hidden cove from here to Virginia. And he was dying. Pancreatic cancer. Diagnosed 6 months before the outbreak, too late to matter now. Why help us? I asked him. Because I'm dying anyway, and I'd rather die doing something useful than rotting in some military camp. He spat into the sand. Also, I've got a parrot who needs someone to look after him. Admiral's been with me 15 years. Wouldn't feel right leaving him behind. Admiral, as it turned out, was a profane green macaw who knew exactly 2 phrases. Shut up and we're all gonna die. He screamed them at random intervals, usually at the worst possible moments. He's prophetic, McAllister said fondly. He's annoying. Same thing these days. The night before we planned to leave, everything went wrong. It started with screaming. Not the sirens, not the alarm, but humans screaming from the quarantine zone. I was on my feet before I fully registered what I was hearing, the machete in my hand, Tyler beside me with the baseball bat I'd given him. Stay here, I told him. No way. Tyler, I'm not letting you go alone. Not again. There was no time to argue. We ran toward the screaming, joining a stream of other survivors who'd been drawn by the same sounds. The military checkpoints were abandoned, the soldiers who normally guarded them nowhere to be seen. We found out why when we reached the quarantine zone. The facility was a converted beach house, 3 stories tall, surrounded by a fence that had been torn down. Inside, chaos, infected everywhere. Not the slow, shambling kind, but fresh turns. Fast and aggressive, tearing through anyone they could reach. How did they get out? Someone shouted. I knew the answer. The experiments. The infected they'd been keeping alive, studying, learning from. Something had gone wrong, or right, depending on your perspective. The test subjects had escaped their containment, and now they were loose among us. Alex appeared at my side, her fire axe dripping. We need to fall back. Get to the boat. What about the others, the survivors in the main camp? We can't save everyone. We can barely save ourselves. She was right. I hated that she was right. We ran. Behind us, the quarantine zone burned. Someone had set fire to it, either deliberately or by accident. The flames lit up the night, casting dancing shadows across the sand, illuminating the carnage that was spreading through the camp like a disease. McAllister had the boat ready when we reached the dock. Maria Elena was already aboard, along with Breckenridge and a handful of others who'd gotten the same idea. Destiny came running with Noah in her arms, the boy's face buried against her shoulder. "Where's Ray?" I demanded. "Still on the mainland. We couldn't." "Then we go get him." "David, there's no time. I'm not leaving him." McAllister grabbed my arm. "Your friend made his choice. We make ours. We leave now, or we don't leave at all." I looked back at the camp, the fires, the screaming, the shadows of infected moving through the chaos. Then I looked at Tyler, at his terrified face, at the boy who'd already lost his mother and couldn't lose his father too. I got on the boat. We cast off into the darkness, leaving the islands behind, leaving Ray behind, leaving everything we'd built over the past 2 weeks. Behind us, the Outer Banks burned. Ahead of us, only uncertainty. The journey to Roanoke Island took 6 hours. McAllister navigated through channels I didn't know existed, avoiding the main shipping lanes where infected had been known to emerge, steering by stars and instinct through waters that would have killed anyone less experienced. Admiral the Parrot perched on his shoulder, occasionally squawking, "We're all gonna die," with unsettling accuracy. No one slept. We sat in silence, watching the mainland slide past in the darkness, listening for sounds that might mean pursuit or danger. The cold was brutal, winter wind off the Atlantic cutting through our inadequate clothing, but no one complained. Complaints felt like a luxury from another world. Roanoke Island appeared at dawn, a dark mass rising from the gray water. As we approached, I could see structures on the shore, not the makeshift camps of the Outer Banks, but something more permanent. Buildings, walls, organization. A boat came out to meet us, manned by 4 people with weapons that looked well-maintained and faces that looked well-fed. "State your business," the lead man called out. "Survivors from the Outer Banks," McAllister replied. "We're seeking refuge." "The Outer Banks settlement?" We heard the radio traffic. Sounded like hell. It was. Still is, probably. The man studied us for a long moment, counting heads, assessing threats, making calculations I couldn't follow. Then he nodded. "Follow us in. We'll need to screen everyone. Medical checks, interviews, the works. Anyone who's been bitten doesn't come ashore. We're clean. That's what everyone says. Ludo." But he was already turning his boat, leading us toward the island. "Welcome to Roanoke. Try not to cause any trouble." Roanoke was different. The settlement was built around the old tourist area, the reconstruction of the lost colony, the historic sites, the gift shops and museums that had once drawn visitors from across the country. But it had been transformed into something functional, something defensive, something that looked almost like a real community. Walls surrounded the central compound, not chain-link fencing, but actual walls built from shipping containers and reinforced with concrete. Guard towers stood at regular intervals, manned by people who moved with military precision. Inside, streets had been cleared, buildings repurposed, a system of organization established that put Webb's chaotic camp to shame. "How many people live here?" Tyler asked, staring at the bustle of activity around us. "About 3,000, our guide replied. "We've been growing since October. People find their way here from all over. Some by boat, some by the bridges before we had to blow them, some by methods I'd rather not think about." "Who's in charge?" "The consortium. That's what they call themselves. Bunch of corporate types, mostly. Refugees from some pharmaceutical company that used to operate in the area. But they've got resources, organization, medical facilities. They keep us alive." "Pharmaceutical company. My mind flashed to what Breckenridge had told me about Kellner Voss, about Project Lazarus, about the people responsible for this nightmare. This pharmaceutical company, I said carefully. It wouldn't happen to be Kellner Voss, would it? The guide's expression flickered, surprise quickly masked. You've heard of them. I've heard a lot of things. Then you know they're trying to make amends. Dr. Kellner herself runs the medical division. She's working on treatments, vaccines, anything that might help us survive what's coming. And what's coming? Everything. He gestured toward the walls. Those things out there, they're evolving, getting smarter, stronger, more organized. We've seen behavior that shouldn't be possible, hunting patterns, communication, what looks almost like strategy. Whatever KV-7 did to them, it's still working, still changing them. Can they be stopped? That's what we're trying to find out. The medical screening was thorough. They checked every inch of exposed skin for bites, scratches, any sign of infection. They drew blood, tested for the KV-7 markers Dr. Simmons had described, asked questions about exposure history and symptom timelines. When they examined my arm, the healed bite wound that should have killed me, the technician's eyes went wide. You were bitten? 3 weeks ago, I didn't turn. That's not possible. And yet, she called for a supervisor. The supervisor called for someone higher up. Within an hour, I was sitting in a sterile conference room across from a woman I recognized from the briefings on the Outer Banks. Dr. Patricia Simmons, the CDC epidemiologist. Mr. Whitfield, she said, you have no idea how remarkable you are. I've been called a lot of things. Remarkable isn't usually one of them. Your blood work shows KV-7 antibodies, natural antibodies produced by your own immune system. You were infected, but your body fought it off. Do you understand what that means? It means I got lucky. It means you might be the key to everything. She leaned forward, intensity radiating from every pore. We've been looking for someone like you. Someone whose biology can fight the infection. With your blood, your antibodies, we might be able to develop a treatment, maybe even a vaccine. A vaccine. It's a long shot, a very long shot, but it's more hope than we've had since this started. I thought about Tyler, about the world he'd have to grow up in, about the future that seemed more like a death sentence every day. If there was a chance, any chance, that I could help change that. What do you need from me? Blood samples to start, tissue samples if you're willing, regular monitoring to track your antibody levels. She paused. And your cooperation, your silence. What I'm telling you is classified. Only a handful of people know about our research, and we'd like to keep it that way. Why the secrecy? Because hope is dangerous, Mr. Whitfield. If word got out that we were close to a cure, even if it's not true, even if we're years away, people would react. Some would demand access, others would try to stop us. The last thing we need is a riot or an attack while we're doing this work. I understood. I didn't like it, but I understood. I'll cooperate on one condition. Name it. My son, my friends. They stay with me, they're protected. Whatever happens in this place, they're safe. Simmons considered this for a moment, then nodded. Done. We settled into life on Roanoke. It was strange, after everything we'd been through, to have something approaching normalcy. Regular meals, warm beds, hot water, courtesy of the solar heating systems the consortium had installed. Tyler even started attending classes. Improvised lessons taught by survivors who'd been teachers in the old world, covering everything from basic math to zombie survival tactics. I spent my days in the medical facility, letting Dr. Simmons and her team poke and prod me, draw vial after vial of blood, run tests I didn't understand. It was tedious, sometimes painful, but I didn't complain. If my body held the key to saving humanity, a few needle sticks seemed like a small price to pay. Alex worked in the infirmary doing what she did best, saving lives one patient at a time. Her notebook of names continued to grow, but so did the list of people she'd helped. Wounds treated, infections caught early, lives preserved against the odds. Destiny became Noah's de facto guardian. The boy still didn't speak, but he'd started to respond to her, nodding, shaking his head, occasionally taking her hand when they walked through the compound. His drawings continued, filling notebook after notebook with images that were equal parts disturbing and illuminating. He saw things the rest of us missed, patterns in infected behavior, weaknesses in our defenses, danger that hadn't yet materialized. McAllister stayed with his boat, making repairs, running supply missions to outlying settlements, doing what he'd always done, living on the water, dying by inches, refusing to let cancer or the apocalypse slow him down. Admiral the Parrot learned a new phrase: more rum. We couldn't figure out where he'd picked it up. Maria Elena stayed in the shadows as she always had, cleaning buildings, listening at doors, gathering information that she shared with me in whispered conversations after dark. The consortium, she said, was not what it seemed. There were secrets behind those clean walls, experiments, decisions being made without input from the general population. The same as the Outer Banks, she warned. Different leaders, same games. And Congressman Breckinridge was waiting. For what, I didn't know. But he watched everything with those calculating politicians' eyes, gathering information, making plans, biding his time for something that hadn't yet come. Ray found us 3 weeks later. He came by boat, a stolen fishing vessel he'd somehow navigated from Highway King territory to Roanoke Island, evading patrols and infected in weather that would have killed a less determined man. He was thin, exhausted, and his left hand was wrapped in bandages that suggested a story I didn't want to hear. But he was alive, against all odds, against everything I'd assumed when we'd left him behind. Raymond Okonkwo was alive. "You left," he said when I found him in the infirmary, Alex tending to his wounds. There was no accusation in his voice, just a statement of fact. "I'm sorry. The siege. We had no choice." "I know. Maria Elena told me." He smiled weakly. "I would have done the same. The needs of the many, yes? How did you escape?" "When the mice are full, the cat can steal the cheese." He winced as Alex cleaned a wound on his forearm. "The Highway Kings attacked the islands, as I told you they would. While they were focused on that, I slipped away. It was not easy. But here I am." "What happened to your hand?" He was quiet for a long moment. Then, "I had to make a choice. My hand or my life. I chose my life. I didn't ask for details. Some stories weren't meant to be told. The news from the Outer Banks was bad. The Highway Kings had taken the settlement just as Ray had predicted. Colonel Webb was dead, killed in the initial assault, according to the few survivors who'd escaped. The quarantine zone had been destroyed, the experimental subjects either killed or scattered. The military equipment, the infrastructure, the resources that had kept hundreds of people alive, all of it was now in the hands of bandits. "They won't hold it long," Breckinridge predicted. "Groups like that are good at taking, not at keeping. Give it a month, maybe 2, and they'll tear themselves apart. And then what? And then someone else will fill the vacuum. That's how power works, Mr. Whitfield. Nature abhors a vacuum. Someone always steps up." I wondered if he was talking about the Highway Kings or about himself. The trouble started, as it always did, with questions. Kevin Pham was a PhD student from NC State. Young, nervous, always talking too fast when stressed. He'd been on the islands before they fell, and he'd somehow made it to Roanoke with the rest of us. I didn't know him well, but I'd seen him around the medical facility asking questions that seemed to make the staff uncomfortable. One night he found me. "Mr. Whitfield, I need to talk to you." "About what?" "About what they're doing here. About the research. He glanced around, making sure no one was listening. I used to work at NC State's virology lab. I know KV7. I know what it does, how it works, what they'd need to do to create a cure. And what they're telling you about the antibodies, about the vaccine. It's not the whole story. He pulled me into a doorway, lowering his voice. They're not trying to cure the infection, Mr. Whitfield. They're trying to control it. Control it how? The KV7 compound has military applications. That's why the government funded the original research. Soldiers who can't die, who feel no pain, who obey simple commands. His eyes were wild, frightened. The consortium isn't Kellner Voss's redemption project. It's a continuation of the original work. They want to weaponize the infected. That's insane. Is it? Think about it. An army of infected, controlled by whoever holds the technology. You wouldn't need soldiers anymore. Just things. Things that do what you tell them, that don't question orders, that keep fighting until there's nothing left. I thought about the experiments on the Outer Banks, about the infected being kept alive, studied, documented, about Dr. Simmons asking for my cooperation, my silence, my blood. What proof do you have? Kevin hesitated. I have a sample of KV7, the original compound. I stole it from the lab before everything fell apart. I thought I could use it to, I don't know, prove what happened. Find someone who could stop them. You've been carrying a sample of the infection this whole time? It's contained, secure. But if the consortium finds out I have it, if the consortium finds out you're dead, I know. He looked at me with something like desperation. That's why I'm telling you, because you're immune, because you've got nothing to gain from their games, because maybe, just maybe, you can help me get the truth out. I didn't know what to say, didn't know what to think. Everything he was telling me contradicted everything Dr. Simmons had said, everything the consortium claimed to stand for. But I'd learned in the weeks since the outbreak that nothing was what it seemed, that every promise of safety came with strings attached. That trust was a luxury the new world couldn't afford. What do you need from me? Time, protection. And when the moment comes away off this island, I can try, but I can't promise anything. That's more than anyone else has offered. 2 days later, Kevin Pham was dead. They said it was an accident, a fall from one of the guard towers late at night when no one was watching. But I saw his face before they covered the body. He hadn't fallen. He'd been pushed. And his backpack, the one he'd never let out of his sight, the one that contained the KV7 sample, was gone. They killed him, I told Alex that night. They killed him and they took the sample. We don't know that. I know it. He came to me 2 days ago, told me what he knew, and now he's dead. That's not a coincidence. What do you want to do about it? I looked at her, this woman who'd saved my life, who'd fought beside me through nightmare after nightmare, who'd kept a notebook of names so the dead wouldn't be forgotten. I want to find out the truth. And then I want to burn this place to the ground. The truth was worse than I'd imagined. I found it in the restricted section of the medical facility, the area Kevin had warned me about, the place where the real research was happening. Maria Elena got me access, using skills she'd acquired in a life of being invisible. Security codes, guard schedules. The precise moment when the cameras would be looking elsewhere. The lab was clean, sterile, almost pleasant. But the subjects in the containment cells were anything but. Infected. Dozens of them strapped to examination tables, tubes running from their arms. Machines monitoring their vital signs. Some were dormant, lying still as death. Others were active, straining against their restraints, moaning with that endless hunger that had become the sound of our nightmares. And at the center of it all, a figure I recognized from the briefings, from the histories, from the guilt-ridden confessions of politicians and bureaucrats. Dr. Victoria Kellner, co-founder of Kellner Voss, architect of the apocalypse. She was older than I'd expected. Late 50s, gray hair pulled back in a severe bun, wearing a lab coat that made her look almost normal, almost human. She was standing at a workstation, reviewing data on a screen, oblivious to my presence. Dr. Kellner. She turned. Her eyes were blue, cold, calculating. The eyes of someone who had weighed human lives against scientific progress and found the math acceptable. Mr. Whitfield, I was wondering when you'd find your way here. You knew I was coming? I suspected. You're not as subtle as you think you are. She gestured at the containment cells. What do you think of our work? I think you're a monster. Perhaps. She didn't seem offended. But I'm a monster who might save humanity. The KV7 compound was always more than a medical treatment. It was a breakthrough. A way to alter human biology at the most fundamental level. Yes, the initial results were catastrophic, but we've learned, we've improved. And now, she smiled thinly. Now we have a chance to do something remarkable. You're trying to control them. We're trying to harness them. There's a difference. She walked toward one of the containment cells, looking at the infected inside with something almost like affection. These creatures, they're not mindless, not entirely. The KV7 compound preserves certain neural pathways, certain capacity for directed behavior. With the right stimuli, the right conditioning, they can be guided. Guided to do what? Whatever we need them to do. Fight, build, defend. The possibilities are limitless. Her eyes found mine. And you, Mr. Whitfield, your antibodies are the key to making it work. Your immune system found a way to coexist with KV7, to integrate it without succumbing to it. If we can replicate that balance, we can create a new kind of human, one that's immune to infection, yes, but also enhanced, stronger, faster, better. You're talking about turning people into monsters. I'm talking about evolution. The old humanity is dying, Mr. Whitfield. You've seen it. The infrastructure collapsing, the social bonds breaking, the endless tide of infected consuming everything in their path. In a year, maybe two, there won't be enough survivors left to maintain civilization, but with this technology, she spread her hands. We can build something new, something that can actually survive. At what cost? At whatever cost is necessary. Her voice hardened. I've already paid mine. My family, my colleagues, everyone I've ever loved. They're gone, Mr. Whitfield, all of them. Consumed by the same creation that could have saved them if we'd had more time. Don't lecture me about cost. I know cost better than you ever will. I stared at her, this woman who had ended the world and was now trying to remake it in her own image. Part of me wanted to kill her. Part of me understood why she'd done what she'd done. Neither part mattered. Tyler? I said, what? My son. He was bitten. On the mainland before we reached the islands. The salt treatment saved his life, but he's still a carrier. The KV7 is dormant in his blood. Kellner's expression flickered. Surprise, then interest. Interesting. How long ago? 6 weeks, maybe 7. And he's shown no symptoms, no degradation? Nothing. Then he might be even more valuable than you are. She was already thinking, planning, calculating. A carrier who doesn't progress. If we could study his biology, compare it to yours, we might find the mechanism that allows for stable integration. We might find the key to everything. You're not touching my son. I'm afraid that's not your decision to make. She touched something on her desk, and the door behind me opened. Guards entered, 4 of them armed, professional. Mr. Whitfield is to be confined to his quarters. His son is to be brought to the medical facility for examination. If you touch him, I'll kill you. I doubt that. Kellner turned back to her workstation, already dismissing me. But I appreciate the sentiment. It shows you care. The guards led me away. Behind me, the infected in their cells continued to moan, their hunger unsatisfied, their future uncertain, just like the rest of us. I was confined for 3 days, 3 days of pacing a small room, watching through the window as soldiers moved through the compound, unable to reach Tyler, unable to help, unable to do anything but wait and rage and plan. Alex visited when she could, bringing food, bringing news, bringing the only comfort available in a world gone mad. "Tyler's okay," she said on the second day. "They're running tests, but they haven't hurt him. Destiny's been staying with him, making sure he's not alone." "And Kellner?" "She's focused on the research, something about a breakthrough. I couldn't get details." "We need to get out of here." "I know, but how?" "They're watching everything, every exit, every boat, every path off this island." "McAllister, can you reach him?" Maybe. But even if we get to the boat, where do we go?" "The mainland is crawling with infected. The Highway Kings control the northern routes, and that religious group Maria Elena mentioned, the Freedom Life Church. They're just as dangerous as the consortium. Then we find somewhere else, somewhere they don't control." I thought about the maps I'd studied, the geography I'd memorized, the options that seemed to shrink every day. Cape Hatteras, the lighthouse. It's isolated, defensible, visible for miles. If there are other survivors out there, other groups, someone might see a signal. That's a 50-mile journey through contested territory. I know. With limited supplies, limited weapons, and a 14-year-old and a 9-year-old to protect. I know. Alex was quiet for a long moment. Then, "When do we leave?" "As soon as I can get to Tyler. Tonight, if possible." She nodded and slipped out the door, leaving me alone with my plans and my fear and the desperate hope that maybe, somehow, we could make this work. The breakout happened at midnight. Maria Elena had been watching the guard rotations, and she'd found a pattern. A 10-minute gap when the eastern checkpoint was unstaffed. The guards switching shifts. No one watching the approaches. 10 minutes wasn't much, but it was enough. I moved through the compound like a ghost, using the routes Maria Elena had mapped, avoiding the patrols, staying in the shadows. The medical facility was ahead, its lights burning even at this hour, its horrors continuing behind sterile walls. Tyler was in a room on the second floor, connected to monitors that tracked his vital signs, surrounded by equipment I couldn't begin to understand. Destiny was there too, curled up in a chair beside his bed, Noah asleep on her lap. "Dad." Tyler's voice was weak, but his eyes were clear. "They said you were coming. The guards were talking about it." "Can you walk?" "I think so." "Then we're leaving. Right now." Destiny was already moving, gently lifting Noah, gathering what supplies she could reach. I disconnected Tyler from the monitors, praying I wasn't damaging anything vital, praying the alarms wouldn't sound, and helped him to his feet. We made it to the eastern checkpoint with 3 minutes to spare. McAllister was waiting at the dock, his boat running, Admiral perched on the console, squawking, "We're all gonna die," with characteristic enthusiasm. "Everyone aboard," the captain said, "now." We piled onto the boat, Tyler, Destiny, Noah, Maria Elena, Ray, Breckenridge, Alex. Too many people for a vessel this size, but there was no other option. No time to argue, no room for debate. "What about you?" I asked McAllister. "I'm coming, but I need to do something first." He reached under the console and pulled out a flare gun. Before I could ask what he intended, he fired it straight at the medical facility. The flare arced across the compound, trailing red light, and crashed through a window on the 3rd floor. Within seconds, flames were visible, spreading fast, consuming the building where Kellner kept her subjects, her research, her dreams of a controllable apocalypse. "That's for everyone who died because of them," McAllister said. "Now let's go." We cast off into the darkness, the flames behind us rising higher. screams echoing across the water as the consortium's carefully constructed world collapsed. Ahead of us, the open ocean, the unknown, the slim hope of survival that had driven us this far. Behind us, Roanoke Island burned, and somewhere in that inferno, Dr. Victoria Kellner watched her life's work turn to ash. We sailed through the night. McAllister guided us by instinct and memory. Navigating channels he'd traversed 1,000 times before, avoiding the shallow waters where infected might lurk, steering towards something none of us could see but all of us believed in. Cape Hatteras, the lighthouse, a beacon in the darkness. Tyler slept against my shoulder, his breathing steady, his body recovering from whatever they'd done to him in that facility. Noah curled in Destiny's arms, finally at peace for the first time since we'd found him. Even Admiral was quiet for once, perched on the stern and watching the stars wheel overhead. "What happens now?" Alex asked quietly. "We survive. We rebuild. We figure it out as we go." "That's not a plan." "No, but it's all we have." She was quiet for a moment, then, "You know we can't go back, right? Whatever we had on those islands, whatever safety we thought we'd found, it's gone. We're starting over, again." "I know. And the people we left behind. Kevin, the survivors who couldn't make it out, they're—" "I know." My voice was sharper than I'd intended. "I know what we did, I know what it cost, but Tyler is alive, Noah is alive, you're alive. Right now, that has to be enough." The eastern sky was starting to lighten when we saw it. Cape Hatteras Lighthouse, rising from the dunes like a pillar of stone and light and hope. The beacon wasn't functioning. There was no power left for beacons, but the structure itself was intact, standing tall against the breaking dawn. "That's it," McAllister said. "That's our destination." "It's beautiful," Destiny whispered. "We're all gonna die," Admiral announced. But for the first time in weeks, I didn't believe him. We were still alive, still fighting, still human. And whatever came next, we would face it together. The beach was empty when we landed, not abandoned. There were signs of recent habitation, footprints in the sand, makeshift shelters along the dune line. But no people, no infected, just the crash of waves and the cry of gulls and the endless wind that never seemed to stop. "Where is everyone?" Tyler asked. "I don't know, but we're going to find out." We secured the boat, gathered our supplies, and began the walk toward the lighthouse. The structure was even more impressive up close. A spiral of black and white stripes rising against the blue sky, its lamp room dark, but intact. Around its base, someone had built a crude fortification. Sandbags, wooden barriers, the kind of emergency construction that suggested desperation rather than planning. "Hello?" I called out. "Is anyone here?" No response. We moved cautiously through the compound, checking buildings, looking for signs of life or danger. The keeper's house was empty but recently used, dishes in the sink, a jacket hanging by the door, a half-finished book lying open on a table. Someone had been here. Someone might still be close. "David," Alex's voice sharp with concern. "Over here." She was standing at the edge of the fortification, looking out toward the sound. I joined her, followed her gaze, and felt my blood freeze. They were coming across the water, not swimming, walking. A line of infected, hundreds of them marching along the ocean floor toward the lighthouse. They were still a mile away, maybe more, but the tide was going out. Within an hour, they'd reach the shore. "They followed us," I whispered. "They must have seen the fire, heard the boat." "It doesn't matter how. What matters is they're here." Alex was already calculating, planning, doing what she did best. "We need to fortify. Get everyone inside the lighthouse. That door is solid and the walls are stone. If we can hold them off, for how long? There are hundreds of them. We have," I counted quickly, 8 people and maybe a dozen weapons between us. Then we hold as long as we can, her jaw set with determination. We didn't come this far to die on a beach, David. Whatever happens, we fight, we survive. That's who we are now. She was right. She was absolutely right. I gathered everyone at the base of the lighthouse, Tyler still weak but on his feet, Destiny holding Noah's hand, Ray, his injured hand clutching a machete, Maria Elena, silent as always but ready, McAllister accepting his fate with the calm of a man who'd known he was dying long before any of this started, and Breckenridge, for all his faults, holding a rifle like someone who knew how to use it. "They're coming," I said. "A lot of them, more than we can probably handle. But this is where we make our stand. This is where we show them that humanity doesn't go quietly. We fight for every inch of ground, every minute of life, every breath in our lungs." I looked at Tyler, my son. The reason I'd crossed half a state, killed people I'd loved, become someone I barely recognized. "Whatever happens," I told him, "I love you, I always have, I always will." "I love you too, Dad." The infected were closer now. I could hear them moaning, that sound that had haunted my nightmares for weeks. The sound of hunger, the sound of death. But it was also the sound of defiance, of survival, of the human spirit refusing to surrender even in the face of extinction. I raised my weapon. Here they come. The first wave hit the beach at noon. They came out of the surf like nightmares made flesh, waterlogged, barnacle-encrusted, their skin bleached gray-white from hours beneath the Atlantic. Some had been in the water for days, maybe weeks, walking the ocean floor until they found land. Others were fresher, their features still recognizable, their clothes still intact beneath the salt and the sand. I counted 50 in the first group, then 100, then I stopped counting. "Steady," I said, more to myself than anyone else. "Wait until they're close." We'd spent the morning preparing. McAllister and Ray had reinforced the lighthouse door with everything they could find: driftwood, metal sheeting, the remnants of the old gift shop displays. Destiny had taken Noah to the lamp room at the top, 200 feet above the chaos, where the boy could watch without being in danger. The rest of us formed a line at the base of the structure, weapons ready, hearts pounding. Alex stood beside me, her fire axe gleaming in the sunlight. "You know we can't hold them all." "I know. So what's the plan?" "Don't die." She laughed, a short, sharp sound that held no humor. "That's not a plan. It's the only one I've got." The infected reached the fortifications. The first ones hit the sandbag wall and stumbled, their coordination poor, their hunger overwhelming their limited tactical sense. I swung my machete and felt it bite into skull, felt the familiar shudder of impact travel up my arm, saw the thing drop and immediately be replaced by 2 more. Then everything became chaos. The next hour was a blur of blood and motion and screaming. I killed more infected than I could count, my arms burning with exhaustion, my mind retreating to some primal space where thought was unnecessary and only instinct remained. Swing, connect, pull back, swing again. The rhythm of survival as old as humanity itself. Breckenridge went down first. He'd been holding the left flank, his rifle cracking with mechanical precision, when a runner, one of the fresh infected, still fast, came at him from the side. I saw him turn, saw the surprise on his face, saw the thing hit him with enough force to knock him off his feet. By the time I reached him, 3 more had piled on. "Leave him!" Alex screamed. "He's gone!" She was right. I knew she was right. But I hesitated. 1 second, maybe 2, and in that hesitation the line broke. They poured through the gap like water through a crack in a dam. Maria Elena was grabbed, dragged down, her silence finally broken by a scream that cut through everything. Ray tried to reach her and was swarmed, his injured hand useless, his machete falling from nerveless fingers. Into the lighthouse, I was screaming now, shoving Tyler toward the door. Everyone inside, now! We made it. Barely. McAllister slammed the door shut behind us, and we piled everything we could against it. Furniture, debris, our own bodies. Outside, the infected hammered on the metal, their moans vibrating through the structure. Who made it? I gasped, trying to count heads in the dim light. Tyler, Alex, McAllister, Destiny, and Noah still in the lamp room above. That was all. Ray, Maria Elena, Breckenridge, gone. The stairs, McAllister said. Get everyone up. If the door fails, it failed. The hinges gave way with a shriek of tortured metal, and the infected poured in like a tide of rotting flesh. McAllister stepped forward, a flare gun in one hand and a knife in the other. Go, he said. I'll hold them as long as I can. We're not leaving you. I'm dying anyway, you idiot. Cancer's got maybe a month left in me. Let me use it for something. He grinned, showing teeth. Besides, Admiral's up there. Someone's got to look after that damn bird. He fired the flare into the mass of infected. In the sudden burst of light, I saw his face, calm, almost peaceful. And then the darkness closed in and I was running, climbing the spiral stairs with Tyler ahead of me and Alex behind. The sounds of McAllister's last stand echoing up the tower. We made it to the lamp room. Destiny had already barricaded the trapdoor, and she and Noah helped us through before slamming it shut again. Below, I could hear the infected beginning to climb. They can't get up here, Destiny said. The stairs are too narrow, they'll bottleneck. They'll keep trying until there's enough bodies to climb over, Alex replied. We need another way out. There is no other way out. We're 200 feet up with no ladder, no rope, no... Tyler stopped mid-sentence, staring at something behind me. Dad, look. I turned. A helicopter was approaching from the mainland, military by the look of it, black, unmarked, moving fast and low over the water. As we watched, it banked, circled the lighthouse, and a spotlight hit the lamp room, blinding us. Survivors! A voice amplified by loudspeaker. We're coming down! Clear the roof! Clear the roof, as if we had anywhere else to go. The helicopter descended until it was hovering just above the lamp room's exterior platform, a narrow walkway that circled the top of the tower designed for maintenance, never intended for evacuation. A rope ladder dropped, swinging in the rotor wash. Go! I pushed Tyler toward the door. Destiny, take Noah, Alex! I know. She was already moving, helping Destiny navigate the narrow platform with the boy in her arms. Below us, the infected had reached the lamp room trapdoor. I could hear them scratching, pounding, the metal bowing under their weight. Seconds. We had seconds. Tyler went up the ladder first, then Noah, then Destiny. Alex climbed halfway up and stopped, reaching down. David, come on! The trapdoor burst open. They came through in a wave, gray hands, gnashing teeth. That endless hunger made flesh. I swung my machete one last time, felt it connect, and then hands grabbed my shoulders and I was being hauled up the ladder, the lighthouse falling away beneath me, the infected reaching for my dangling feet. The helicopter banked hard, pulling away from the tower, and I collapsed onto the deck, gasping, shaking, alive. We made it, Tyler said, his voice disbelieving. We actually made it. I looked at the lighthouse, shrinking in the distance. The infected were swarming it now, covering every surface, a writhing mass of hunger and death. Somewhere down there, McAllister's body was being torn apart. Somewhere down there, the last trace of our desperate stand was being erased. But we had survived. Against all odds, against every expectation, we had survived. For now, that would have to be enough. The helicopter took us inland. I'd expected military, expected uniforms, protocols, the cold efficiency of armed forces. Instead, we found something else entirely. The pilot and co-pilot were civilians, their clothes mismatched, their equipment scavenged. The woman who helped us off the ladder wore a white robe that billowed in the rotor wash, a silver cross hanging from her neck. "Welcome, travelers." Her voice was warm, almost melodic. "You've been delivered from the darkness. The congregation of the Lamb's blood offers you sanctuary." I felt Alex tense beside me. The Freedom Life Church, the religious group Maria Elena had warned us about. "We appreciate the rescue," I said carefully. "Where are you taking us?" "To salvation." The woman smiled beatifically. "To Reverend Crane's compound. There you'll find food, shelter, and the peace that surpasses all understanding." "And if we don't want to go?" The smile didn't waver. "Then you'll find only death. The world outside our walls is ending, friend. The risen—" She gestured vaguely toward the coast. "Are God's judgment on the wicked. Only the faithful will be spared." I looked at Tyler, at Alex, at Destiny, holding Noah tight. We'd just lost 3 people. We had no weapons, no supplies, no plan. Whatever waited at this compound, it couldn't be worse than what we'd left behind. Could it? "Okay," I said. "Take us to your sanctuary." The Freedom Life Church compound was impressive. I'd expected a single building, maybe a converted warehouse or an abandoned school. Instead, we flew over 40 acres of organized survival. Walls made from shipping containers, guard towers at regular intervals, solar panels and wind turbines providing power, fields of winter crops stretching toward the tree line. At the center stood the church itself, a massive structure that could seat thousands, its spire topped with a cross that gleamed in the afternoon light. "How many people live here?" Alex asked. "Nearly 2,000, the woman replied. "Souls who have found their way to the light. Every week more arrive. Every week our family grows." The helicopter landed on a pad behind the main church. As we disembarked, I saw people everywhere, working the fields, maintaining the walls, moving between buildings with purpose. They all wore the same white robes and they all had the same expression. Serene, content, utterly certain of their place in the world. It should have been reassuring. Instead, it made my skin crawl. "Fresh arrivals?" A man approached, tall and angular, with a face that might have been handsome if it weren't so gaunt. "I'm Deacon Marcus. I'll be processing your intake." "Processing?" Tyler echoed. "Just formalities, medical evaluation, skills assessment, assignment of quarters." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Nothing to worry about. The Reverend welcomes all who seek salvation." We were led to a building near the church. A converted school by the look of it, classrooms repurposed as dormitories and offices. The medical evaluation was thorough, uncomfortably so. They checked for bites, scratches, any sign of infection. They drew blood and asked questions about our exposure history. When they saw the healed bite mark on my arm, they stopped. "You were infected," the medic said. It wasn't a question. "I was bitten. I didn't turn. That's not possible." And yet, they conferred in whispers, glancing at me with expressions I couldn't read. Finally, Deacon Marcus stepped forward. "The Reverend will want to see you, personally." "Is that a good thing?" "It's a blessing." That joyless smile again. "Most newcomers wait weeks for an audience. You've been granted one on your first day. The Lord works in mysterious ways." Reverend Isaiah Crane was not what I expected. I'd imagined a televangelist stereotype: slicked hair, expensive suit, the polished charisma of a professional salesman. Instead, I found a man in his mid-50s with gray stubble, tired eyes, and calloused hands that suggested manual labor. He wore the same white robes as his followers, unadorned except for a simple wooden cross. "Mr. Whitfield." His voice was soft, almost gentle. "Please, sit. I've heard remarkable things about you." The office was sparse. A desk, 2 chairs, shelves lined with Bibles and theological texts. A window overlooked the compound, and through it I could see the organized bustle of the faithful going about their work. "What have you heard?" I asked. "That you were bitten by the risen and survived, that your body carries the mark of God's protection." He leaned forward, studying me with unsettling intensity. "Tell me, Mr. Whitfield, do you believe in God? I believe in survival. They're the same thing in the end. God is survival. The drive to persist, to endure, to overcome. It's built into every living thing." He gestured at the window. "When the risen came, most people saw only destruction. I saw purpose. I saw God's hand culling the unworthy, clearing the way for those who would build something new." "You think the outbreak is divine judgment?" "I think it's divine opportunity." He stood, pacing slowly. "The old world was corrupt, sinful, drowning in its own excess. The risen are the flood, Mr. Whitfield, the cleansing waters that will wash away everything impure. And those of us who remain, we are Noah's children, tasked with building an ark made of shipping containers and solar panels, an ark made of faith." His eyes found mine, held them. "Your immunity is a gift, a sign. God has chosen you for something, Mr. Whitfield. I'd like to help you discover what. And if I'm not interested in being chosen, then you're free to leave." He spread his hands. "We don't keep prisoners here. Everyone who stays does so by choice. But I'd ask you to consider, where else will you go? The coast is overrun, the cities are graveyards. The military remnants have collapsed into warring factions. Here you have walls, food, community, a chance to raise your son in something other than constant terror." Tyler. He knew about Tyler. "What do you want from me?" "Only what you're willing to give, your skills, your labor, your contribution to our community." He paused. "And perhaps in time your blood. If your immunity can be studied, replicated, imagine what that would mean. Not a cure, but protection, a shield against the risen. We could save thousands." It was the same offer Dr. Kellner had made on Roanoke, the same promise of salvation through science. But something about Crane's delivery was different, softer, more seductive, wrapped in the language of faith rather than progress. "I'll think about it," I said. "That's all I ask." He extended his hand. "Welcome to the congregation, Mr. Whitfield. I hope you'll find peace here." I shook his hand. It was dry, papery, surprisingly strong, and I didn't believe a word he'd said. We were assigned quarters in one of the converted dormitories, a small room with bunk beds, a window overlooking the fields, and a door that locked from the inside. It wasn't comfortable, but it was private. And after weeks of communal living and constant danger, privacy felt like luxury. "What do you think?" Alex asked once we were alone. "I think we're in a cult." "Obviously we're in a cult. The question is whether it's the kind of cult that lets people leave." I peered out the window. The compound was settling into evening routines, people returning from the fields, gathering for what I assumed was a communal dinner, moving with the synchronized purpose of true believers. "Did you see the guards?" I asked. "The ones on the walls?" "The ones everywhere. They're wearing robes like everyone else, but look at how they move, how they position themselves. That's military training. So Crane has soldiers. Crane has an army, and whatever he's planning, it's not just about surviving the apocalypse." A knock at the door interrupted us. Destiny opened it to find a young woman in white robes carrying a tray of food, bread, soup, some kind of vegetable stew. "Dinner," the woman said cheerfully. "Reverend Crane thought you might be tired after your journey. He's arranged for you to eat in your quarters tonight." "That's thoughtful," Destiny said carefully. "He's a very thoughtful man." The woman set the tray on the small table by the window. If you need anything else, just ask. Morning services are at 6, breakfast at 7, work assignments at 8. Someone will come to explain the schedule. She was gone before we could respond. The food could be drugged, Alex said. The food could be food. Tyler was already reaching for the bread. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Tyler, wait. But he'd already taken a bite. Nothing happened. After a moment, he took another. It's good, he said with his mouth full. Actually, really good. We ate. The food was good, better than anything we'd had since the outbreak, carefully prepared, properly seasoned. If it was drugged, the drugs were subtle enough that none of us noticed any effects. That night, I lay awake in the bunk above Tyler's, listening to the silence of the compound. No moans, no screams, no shuffling of infected feet. Just the wind and the distant sound of guards making their rounds. It should have felt safe. It didn't. The first week was orientation. They gave us tours of the compound, explained the systems they'd built, introduced us to the various work teams. The agriculture division grew vegetables in climate-controlled greenhouses. The maintenance team kept the power running and the walls intact. The medical staff, surprisingly well-equipped, treated injuries and monitored for infection. And then there was the purification team. What do they do? I asked our guide, a middle-aged man named Brother Thomas. Holy work. His voice carried a reverence that made my stomach turn. They go beyond the walls, find the lost and the fallen and offer them salvation. Salvation from infection. Salvation through infection. He said it like it was the most natural thing in the world. The risen are not our enemies, Mr. Whitfield. They're our brothers and sisters transformed by God's will. The purification team helps others join them, those who are too attached to the old world, too blind to see the truth. You're deliberately infecting people. We're delivering them to God. That same serene smile. It's a mercy. The world out there is suffering, dying, clinging to an existence that has no future. We offer them something better. I wanted to kill him. I wanted to grab Brother Thomas by his white robes and shake him until he understood the horror of what he was saying. But Tyler was beside me, and Alex was watching with warning in her eyes, and I understood that violence here would only get us killed. That's quite a ministry, I managed. It is. Would you like to observe? Reverend Crane thought you might find it educational. Maybe later. Of course, when you're ready. I found the judgment pit on my 5th day. It was behind the main church, in an area that was technically restricted but poorly guarded. A concrete-lined depression about 30 feet across, maybe 15 feet deep, with viewing platforms around the rim and floodlights mounted on poles. And at the bottom, infected. There were maybe 20 of them standing motionless in the afternoon sun, their gray skin mottled, their eyes empty. They weren't restrained, no chains, no barriers. They just stood there, waiting. Impressive, isn't it? I spun. Reverend Crane was standing behind me, his hands clasped, his expression benevolent. What is this? A teaching tool. He moved to stand beside me at the railing, gazing down at the infected with something like affection. Our brothers and sisters below have been blessed with the transformation. They help us understand God's plan. And occasionally, he paused, they help us enforce discipline. You throw people to them. We offer the unrepentant an opportunity for redemption. His voice hardened slightly. This is not a democracy, Mr. Whitfield. We cannot afford the luxury of endless debate and compromise. Those who threaten our community, through theft, through violence, through the spreading of doubt, are given a choice: embrace the blessing or face judgment. And how many have chosen judgment? Fewer than you'd think. Most people, when confronted with their sins, find the courage to repent. He turned to face me. But I didn't bring you here to discuss theology. I brought you here because I know you've been asking questions, exploring places you shouldn't, testing our hospitality. I'm cautious. Can you blame me? Not at all. Caution is wise, but so is trust. He put a hand on my shoulder, a gesture that was probably meant to be fatherly but felt more like a claim of ownership. You've been with us a week. In that time, you've eaten our food, slept in our beds, let us protect your son. I think it's time we discussed reciprocity. What kind of reciprocity? Your blood to start. For our medical research. He held up a hand before I could object. I know Dr. Kellner made you similar promises on Roanoke. I know how that ended. But we're not Kellner Voss, Mr. Whitfield. We don't want to weaponize the infection. We want to understand it, to protect our people from it. And if I refuse, then you're free to leave. As I said before, we don't keep prisoners. His hand tightened on my shoulder. But your son seems to be making friends here. Your companions have found purpose in our community. It would be a shame to tear them away from all that just because you can't bring yourself to trust. Tyler. He always came back to Tyler. Let me think about it, I said. Of course, but don't think too long. The world outside is getting worse every day. Sooner or later, everyone has to choose a side. He released my shoulder and walked away, leaving me alone with the infected below. They hadn't moved. They just stood there waiting, their hunger infinite and patient, like everything else in this place. We need to leave, I told Alex that night. I know. Tonight, before Crane decides we're more useful as test subjects than guests. I know. She was pacing the small room, her movements tight with suppressed energy. But it's not that simple. They've been watching us. Every time I try to map the guard rotation, someone shows up with questions. Every time Destiny scouts the walls, there's a work crew that needs her help. So we're prisoners. We're guests who aren't allowed to leave. She stopped pacing, faced me. But there might be a way. I've been talking to some of the other newcomers, people who came here in the last few months. They're not all true believers. Some of them are just scared, just surviving. And there's a woman named Sarah Chen. She was a mechanic before the outbreak. She's been maintaining the compound's vehicles, and she knows which ones are fueled and ready to go. Alex hesitated. She also knows something else, something about what Crane is planning. Tell me. There's a horde coming, a big one, thousands, maybe tens of thousands. The scouts have been tracking it for weeks. It's moving south along the coast, consuming everything in its path. Crane thinks it's headed straight for us. Then why isn't he evacuating? Because he doesn't want to. He sees it as an opportunity, a final battle between the faithful and the risen. Her voice was grim. He's planning to open the gates. Open the why? To let them in, to separate the wheat from the chaff, as he puts it. The true believers will be protected by God. Everyone else. She didn't finish the sentence. I thought about the judgment pit, the infected standing motionless waiting, the serene smiles of the white-robed faithful. When does the horde arrive? 3 days, maybe 4. The scouts aren't sure. It keeps changing direction like it's searching for something. Then we leave tonight, whatever it takes. There's one more thing. Alex looked away, and for the first time since I'd met her, I saw something like vulnerability in her expression. Sarah wants to come with us, and she has a condition. What condition? She says she'll help us escape, get us a vehicle, guide us through the perimeter. But in exchange, she wants to know the truth about your immunity. She wants to know if there's really hope. And if I say no, then we're on our own. I closed my eyes. Every choice in this world came with a price. Every survival demanded a sacrifice. I'd learned that lesson again and again, written in blood and loss and the faces of people I'd failed to save. Fine, Set up the meeting. Sarah Chen was not what I expected. She was small, barely 5 feet tall, with close-cropped hair and grease-stained hands that moved with constant nervous energy. Her white robes were dirtier than most, marked with the evidence of honest labor, and her eyes held none of the vacant serenity I'd come to associate with Crane's followers. "You're the immune one," she said by way of greeting. We were meeting in the motor pool, surrounded by vehicles in various states of repair. The smell of oil and gasoline thickened the air. "That's what they tell me." "Is it true you were bitten and survived?" "I was bitten, I'm still here, whether that counts as survival." I shrugged. "I'm not sure I know anymore." She studied me for a long moment, then nodded as if I'd passed some kind of test. "Crane wants your blood. You know that, right? He's got this whole theory about how immunity can be transferred through transfusion. He's been experimenting on volunteers, people desperate enough to believe his promises." Her voice dropped. "It doesn't work. I've seen the bodies. Why are you telling me this?" "Because I want out and you're my ticket." She gestured at the vehicles around us. "I can get you a truck, something fast, something with range. I know the schedules, the blind spots, the exact moment when the guards change shift, but I can't do it alone." "What do you need from us?" "Muscle, distraction. Someone to take the heat while I get the engine started." She paused. "And information. Alex said you were at Roanoke Island. You saw what Kellner was doing there." "Some of it." "Then you know more than Crane does. He's been trying to contact the consortium for months, trying to form an alliance. If you can tell me what really happened there, what they were actually working on." She trailed off, something dark flickering behind her eyes. "Why does it matter?" "Because my sister was at Whitmore, the memory care facility where it all started." Her voice was steady, but her hands had stopped moving. "She was a nurse. She was there when patient zero turned. And I need to know if there's any chance." "I'm sorry," I said. "Whitmore was ground zero, nothing survived." Sarah closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the grief was still there, but buried beneath something harder. "Then I need to know who's responsible, who signed off on the research, who knew the risks and went ahead anyway." Her jaw tightened. "I need names." I thought about Breckenridge, about his confession in the keeper's house, his admission of complicity. He was dead now, torn apart on the Cape Hatteras beach, his secrets buried with him. But not all of them. "Kellner Voss was funded through a congressional subcommittee," I said. "Black budget off the books. The man who approved it was a representative from North Carolina. He told me everything before he died." "Who was he?" "Walter Breckenridge, 4th District. He said he knew something was wrong but looked the other way because of campaign contributions." I paused. "He's dead now. The infected got him at Cape Hatteras. Then there's no one left to punish. There's Kellner. She's still alive as far as I know. When we escaped Roanoke, she was still in the facility. The fire might have gotten her, or she might have survived. Either way, she's the one who created KV-7. She's the one who let it loose." Sarah processed this in silence. Then, "Tonight. Midnight. The guard shift changes at 11:45 and there's a 15-minute window when the motor pool is unmonitored. Be here with your people, ready to move." "We'll be here. Don't be late. And Mr. Whitfield?" She met my eyes. "Don't trust anyone. Not even the people who seem like allies. This place has a way of turning friends into informants." She disappeared into the maze of vehicles, leaving me alone with the smell of gasoline and the weight of her warning. The escape almost worked. We gathered at midnight. Me, Tyler, Alex, Destiny, Noah. Admiral the Parrot rode on Destiny's shoulder, apparently having adopted her as his new person. We moved through the compound in silence, following the route Sarah had described, staying in shadows, avoiding the guards whose positions she'd mapped. The motor pool was dark and quiet. Sarah was there, as promised, standing beside a military-style truck with a canvas cover over the back. "Everyone in," she whispered. "I'll drive. We head north toward the Virginia border. I know a place we can hole up until morning." We loaded quickly, quietly. Tyler climbed into the back, followed by Destiny with Noah in her arms. Alex went to the passenger seat. I was about to follow when the floodlights came on. "Mr. Whitfield," Reverend Crane's voice echoed across the motor pool. "I'm disappointed." He emerged from behind one of the other vehicles, flanked by a dozen guards with rifles raised. His expression was more sad than angry, like a father who'd caught his child stealing cookies. "I offered you sanctuary," he continued. "I offered you purpose. And this is how you repay me? By sneaking away in the night like thieves? We're not your prisoners." "No, you're not." He nodded to his guards, and they lowered their weapons slightly. Not enough to be non-threatening, but enough to signal a willingness to negotiate. "But you are guests who have accepted my hospitality. Surely you owe me the courtesy of an explanation. Your hospitality comes with too many strings attached. The blood donations? A small price for the protection we provide." He stepped closer, his voice dropping. "I know you've seen the judgment pit. I know you've heard about our purification teams. You think I'm a monster, don't you? I think you're using the apocalypse to build a cult. I'm using the apocalypse to build something that will last." His eyes were fervent now, blazing with true belief. "The old world is gone, Mr. Whitfield, gone forever. What rises from the ashes depends on who has the vision to shape it. I have that vision. I have the faith to see it through. And everyone who joins me, every soul who embraces the congregation, becomes part of something eternal. And everyone who doesn't, becomes part of the tide that sweeps the unworthy away." He spread his hands. "The horde is coming. You've heard the reports. 3 days, maybe less. Thousands of the risen converging on this place like iron filings drawn to a magnet. Do you really think you can outrun that? Do you really think anywhere is safer than here? I think I'll take my chances." "Then you're a fool." The sadness was gone from his voice now, replaced by cold certainty. "And I can't let you leave, not because you're prisoners, but because you're too valuable. Your blood, Mr. Whitfield, your immunity. It's the key to everything I'm building. I'll never help you. You won't have a choice." He nodded to his guards. "Take them to the medical wing, all of them, the boy too. We'll begin the extraction tonight." The guards moved forward. I looked at Tyler, at the fear in his eyes, and something inside me snapped. I grabbed Sarah's arm. "The truck. Can you get it started?" "In about 30 seconds. Then do it now." I charged the nearest guard. It was stupid, suicidal. I had no weapon, no training, no chance against armed men who knew what they were doing. But I had rage, and I had desperation, and I had a son who was about to be turned into a lab rat by a man who thought God was on his side. The guard's rifle came up. I ducked under it, drove my shoulder into his chest, felt him stumble backward. Another guard swung at me with the butt of his weapon, and I took the blow on my arm. The same arm that had been bitten weeks ago, the one that should have killed me, and kept moving. Behind me, I heard the truck's engine roar to life. "Get in!" Sarah screamed. "Everyone in the truck!" More guards were coming. Crane was shouting orders. The compound was waking up, lights blazing, alarms beginning to sound. Alex was at my side suddenly, a wrench in her hand, swinging at anything that came close. "Move, David, we need to move!" We ran. The truck was already rolling, Sarah behind the wheel, accelerating toward the compound's main gate. Tyler was in the back, reaching down, and I grabbed his hand and let him haul me up as bullets started flying. The gate was closed. Sarah didn't slow down. The impact threw me against the truck bed, metal screaming as we crashed through the barrier. Guards were running after us, still firing, but we were picking up speed, pulling away, the compound shrinking behind us. "Is everyone okay?" I shouted, trying to count heads in the chaos. "I'm hit." Alex's voice tight with pain. "My leg, it's not bad, but we need to stop. We need to keep moving." She grabbed my arm with her good hand. "The horde. It's closer than they said. I saw it from the wall. 2 days, maybe less. If we stop, we die." I looked back at the compound, now just a cluster of lights in the darkness. Crane would be mobilizing pursuit. He'd be sending teams after us, and somewhere out there, thousands of infected were converging on this location, drawn by God knows what. "North," I told Sarah. "Fast as you can." The truck roared through the night, leaving the congregation behind, carrying us toward whatever waited in the darkness ahead. We drove until dawn. Sarah knew the back roads, routes that avoided the main highways, paths through farmland and forest that the infected seemed to ignore. Twice we had to stop and move debris from the road. Once we passed a group of shamblers so dormant they didn't even turn their heads as we passed. When the sun rose, we pulled into an abandoned farm and took stock. Alex's wound was worse than she'd let on. A bullet had torn through the muscle of her calf, leaving an exit wound the size of a quarter. I cleaned it as best I could with supplies from the truck's first aid kit, but she needed proper medical care, antibiotics, rest. None of which we had. "How long until we reach the Virginia border?" I asked Sarah. "At this pace, another day, maybe 2. She was studying a map spread across the truck's hood, marking routes with a pencil. "But I'm not sure Virginia is any safer. The reports I've heard say the whole eastern seaboard is overrun. D.C. fell in the first week. Richmond lasted a little longer, but not much. Then where do we go? West, eventually, the mountains. Places with natural barriers, limited access points, but first," she pointed to a spot on the map. "There's a settlement here, about 50 miles north. Not military, not religious, just survivors trying to make it through." "How do you know about it?" "Radio traffic. Before Crane shut down our long-range communications, I picked up their broadcasts. They were calling for people with useful skills, mechanics, doctors, anyone who could contribute." "And you think they'll take us in?" "I think they're our best option." She folded the map. "Unless you have a better idea." I didn't. We'd escaped one trap only to find ourselves in the middle of a wasteland, with wounded people and limited supplies and a horde somewhere behind us. Any port in a storm. "Let's go." The settlement was called Haven. It was smaller than Crane's compound, maybe 300 people clustered around a converted factory that had been turned into living quarters and workshops. The walls were lower, the guards fewer, but the people who met us at the gate looked healthy, alert, and remarkably sane. "Survivors from the Freedom Life compound?" The woman who greeted us was in her 40s with gray-streaked hair and a no-nonsense demeanor. "We've heard of Crane. Heard what he does to people who don't drink his Kool-Aid." "We barely got out," I said. "Then you're lucky. Come inside. We'll get your wounded taken care of, get you some food, find you a place to sleep." She paused, studying my face. "I'm Rachel. I run operations here. You have a name?" "David Whitfield. These are my people." "Your people look like they've been through hell." "We have." She nodded, something like respect flickering in her eyes. "Then you'll fit right in." Haven was different. Not perfect. There were still rules, still tensions, still the constant undercurrent of fear that characterized every survivor community. But it was governed by consensus rather than decree, organized around contribution rather than faith, and most importantly, the people in charge seemed genuinely interested in everyone's survival, not just their own power. We stayed for 6 days. In that time, Alex's wound began to heal thanks to actual antibiotics from Haven's medical supplies. Tyler made friends with some of the other teenagers, kids who'd lost their families and formed new bonds in the crucible of the apocalypse. Destiny started teaching Noah to read, using books salvaged from abandoned schools and libraries. And I met someone. Her name was Lisa. She'd been a journalist before the outbreak, investigative reporter for a regional newspaper, the kind who chased corruption and didn't let go until she had the whole story. She'd survived the fall of Richmond, made her way south through the chaos, and ended up at Haven after her previous group was wiped out by raiders. "You've got that look," she said one evening, finding me on the wall during my guard shift. "What look?" "The one that says you've seen things, done things." She leaned against the railing beside me, close enough that I could smell the soap she'd used, actual soap, one of Haven's small luxuries. "We all have that look here. It's basically the admission requirement." "What did you see?" "Too much." She was quiet for a moment. "My husband was bitten in the first week. I had to, you know. And my daughter, she was at college in Charlottesville when everything fell apart. I never found out what happened to her. I'm sorry." "Everyone's sorry. Everyone's lost someone." She looked at me, her eyes searching. "But you're different, aren't you?" "I've heard the whispers. Something about immunity, something about blood that fights back. It's complicated. Everything is." She touched my arm, a brief contact, barely there, but it sent electricity through me in a way I hadn't felt in months. "Whatever happened to you, whatever made you different, I think it matters. I think you might be the most important person in the world right now. No pressure, then." She laughed, a real laugh, unguarded, the first genuine laughter I'd heard since before the outbreak. "Sorry. Occupational hazard. I spent 20 years chasing stories, looking for the one that would matter. Turns out the biggest story in history happens, and I'm living it instead of reporting it." "What would you report if you could?" "Everything. The government's failure, the corporate cover-up, the communities that survived and the ones that didn't. The heroes and the monsters and all the ordinary people caught in between." Her voice grew distant. "Someone needs to record this. Someone needs to make sure the future knows what happened here. Otherwise, it's just chaos. Meaningless death without purpose. And you think there's meaning in all this?" "I think there has to be. Otherwise, what's the point of surviving?" I didn't have an answer, but I found myself wanting to find one. For her, for Tyler, for all the people who were still fighting to stay human in a world that seemed determined to tear that humanity away. "I'd like to talk more," I said, "about what you want to record, about meaning and purpose and all that. I'd like that too." She smiled, and for a moment, just a moment, the weight of the world felt a little lighter. "Tomorrow? If we're both still alive?" "It's a date." The horde arrived on our 7th day. We'd known it was coming. The scouts had been tracking it, and the reports were increasingly grim. Thousands of infected moving as a single mass, consuming everything in their path. They'd hit the congregation 2 days earlier, and from what the scouts could tell, Crane had done exactly what he'd planned. Opened the gates. Let them in. Trusted in God to sort the faithful from the damned. God apparently had been busy elsewhere. "They'll be here by nightfall," Rachel announced at the morning briefing. "We can't fight them, we can't outrun them. Our only option is to hide and hope they pass." "Hide where?" someone asked. "The factory basement. It's reinforced concrete designed for tornado shelter. If we seal the entrances, stay quiet, wait them out, there's a chance." "A chance isn't a plan. It's all we have." We spent the day preparing, moving supplies to the basement, reinforcing doors, creating noise traps on the perimeter that might draw the horde away from the main building. Everyone worked, everyone contributed, everyone knew exactly what was at stake. Lisa found me in the afternoon as I was helping to carry water jugs down the basement stairs. "Whatever happens tonight," she said, "I'm glad I met you." That sounds like a goodbye. It sounds like someone who's learned not to take anything for granted. She kissed me, quick, fierce, leaving me breathless. "Tomorrow, if we're still alive." The horde hit at sunset. They came from the south, a wave of gray flesh and reaching hands that stretched to the horizon. The sound was indescribable, thousands of moans blending into a single endless roar of hunger. The ground shook beneath their feet, the air filled with the stench of decay. We sealed ourselves in the basement and waited. For 6 hours we listened to them above us, shuffling, scratching. Occasionally the crash of something breaking as the horde moved through the factory, searching for prey. The noise traps drew some of them away, but not enough, not nearly enough. No one slept. No one spoke. We just sat in the darkness, holding our breath, praying to whatever gods we believed in that the concrete would hold, that the doors would stay sealed, that the horde would move on. Sometime after midnight, Tyler grabbed my hand. "Dad," he whispered, "someone's crying." I listened. He was right. Somewhere in the basement, someone was sobbing quietly, trying to muffle the sound. "I'll check it out." I moved through the darkness, following the sound until I found them. A young woman I didn't recognize, maybe 20 years old, clutching her arm and weeping. "What's wrong?" I asked. She looked up at me, tears streaming down her face, and I saw the wound. A bite. Fresh. Still bleeding. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I didn't want to say anything. I thought maybe if I just stayed quiet." "How long ago?" "An hour, maybe more." Her breathing was becoming ragged. "I can feel it inside me. It's hungry." The transformation. 4 to 8 hours, depending on wound severity. She had maybe 3 hours left of being human. "What's your name?" I asked. "Emily." "Emily, I need you to come with me, quietly. We're going to find somewhere private, and I'm going to stay with you until it's time. You're going to kill me. I'm going to make sure you don't hurt anyone. And I'm going to make sure you're not alone." She stared at me for a long moment, tears still falling, her body trembling with the beginning of the fever. Then she nodded. I led her to a storage room at the back of the basement, gave her water, sat with her as the transformation took hold, the confusion, the aggression, the slow erasure of everything that made her Emily. In her lucid window, she looked at me with perfect clarity. "Tell my mom I love her," she said. "If you find her. If she's still out there, tell her I didn't suffer. I will. And tell her I'm not scared. I thought I would be, but I'm not. It's almost peaceful, like falling asleep." "I'll tell her." She smiled, and for a moment she was just a young woman with her whole life ahead of her. Then the moment passed, and she was gone, and what remained looked at me with empty eyes and opened its mouth to moan. I did what had to be done. When I emerged from the storage room, Alex was waiting. "Was that?" "Yes." "Are you okay?" "No." I wiped the blood from my hand. "But I'm still here. That has to count for something." The horde moved on by morning. We emerged from the basement to find Haven in ruins. The factory was still standing, but everything outside had been destroyed, buildings torn down, vehicles overturned, bodies of anyone who hadn't made it to shelter lying broken in the streets. We'd lost 12 people. 12 out of 300. It could have been worse. It could have been so much worse. But Lisa wasn't among the survivors. I found her in the remains of the communications room where she'd apparently been trying to send a final broadcast. The door had been forced open. The infected had found her. What remained didn't look human anymore. I knelt beside her body for a long time, not crying, not moving, just being, remembering her laugh, her kiss, The way she talked about meaning and purpose and making sure the future knew what happened here. "We need to go." Rachel's voice, gentle but firm. "The horde might double back. We need to be gone before it does." "Where?" "Anywhere but here." She put a hand on my shoulder. I'm sorry, I know you two were..." "We had one conversation, one kiss. We barely knew each other. Sometimes that's all it takes." I stood up, looked around at the ruins of another failed sanctuary. Counted the survivors, fewer than 200 now, out of the 300 who'd been here yesterday. Tyler, Alex, Destiny, Noah, Sarah, a handful of others. "The coast," I said. "We go back to the coast. There are islands, remote, defensible. If we can find boats..." "The Outer Banks were overrun." "Not all of them. Cape Hatteras, Ocracoke, the smaller islands. There have to be places the horde hasn't reached." I was grasping at straws, I knew, but straws were all we had. "We keep moving. We keep fighting. We find somewhere that isn't compromised by madmen or monsters. And we survive." Rachel studied me for a long moment. Then she nodded. "Everyone who wants to come, get ready to move. We leave in an hour." Fewer than half of them joined us. The rest chose to stay, to rebuild, to bet on Haven's walls holding against whatever came next. I didn't blame them. Everyone had to make their own calculations, weigh their own risks, choose their own deaths. We loaded into vehicles and headed east. Behind us, the sun rose over the ruins of another failed hope. Ahead of us, the coast waited, and whatever salvation or damnation we would find there. The journey took 4 days. We traveled in a convoy of 7 vehicles, moving slowly to conserve fuel and avoid attention. The roads were worse than I remembered: collapsed bridges, washed-out sections, entire towns that had been reduced to burned-out shells. The infected were everywhere, but in smaller groups now, scattered by the passage of the horde. On the second day, we found what remained of the congregation. The compound was unrecognizable. The walls had been torn down, the buildings gutted, the fields trampled into mud. Bodies lay everywhere, white robes now stained with blood, serene faces now frozen in terror. The judgment pit was empty, its concrete walls splashed with gore. "So much for divine protection," Alex muttered. "Crane believed, truly believed." I surveyed the destruction, looking for any sign of the Reverend himself. In the end, faith wasn't enough. Faith is never enough. Only action matters. We found Crane in the church. He was still alive, barely. The infected had torn him apart, but somehow he'd survived long enough to drag himself to the altar, where he lay in a pool of his own blood, clutching a Bible to his chest. "Whitfield." His voice was barely a whisper. "You came back. Not for you?" "No, of course not." He coughed, blood bubbling on his lips. "I was so certain God would protect us, that our faith would be enough." "Faith doesn't stop teeth." "No." He closed his eyes. "I was wrong about everything. The risen aren't judgment. They're just death, meaningless death. And I led my people to slaughter." "Yes, you did." "Will you..." He reached toward me with a trembling hand. Will you end it? I can feel the change starting. I don't want to become one of them." I looked at this man who had built a cult on the bones of the dead, who had thrown people to infected for the crime of doubt, who had tried to turn my son into a lab rat for his twisted experiments. I should have hated him. I should have let him turn, let him experience the horror he'd inflicted on so many others. Instead, I knelt beside him and drew my knife. "May God have mercy on your soul," I said. "There is no God." His eyes were clear finally, stripped of all the madness and certainty that had driven him. "There's only us. Only what we do to each other, and I did terrible things." "Yes, you did." I ended it quickly. More mercy than he deserved. But mercy wasn't about what people deserved. It was about what we chose to be, even when the world gave us every excuse to be monsters. We reached the coast on the fourth day. The Outer Banks were different than I remembered. The bridges were gone, the highways impassable, the vacation homes standing empty like monuments to a world that no longer existed. But there were boats, fishing vessels, pleasure craft, even a few military zodiacs, abandoned at marinas and on beaches waiting for anyone brave enough to claim them. Ocracoke, Sarah said, studying the horizon. That's our best bet. It's isolated, far from the mainland. If any place survived, it would be there. How do we get there? We sail. She pointed to a 40-foot sailboat moored at a nearby dock. That thing looks seaworthy. With the right crew, we could make the crossing in a few hours. Who knows how to sail? Silence. I looked around the group, teachers, mechanics, journalists, children, not a sailor among them. I do, Rachel stepped forward. I grew up on boats. My father ran charter trips out of Virginia Beach. I haven't sailed in years, but it's like riding a bicycle. A bicycle that can sink in the middle of the ocean. You have a better idea? I didn't. We spent the rest of the day preparing, loaded supplies onto the boat, made repairs to the rigging, rationed out what we could carry, and said goodbye to what we couldn't. The mainland survivors who'd chosen not to come with us dispersed to find their own paths, their own chances, their own deaths. At sunset, we cast off. The sail across the Pamlico Sound was terrifying and beautiful in equal measure. The water was calm, the wind cooperative, the infected nowhere to be seen. For a few hours, as the mainland receded behind us and the island grew larger ahead, I almost believed we might make it. Then we saw the smoke. It was rising from the northern end of Ocracoke, not the smoke of campfires or controlled burns, but the thick black smoke of destruction. Something was wrong. Something had happened. Do we turn back? Rachel asked. I looked at our supplies, our fuel, our options. No, we keep going. Whatever's there, we face it together. Ocracoke had fallen. The village was in ruins, burned and abandoned, the streets littered with bodies in various states of decay. The infected were everywhere, wandering through the wreckage, drawn by God knows what, their moans creating a constant, terrible symphony. But there were survivors, too. We found them at the southern tip of the island, barricaded in the old lighthouse station, a motley collection of maybe 50 people who'd somehow held out against the onslaught. They were led by a woman named Captain Morrison, former Coast Guard, weather-beaten and hard-eyed, the kind of person you wanted on your side when everything went wrong. You're the ones from the mainland, she said when we'd been brought inside, our weapons confiscated, our intentions questioned. We heard the radio traffic. You've been running from one disaster to another. We're looking for somewhere safe. Safe doesn't exist anymore, she gestured at the barricaded windows. This island was supposed to be secure, cut off from the mainland, easy to defend, plenty of resources. For 2 months we thought we'd made it. Then the boats came. Boats? Boats full of infected. Someone, we never found out who, was collecting them, transporting them, releasing them on islands up and down the coast, like they wanted to make sure no one escaped. I thought about Dr. Kellner, about her theories of weaponization, about the consortium and their dreams of controlled infection. Did anyone survive from before? A few. They're in the back, recovering. Her eyes narrowed. Why? You know someone here? Maybe. I thought about Tyler's situation, about the carrier status he'd been diagnosed with, about the possibility that somewhere in this chaos there might be answers. There was a woman I met, Lisa Chen. She was a journalist trying to document what happened. She said the consortium might have been planning something like this. The consortium. Morrison's voice hardened. Yeah, I know the name. They've been trying to establish contact with survivor groups up and down the coast, offering protection in exchange for resources. Most people see through their bullshit, but some are desperate enough to take the deal. And then they disappear, taken to some facility on Roanoke Island. No one who goes there comes back. Roanoke, where it had all started for us, where Kellner was conducting her experiments, where the answers, if there were any answers, might still be found. "We have to go back," I said. "To Roanoke? That's suicide." "Maybe. But my son was exposed to KV7. He's a carrier. And somewhere on that island there might be a way to help him." I met Morrison's eyes. "I'm not asking you to come with us. I'm just asking you to give us a boat and let us go." She studied me for a long moment. Then she sighed. "You're either the bravest man I've ever met or the stupidest. Either way, I can't stop you." She stood, gestured to one of her people. "Get them supplies, food, water, medical equipment, and find them a boat. Something small, something fast, something that won't attract attention." "Thank you." "Don't thank me. I'm sending you to your death." She paused at the door. "But if you find anything useful, anything that might help the rest of us survive, you come back and share it. Deal?" "Deal." We left at dawn. Not everyone came. Rachel stayed behind to help Morrison defend the lighthouse station. Sarah chose to remain as well, saying she'd done enough running and wanted to fight for something permanent. Most of the other survivors made similar choices, preferring the known danger of Ocracoke to the unknown horrors of Roanoke. In the end, it was just the core group: me, Tyler, Alex, Destiny, Noah. The same people who'd been there from the beginning, minus the ones we'd lost along the way. "You sure about this?" Alex asked as we loaded the boat. "No, but when have I ever been sure about anything?" She laughed, that same short, sharp sound that held no humor but acknowledged the absurdity of our situation. "Fair point." Tyler was quiet, staring at the horizon as we pulled away from shore. "Dad," he said finally, "whatever happens on Roanoke, I want you to know I'm not scared." "You're not?" "I was for a long time, but then I realized being scared doesn't change anything. The infected are still there, the danger is still there. Being scared just makes it harder to deal with." "When did you get so wise?" "I had a good teacher." He smiled, the first genuine smile I'd seen from him in weeks. "Not the history teacher, he was kind of a pushover. I mean the guy who crossed half a state to find me. That guy taught me a lot." I pulled him into a hug, holding him tight, feeling his heart beat against my chest. "I love you, kid." "I love you too, Dad." Behind us, Ocracoke shrank into the distance. Ahead of us, Roanoke waited, and whatever answers or horrors it held, we would face them together. The crossing took 3 hours. Roanoke Island appeared through the morning mist like a ghost, familiar and alien at the same time. The consortium's fortifications were still visible, but they looked abandoned now, the walls crumbling, the guard towers empty. Whatever had happened here since our escape, it had changed the place fundamentally. "Where do we start?" Destiny asked. "The medical facility. If Kellner's research is anywhere, it'll be there." We landed on the eastern shore, away from the main settlement. The beach was littered with debris, pieces of boats, chunks of building material, bodies that had been in the water too long to identify. The infected were sparse here, wandering in ones and twos, easily avoided. The medical facility had burned. The fire we'd set during our escape had done its job, reducing the building to a skeleton of charred beams and collapsed walls. But the basement, the place where Kellner had kept her subjects, conducted her experiments, might still be intact, might still hold answers. "I'm going in," I said. "Alex, stay with the others. If I'm not back in an hour, we'll come looking for you." "No, you'll take the boat and leave. Get Tyler somewhere safe. Promise me." She met my eyes and I saw her struggle with the request, her instincts telling her to argue, to insist on coming along, to face whatever danger waited together. "Promise me," I repeated. "1 hour," she said finally. "Then we come looking." I climbed through the ruins. The basement was accessible through a collapsed section of floor near what had been the main entrance. I dropped down into darkness, clicked on the flashlight I'd brought, and found myself in a corridor I recognized. The same sterile walls, the same fluorescent lights, now dead. The same sense of dread that had filled me the first time I'd walked these halls. The containment cells were empty. The infected had escaped, fled, or been destroyed in the fire. But the lab itself, Kellner's personal workspace, was largely intact, protected by concrete walls that had survived the flames. I found her notes, folders, hard drives, handwritten journals, years of research, condensed into records that documented every step of KV-7's development. From its origins as an Alzheimer's treatment to its mutation into something that destroyed civilizations. And I found something else. A refrigerated container, still humming on emergency power, containing dozens of vials labeled with alphanumeric codes I didn't understand. But one label stood out: KV-7 antigen. Experimental antigen, a substance that prompts the immune system to create antibodies, a potential treatment, a potential cure. I grabbed everything I could carry, notes, drives, the container with its precious vials, and climbed back toward the surface. They were waiting for me. Not infected, humans. A dozen of them, armed and armored, wearing the black tactical gear of the consortium's private security force. And leading them, somehow still alive despite the fire, despite everything, was Dr. Victoria Kellner. "Mr. Whitfield," she said, "I've been expecting you. You survived, obviously." She looked older than I remembered, her face drawn, her hair streaked with new gray. But her eyes were the same, cold, calculating, utterly certain of her own righteousness. "The fire destroyed my facility, but not my research. I've been rebuilding, slowly, with whatever resources I could salvage. Your resources killed thousands of people. My resources might save millions." She gestured at the container in my hands. "You found the antigen. Good. That saves me the trouble of retrieving it from the rubble. You're not taking this." "I don't want to take it. I want you to use it." She stepped closer, and her guards raised their weapons slightly. "Your immunity is the key, Mr. Whitfield. Your body produces antibodies that can neutralize KV-7. The antigen in that container was synthesized from blood samples we took during your stay. Without your knowledge, I admit, but for a good cause." "A good cause? The best cause? Survival." Her voice was patient, almost gentle. "I know you hate me. I know you blame me for what happened to the world, and you're right. I bear responsibility, but I'm also the only one who can fix it. By creating more infected? By weaponizing the plague you already unleashed. By finding a balance. The antigen you're holding, when combined with your fresh blood, can create a serum that prevents transformation. Not a cure for those already infected, but protection for those who aren't. Imagine it. Communities where people don't have to fear every bite, every scratch, every contact with infected blood. A world where humanity can finally stop running. And what's the price? Your cooperation, your blood, your help in testing and refining the serum." She paused. "And your son." My grip on the container tightened. "You're not touching Tyler. His carrier status makes him invaluable. The dormant KV-7 in his blood combined with your antibodies could create the most effective variant of the serum we've ever developed. He wouldn't be harmed. We just need samples. Observation data." "No, Mr. Whitfield." I said no. I looked at her guards, at their weapons, at the impossible odds stacked against me. "You can kill me, you can take the antigen, but you will never touch my son." Kellner sighed. "I was afraid you'd say that." She nodded to her guards. The first shot hit me in the shoulder. I don't remember much of what happened next. Pain, darkness, voices shouting. More gunfire, but not aimed at me. The crack of Alex's rifle learned somewhere in her army past. The screams of men who'd underestimated the survivors from Ocracoke. When I came back to awareness, I was in the boat. The island shrinking behind us, Tyler pressing a blood-soaked cloth against my wound. Dad, stay with me. Tyler. My voice was barely a whisper. The container, we have it. Alex grabbed it when she came to get you. His face was pale, terrified. You're going to be okay. We're going to get you help. Kellner. She got away. Her guards, and most of them didn't. He pressed harder on the wound, and I hissed with pain. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. We should never have come back here. No. I grabbed his hand with my good arm. We have what we need. The antigen, the research. Somewhere out there, there's someone who can use it. Someone who can make the serum work. And if there isn't, then we keep looking. We keep fighting. We don't give up. I closed my eyes, exhaustion washing over me. That's who we are now, Tyler. That's all we can be. We made it back to Ocracoke. Morrison's people were still there, still holding out, still fighting for every day of survival. They took us in, treated my wound, gave us a place to rest and recover. The antigen went into secure storage, guarded around the clock, waiting for the day when someone with the right skills could use it to make Kellner's promises a reality. Days passed. My wound healed. The compound adapted to our presence. And slowly, despite everything, despite the losses and the horrors and the endless parade of death, something like hope began to grow. Not the false hope of Crane's congregation built on faith in a God who couldn't be bothered to answer. Not the cold hope of Kellner's consortium, built on science without conscience. But something simpler, more human. The hope that comes from community, from connection, from the simple act of choosing to help each other rather than tear each other apart. One evening, as the sun set over the Atlantic, I found Tyler on the beach staring at the horizon. "What are you thinking about?" I asked. "Mom." He was quiet for a moment. "I dream about her sometimes. Not the way she was at the end. The way she was before, laughing, yelling at me to clean my room, making pancakes on Saturday mornings. She loved you. I know, I love her too, He wiped his eyes. "I wish I could have said goodbye, really said goodbye, you know. Not just a text, not just love you too. Something that mattered." I put my arm around his shoulders. She knew. She always knew. "How can you be sure?" "Because I know you, and anyone who knows you even a little bit understands how much love you carry." I pulled him close. "Your mother was proud of you, Tyler, and so am I." We stood there together as the last light faded and the stars emerged one by one over the endless ocean. Behind us, the compound prepared for another night of survival. Ahead of us, the future waited. Uncertain, dangerous, full of horrors we couldn't imagine. But also full of possibilities, full of hope, full of the simple, stubborn determination to keep going no matter what. That was all any of us had. That was all any of us needed. The radio crackled to life 3 weeks after we returned to Ocracoke. I was on watch duty, staring at the pre-dawn darkness, when the static resolved into words. Broken, desperate, repeating on a loop. "Anyone receiving? Orphan Brigade. Coordinates 35.7, need extraction. They're coming on, please, anyone." Orphan Brigade. The name hit me like a physical blow. Tyler had mentioned them once in the early days after our reunion, the group of teenagers he'd survived with before finding us. Kids who'd banded together when the adults died or fled, creating their own rules, their own family. "Morrison!" I was already moving, heading for the command center. "Morrison, wake up. We've got a signal." She met me in the corridor, half-dressed, her eyes sharp despite the hour. "What kind of signal?" "Survivors. They're calling themselves the Orphan Brigade. They're asking for extraction. Where? I checked the coordinates against our maps. My stomach dropped. Roanoke Island, the eastern shore about 3 miles from the consortium's old compound. That's suicide. That's where they are. She studied me for a long moment, reading something in my face that I wasn't sure I wanted her to see. This is personal, isn't it? These kids, they mean something to you. They kept my son alive when I couldn't. They protected him, fed him, taught him how to survive. I met her eyes. I owe them everything. You owe them nothing. They're strangers. They're children. The word hung in the air between us. Children. In the old world, that would have been enough. More than enough. In this world where resources were scarce and every rescue mission was a gamble with death, it was barely a consideration. But Morrison had been Coast Guard. She'd spent her career saving people, often against impossible odds. That instinct didn't die just because the world did. How many can you take? She asked finally. Small team, fast and quiet, in and out before anyone knows we're there. The consortium's still active on that island. Kellner's people have been rebuilding. Then we avoid them. And if you can't? I didn't answer. We both knew what I'd do if I couldn't. The team was small by necessity. Me, Alex, and a man named Carter who joined Morrison's group a few weeks before we arrived. He was former Navy, silent and efficient, the kind of person you wanted beside you when things went wrong. Tyler wanted to come. They're my friends, he said, blocking the door to our quarters as I gathered supplies. Sarah, Marcus, Jin, I survived with them for months. I can't just sit here while you go get them. You can and you will. Dad, no. I stopped packing, turned to face him. I know how much they mean to you. I know you want to help. But if something happens to me on that island, you need to be here. Safe, with people who can protect you. I don't need protecting. Everyone needs protecting. I put my hands on his shoulders, and Tyler, listen to me. You're the most important thing in my life, the only thing that matters. If I lose you trying to save someone else, then nothing I've done, nothing I've survived means anything. And if you die trying to save them, what happens to me then? The question cut deeper than any knife. I didn't have an answer. There was no good answer, no way to balance the scales between duty and love, between the children who needed rescue and the child who needed his father. I'll come back, I said finally. I promise. You can't promise that. Watch me. I hugged him tight, memorizing the feel of him, the smell of his hair, the sound of his breathing. Then I let go and walked out the door. Destiny was waiting in the corridor with Noah. Bring them back, she said. All of them. I'll try. Don't try. Do. Her eyes were fierce, protective, the eyes of someone who'd found a purpose in caring for the abandoned and the lost. Noah and I will keep Tyler safe. You focus on the mission. Thank you. Thank me when everyone's home. We crossed to Roanoke under cover of darkness. The boat was small, a Zodiac with a quiet motor barely visible against the black water. Carter navigated by GPS and memory, threading through channels I couldn't see, avoiding the areas where consortium patrols were known to operate. The island appeared as a darker shape against the dark sky, its outline broken by the silhouettes of ruined buildings and abandoned fortifications. Somewhere in that wreckage, a group of teenagers was waiting for rescue. Somewhere else, Kellner was rebuilding her empire of horror. We landed on the eastern shore, exactly where the signal had indicated. The beach was empty. No infected, no survivors, just sand and debris and the constant whisper of waves. Spread out, I said quietly. Find any sign of them. We searched for 20 minutes before Carter found the first body. It was a boy, maybe 16, lying face down in the dunes. He'd been shot, twice in the back, execution style. His hands were bound with zip ties and someone had taken his shoes. "Not infected," Carter said, examining the wounds. This was human work. The consortium? Could be, or someone else. He looked up at the tree line. This island's been contested territory for weeks. Kellner's people, raiders from the mainland, maybe other groups we don't know about, any of them could have done this. Then where are the others? The signal came from here. Maybe they moved. Maybe they were taken. Alex was scanning the darkness with her rifle scope. Either way, staying here isn't helping. We need to push inland, see what we can find. We moved into the forest. The trees closed around us like a cage, blocking the starlight, turning the world into a maze of shadows and sounds. Every rustle could be infected. Every snap of a branch could be an ambush. We moved slowly, carefully, weapons ready, nerves stretched to breaking. The cabin appeared without warning. A hunting lodge, half hidden by overgrown brush, its windows dark but its door hanging open. Someone had been here recently. Someone might still be here. I signaled for Carter to circle around back. Alex took position, covering the approach. I moved toward the front door, machete in hand, heart pounding. Inside, darkness and silence. The smell of blood, old blood, days old, and something else. Something alive. "Please don't hurt us." The voice came from the corner, small and terrified. I clicked on my flashlight and found them. 3 teenagers huddled behind an overturned table, their faces pale, their eyes wide with fear. "I'm not going to hurt you." I lowered my weapon. "I'm here to help. Are you the orphan brigade?" "What's left of us?" A girl stepped forward, maybe 17, with dark hair cut short and a makeshift bandage wrapped around her forearm. "Are you Tyler's dad? He talked about you all the time." "I'm David. David Whitfield. Tyler sent me to find you." "Tyler's alive?" Another voice, male, cracking with emotion. "We thought, when he got separated, we thought, he's alive, he's safe, and I'm going to get you somewhere safe too." I looked at the bandage on the girl's arm. "What happened to you?" "Raiders." Her voice hardened. "They came 2 days ago, killed Marcus and Jin, took Sarah and the others. We barely got away." "Where did they take them?" "The arena." She spat the word like a curse. "That's what they call it. An old warehouse complex about 5 miles west. They make people fight, each other, infected, whatever. Entertainment for the end of the world." "How many raiders?" 30, maybe 40, well armed, organized. She met my eyes. "You can't take them head on. Nobody can." "Then we won't go head on." The arena was exactly as horrific as described. We approached from the south using the pre-dawn darkness as cover and found a position overlooking the complex. It had been a distribution center before the outbreak. Massive warehouses connected by loading docks, surrounded by a fence that had been reinforced with scrap metal and barbed wire. Guard towers at the corners, vehicles parked in organized rows. The infrastructure of a functioning community twisted to serve something monstrous. In the center of the complex, lit by generator-powered floodlights, was the arena itself. A pit about 50 feet across, walls lined with sheet metal to prevent escape, bleachers surrounding it like some nightmare sports stadium. As we watched, guards were leading a group of bound prisoners toward the pit. There, the girl, her name was Rachel, I'd learned, pointed at a figure in the group. "That's Sarah, the one with the red hair." Sarah, Tyler's friend. Maybe more than friend from the way he'd talked about her. The girl who'd helped him survive when survival seemed impossible. "How do we get her out?" Alex asked. "We don't. Not while they're watching." I studied the compound, looking for weaknesses, finding precious few. We need a distraction, something big enough to draw their attention away from the prisoners. "Like what?" "Like an infected horde." Everyone stared at me. There's a concentration of dormant infected about a mile east, I continued. We passed them on the way in. If we could wake them up, draw them toward the compound. You want to unleash zombies on a fortified position full of armed raiders, Carter said flatly. That's insane. That's the only option that doesn't involve fighting 40 people with 3 guns and a machete. And what happens to the prisoners when the infected get inside? We get them out before that happens. I looked at each of them in turn. I know it's risky. I know it might not work. But those kids in there, they're going to die either way. At least this gives them a chance. Silence. Then Alex nodded. I'll handle the infected. Carter, you're with me. David, you get the prisoners out. Rachel, you stay here. If everything goes wrong, you run back to the boat and tell Tyler what happened. I'm not leaving without Sarah. You'll do what needs to be done. Alex's voice was firm. Someone has to survive this. Someone has to tell the story. Rachel looked like she wanted to argue, but something in Alex's expression stopped her. She nodded reluctantly. 1 hour, I said. When you see the infected hit the fence, I move. Understood. They disappeared into the darkness. I settled into wait. The infected came like a wave. I heard them before I saw them. That chorus of moans rising from the forest, building in volume as Alex and Carter drew them toward the compound. Then they emerged from the tree line, dozens of them drawn by noise or heat or whatever instinct drove their endless hunger. The guards saw them coming. Alarms sounded. Spotlights swung toward the approaching horde. Gunfire erupted, controlled bursts at first, then increasingly panicked as the infected kept coming, kept pushing, kept falling and being replaced by more. I moved. The south fence was the weakest point, chain link with minimal reinforcement guarded by a single watchtower whose occupant was now focused entirely on the horde. I cut through the links with wire cutters, slipped inside, and ran toward the pit. The prisoners were exactly where I'd last seen them, hands bound, guards distracted by the chaos. I counted 7, 5 teenagers, 2 adults, all of them watching the battle with expressions of terror and hope. Sarah. I grabbed the red-haired girl's arm. Tyler sent me, we're leaving. Who? No time. Move! I cut their bonds with quick practice strokes. The guards were starting to notice. One of them was turning, raising his weapon. But then an infected broke through the fence 20 yards away and everything descended into chaos. This way. Stay close. Don't stop for anything. We ran. Behind us, the compound was being overrun, raiders and infected locked in a battle that neither side could win. The screams were constant, human and inhuman blending together into a symphony of death. The fence was ahead. The hole I'd cut was still there. One by one, the prisoners crawled through, emerging into the darkness beyond. Everyone accounted for. Wait. Sarah was looking back at the compound. There are more in the warehouse. They were going to fight tomorrow. We can't. There are children in there, kids who haven't seen their 10th birthday. Her eyes found mine, fierce and determined. We don't leave them. I thought about Tyler, about the promise I'd made, about all the impossible choices that had brought me to this moment. Show me where. The warehouse was hell. Cages lined the walls, dozens of them, each containing prisoners destined for the arena. Men, women, children. Some were injured, some were dead. All of them were screaming as infected poured through the loading dock doors. Get them out, I was shouting, cutting locks, pulling people from cages. Everyone out, now! Sarah worked beside me, her hands moving with desperate speed. Around us, the battle raged. Raiders fighting infected, prisoners fighting for their lives, everyone dying in the crossfire. A child's cry cut through the noise. I turned and saw her. A girl, maybe 7 years old, trapped in a cage as an infected reached through the bars, its gray hands grasping for her throat. I didn't think. I just moved. The machete caught the infected's arm, severing it at the elbow. The thing barely noticed. It kept reaching with its remaining hand, kept moaning, kept trying to feed. I swung again, aiming for the skull, and felt the blade bite deep. The infected dropped. The girl stared at me with eyes that had seen too much, known too much, survived too much for someone so young. "Come on." I broke the lock on her cage. "We're getting out of here." We made it back to the boat with 17 survivors. 17 out of God knows how many who'd been trapped in that warehouse. The rest were dead, or turned, or still fighting in the ruins of the compound. We'd done what we could. It wasn't enough. It was never enough. The crossing back to Ocracoke was silent. The survivors huddled in the bottom of the Zodiac, too exhausted or traumatized to speak. Rachel had tears streaming down her face, clutching Sarah like a lifeline. The little girl from the cage sat alone, staring at nothing. "You did good." Alex's voice was quiet, meant only for me. "You saved 17 people, and left how many behind? You can't save everyone. Then what's the point?" I looked at my hands, covered in blood, some of it infected, some of it human. "What's the point of any of this if we can't save everyone? The point is that we try." She put her hand on my shoulder. "The point is that we keep trying, even when it's impossible, even when it hurts, even when we fail. Because the day we stop trying is the day we stop being human." I didn't answer. I wasn't sure I believed her anymore. Tyler was waiting on the beach when we landed. He ran to Sarah first, grabbed her, held her, the two of them crying into each other's shoulders while the rest of us unloaded the boat. I watched them and felt something I couldn't quite name. Relief that she'd survived. Jealousy that someone else could bring him that kind of joy. Pride that my son had found someone worth loving in this hellscape of a world. "Dad," he turned to me, still holding Sarah's hand. "Thank you. I don't know how to—" "You don't have to thank me." I pulled him into a hug, the three of us standing together on the sand. "She's family now. We protect family. Always, always." The survivors from the arena settled into Ocracoke over the following days. Most of them were broken, physically, emotionally, spiritually. They'd been through things no human being should endure, seen horrors that would haunt them forever. The medics did what they could for their bodies. The rest of us did what we could for their souls. Sarah told us about the raiders. "They call themselves the Dead Kings," she said, gathered around a fire with the other survivors. "They were military before, National Guard unit from somewhere in Virginia. When everything fell apart, their commander decided the old rules didn't apply anymore. He started taking what he wanted, killing anyone who resisted." "Where are they based?" "They move around. Fort Macon was their main stronghold for a while, but they got pushed out by a bigger group. Now they operate out of convoys, trucks, armored vehicles, anything they can scavenge. They hit settlements, take what they need, and disappear before anyone can organize a response." "And the arena?" "Entertainment." The word was bitter on her lips. "When you're living at the end of the world, apparently watching people die is fun. They'd capture survivors, make them fight, bet on the outcomes. The winners got to live another day. The losers—" She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't have to. "What about their commander?" Morrison asked. "This person in charge, do you know anything about him?" "Colonel Richards. He was a hard ass even before the outbreak. Now he's something else entirely. He's got this philosophy. Survival of the fittest, he calls it. The strong deserve to live. The weak deserve to die. Everything else is just noise. Sounds like someone I'd like to meet. Trust me, you wouldn't." Sarah's voice dropped. "He came to the arena once while I was there. watched the fights from a special box, cheering every time someone died. And afterward, he'd pick his favorites from the survivors, the ones who fought the hardest, killed the most, and recruit them into his army. He's building something. An empire of killers. I thought about all the settlements we'd passed through, all the communities struggling to survive. If the dead kings decided to move against them, if Richards decided the Outer Banks were worth taking. We need to warn people, I said. Everyone on the coast, every survivor group we can reach. If this army is as dangerous as you say, warning isn't enough. Morrison's voice was grim. We need to stop them before they get too powerful to fight. With what? We've got maybe 100 people here, most of them civilians. How do we take on a trained military unit? We don't, she smiled thinly. We find allies. There are other groups out there, survivors who've been fighting the dead kings for months. If we can bring them together, coordinate our efforts, a coalition, a resistance. Her eyes were bright with something I hadn't seen in weeks, hope. It's time to stop running, David. It's time to start fighting back. The next month was a blur of movement and meetings. Morrison sent teams to every survivor community we knew about, spreading word of the dead king's threat and recruiting allies for the coming fight. Some listened, some didn't. Some had already been hit by Richard's forces and were eager for revenge. By the end of the month, we had a coalition of nearly 500 fighters spread across a dozen settlements. Not an army exactly, more like a collection of desperate people united by a common enemy. But it was something. It was a start. I spent my time training. Not fighting, I already knew how to fight. But leading, coordinating, thinking strategically instead of just surviving from moment to moment. Morrison had experience with this kind of thing, and she shared it freely, teaching me how to read terrain, plan operations, anticipate enemy movements. You're a natural, she said one evening after a particularly grueling session. Most people freeze up when they have to make decisions that affect others. You just do it. I've had practice. Losing people, making impossible choices. I stared at the map spread across the table, covered with markers indicating friendly and hostile positions. Every day since this started, I've had to decide who lives and who dies. Not always directly, but every choice has consequences. Every action leaves someone behind. That's called leadership. That's called playing God. Same thing in the end. She studied me with those weathered eyes. You know what's coming, don't you? What this coalition is going to have to do? We're going to have to attack. Take the fight to Richards before he takes it to us. And people are going to die. A lot of people. Some of them will be people you know, people you care about. She paused. Are you ready for that? I thought about Tyler, about Alex and Destiny and Noah, about all the survivors who'd put their faith in our makeshift alliance. I'll have to be. The dead kings found us first. They came at night without warning. A convoy of armored vehicles that punched through our outer defenses before anyone could raise the alarm. I woke to the sound of gunfire and explosions, scrambled for my weapon, and emerged into chaos. The compound was burning. Ocracoke's careful defenses, built over months of work, were being torn apart by coordinated assault. Raiders poured through breaches in the walls, cutting down anyone who got in their way. Tyler, I was running, searching, calling his name. Tyler, where are you? I found him at the medical station, helping Alex evacuate the wounded. His face was pale but determined, his hands steady as he guided a stumbling patient toward the boats. Dad, they came out of nowhere. I know, get to the shore, get everyone to the boats. What about you? I'll hold them off as long as I can. I grabbed his shoulders, looked into his eyes. I love you, now go. Dad, go! He went. I turned to face the raiders advancing through the compound. There were dozens of them, more than we could fight. more than we could survive. But the boats needed time to launch, and someone had to buy that time. I raised my weapon and started shooting. The battle was brief and brutal. I killed 3 of them before they got close, another 2 with my machete when the rifle clicked empty. Then something hit me from behind and the world went dark. I woke in chains, my hands were bound behind my back, my ankles shackled together, my body aching from wounds I couldn't see. The room around me was metal, a shipping container maybe, converted into a mobile prison cell. Light came from a single bulb hanging overhead, swinging gently with the motion of whatever vehicle was carrying me. Awake at last. A man stepped into view. He was older than I'd expected, mid-50s with silver hair and a face that might have been handsome before it was hardened by years of violence. He wore military fatigues, clean and pressed despite the chaos of battle, and a sidearm holstered at his hip. "Mr. Whitfield," he said, "I've heard a lot about you." "Colonel Richards." "The same," he smiled, showing teeth. "You've caused me quite a bit of trouble over the past few months, helping survivors escape, destroying my arena, building a coalition to oppose me." He shook his head. "I almost admire your persistence. Where are my people?" "The ones who surrendered are being transported to our main facility. The ones who didn't," he shrugged. "Well, you know how these things go. If you've hurt them, you'll what? Kill me?" He laughed. "You're in chains, Mr. Whitfield. You're not in a position to threaten anyone." "Then what do you want?" "Straight to business, I appreciate that." He pulled up a chair, sat down facing me. "What I want is simple, your cooperation. You've proven yourself to be a capable leader, a skilled fighter, and most importantly, someone people follow. Those are valuable qualities in the new world. You want me to join you. I want you to lead for me. The Dead Kings need commanders, people who can organize operations, inspire loyalty, make the hard decisions. You've shown you can do all of that. Join us and you'll have power, resources, protection, everything you need to survive. And if I refuse, then you die, painfully, publicly, in a way that demonstrates to everyone what happens to those who oppose us." He leaned forward. "But I'm hoping it won't come to that. You're a practical man, Mr. Whitfield. You understand how the world works now. The strong survive, the weak serve or die. It's not pretty, but it's the truth." I thought about what he was offering, the power, the security, the chance to protect Tyler in a way I couldn't do alone. Then I thought about the arena, the children in cages, the bodies of innocent people who died for nothing but entertainment. "Go to hell," Richard sighed. "I was afraid you'd say that." He stood, walked to the door of the container. "You have 24 hours to reconsider. After that, you'll be introduced to the arena. Not as a spectator this time, but as a participant. Fight well enough and you might earn a second chance. Fight poorly." He smiled again. "Well, at least the crowd will be entertained." The door closed. The light went out. I sat alone in the darkness, trying to find a way out of an impossible situation. They came for me at dawn. Guards dragged me from the container through a compound that dwarfed anything I'd seen before. Hundreds of vehicles, thousands of people, soldiers, workers, prisoners. A mobile city built for conquest, always moving, never vulnerable. The arena was at the center of it all. It was bigger than the one we'd destroyed. An actual stadium, maybe a high school football field that had been converted for its new purpose. Bleachers surrounded the killing floor, already filling with spectators eager for blood. In the center, the ground was stained with the evidence of previous contests. They threw me into a holding area with a dozen other prisoners. Men and women, some injured, all terrified. None of them looked like fighters, none of them stood a chance. "First match is in an hour," a guard said, tossing a rusty knife at my feet. "The winner lives. Everyone else dies." "What if I won't fight?" Then you die faster. Colonel's orders. The guard grinned. But I'd put on a show if I were you. The crowd likes a good performance. I picked up the knife. Around me, the other prisoners were grabbing whatever weapons had been provided, crude blades, lengths of pipe, sharpened sticks. Their eyes were desperate, hollow. They knew what was coming. So did I. The fight was nothing like I'd expected. I thought I'd have to kill innocents, people who'd done nothing wrong, whose only crime was being captured by the wrong people. Instead, they released infected into the arena. Runners, a dozen of them, fresh and fast, their eyes wild with hunger. The crowd roared as they spread across the arena floor, targeting the nearest prey. 3 prisoners died in the first 30 seconds. I moved on instinct, years of survival compressed into pure reaction. The knife found eyes, throats, the soft spots behind ears. I fought with a savagery I didn't know I possessed, cutting a path through infected and chaos alike. The crowd loved it. They cheered every kill, roared approval at every spray of blood. Richards watched from a private box, smiling that cold smile, taking notes like a coach evaluating a prospect. When it was over, when the last infected fell and only 4 of us remained standing, the crowd gave us a standing ovation. "Impressive," Richard's voice amplified through speakers. "Very impressive, Mr. Whitfield. Perhaps you have more potential than I realized." I looked at the bodies around me. Prisoners who hadn't been fast enough. Infected who'd once been human. Blood soaking into dirt that had seen too much death. "I'll never join you," I said, knowing he could hear me. "We'll see." They put me back in the container. Days passed, more arena fights, more killing. Each time the matches got harder, more infected, tighter spaces, weapons that barely qualified as such. Each time I survived. Each time a little more of my humanity slipped away. On the 5th day, they threw Tyler into the arena with me. He was bruised, bloodied, but alive. Alive and standing across from me with a sharpened piece of rebar in his hands, confusion and fear warring on his face. "Dad?" "Tyler." I dropped my weapon. "Tyler, what are they?" "The rules are simple." Richard's voice cold and amused. "One of you walks out, the other doesn't. You have 5 minutes to decide." The crowd was silent now, sensing something different, something special. Father versus son. Love versus survival. The ultimate test of the new world's brutal logic. "I won't fight you," I said. "I know." Tyler's voice was steady, his eyes dry. "That's why you need to listen to me." "Tyler." "No. Listen." He stepped closer, lowering his voice so only I could hear. "Sarah found a way out. A tunnel under the northeast corner of the compound. Tonight at midnight, they're going to blow the generator and create a distraction. You need to be ready to move." "How do you know this?" "Because I've been planning it for 3 days." He smiled, that same smile that had given me hope through all the darkest moments. "You didn't think I'd just give up, did you?" But the fight, they expect one of us to fall down." He raised his rebar, telegraphing a swing. "Make it look good, and when I hit you, stay down. Don't move until they carry you out." "Tyler, if they realize what we're doing, then we die together, just like we survived together." His eyes found mine. "I love you, Dad. Now let me save you for once." He swung. I dodged, but slowly, letting the rebar catch my shoulder, spinning me around. Another swing aimed at my head. I ducked, stumbled, fell. Tyler stood over me, rebar raised for the killing blow. The crowd was screaming, hungry for death, demanding the conclusion they'd been promised. "Stay down," he whispered. He brought the rebar down. At the last second, he twisted his wrist, turning a lethal strike into a glancing blow that looked devastating but barely broke the skin. I went limp, stopped breathing. Played dead with every ounce of skill I'd developed over months of survival. The crowd exploded in cheers. Richards was applauding, genuinely impressed. Guards rushed in to drag my body from the arena, and Tyler walked out alive, his head held high, his plan already in motion. Midnight came with fire and thunder. The generator explosion was massive, a cascade of secondary blasts that turned the night into day and threw the compound into chaos. Guards ran in every direction, some fighting fires, some fighting each other, none of them watching the northeast corner. I was ready. The guards had left me in the medical wing, apparently convinced I was too injured to escape. They hadn't counted on Tyler's careful aim, or on my ability to fake worse damage than I'd actually taken. I slipped through the window just as the alarm started sounding. The tunnel was exactly where Tyler had said, a drainage channel that ran beneath the compound walls, barely wide enough to crawl through, stinking of mud and worse. Sarah was waiting at the entrance with a group of prisoners she'd organized over the previous week. "Where's Tyler?" "Still inside. He said he had to make sure everyone got out." She grabbed my arm. "We have to move. The tunnel's only going to be clear for a few more minutes. I'm not leaving without my son." "David!" An explosion rocked the compound, then another. The chaos was spreading, becoming something larger, something uncontrollable. And through it all, I heard Tyler's voice amplified by a stolen radio. "All prisoners, Northeast Tunnel, move now. This is not a drill." He was broadcasting, guiding people, risking everything to save as many as he could. "Go," I told Sarah. "Get everyone to safety. I'll find Tyler and catch up. If you don't make it, then you tell him I love him. Tell him I'm proud of him. Tell him—" My voice broke. "Tell him he's the best thing I ever did." I ran back toward the fire. I found him at the communications center. He was surrounded by guards, 3 of them, weapons drawn, closing in, but he kept broadcasting, kept calling out instructions, kept saving lives even as his own hung by a thread. "Tyler!" My shout drew their attention. 2 of the guards turned, weapons rising. I hit the first one before he could aim, drove my blade into his throat, felt him fall. The second got a shot off. The bullet grazed my arm, drawing blood, but then I was on him, the fight brutal and brief. The third guard had Tyler in a chokehold, gun pressed to his temple. "Drop the weapon," the guard said, "or the kid dies." I dropped the knife. "Good. Now we're going to walk out of here nice and—" Tyler moved. It was a technique I'd taught him weeks ago, a simple escape from a chokehold, nothing fancy, just leverage and timing. The guard's arm loosened for half a second, and Tyler twisted, ducked, drove his elbow into the man's solar plexus. The gun went off. The bullet went wide. And I was already moving, already closing the distance, already doing what had to be done. When it was over, 3 guards lay dead and my son was in my arms. "That was stupid," I said, holding him tight. "That was so incredibly stupid. Worked, though. It worked." I pulled back, looked at his face, bruised, bloody, but alive. "Let's get out of here before our luck runs out." We ran. The tunnel led to a creek bed about half a mile from the compound. Sarah was there with the others, maybe 40 people, more than I dared hope for. They'd made it through, escaped the nightmare, survived against all odds. And they weren't alone. Alex emerged from the darkness, rifle in hand, with a squad of fighters from Ocracoke behind her. "You're late," she said. "Traffic." I grabbed her in a hug that probably surprised us both. "How did you find us?" "Morrison's scouts tracked the convoy. We've been shadowing them for days, waiting for an opening." She looked at the compound, still burning in the distance. "Looks like you provided one. More than we planned. The best plans always go sideways." She turned to the refugees, raised her voice. "Everyone who can walk, start moving south. We have boats waiting at the coast. Let's go." We went. Behind us, the Dead King's compound continued to burn, its power broken, its commander exposed. Richards had escaped, we'd learn that later, but his empire had taken a wound it wouldn't easily recover from. It wasn't victory, not yet, but it was a start. The journey south took 3 days. We moved slowly, burdened by wounded and exhausted, through territory that was anything but safe. Twice we encountered infected, small groups, easily avoided, and once we had to detour around a settlement that had been taken over by another raider group. On the second night, I woke to find Alex sitting beside me, watching the stars. "Can't sleep?" I asked. "Haven't been able to since we got you back." She glanced at me. "I thought you were dead, David. When they took you, when we couldn't find you, I thought that was it. Takes more than a psychotic warlord to kill me." "Don't joke, please." Her voice cracked just slightly. "I've lost too many people to joke about losing you." I sat up, moved closer to her. "I'm sorry. You're right. I know I'm right." She was quiet for a moment. "Ray's notebook, the one where he writes proverbs. I found it in his things after he died. There's one he circled over and over. When the roots are deep, there is no reason to fear the wind. Ray was full of wisdom. Ray was full of something." She almost smiled. "But I think he was right. About roots. About what holds us together when everything's falling apart." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying..." She turned to face me, and in the starlight I could see the vulnerability she usually kept hidden. "I'm saying that you're one of my roots, David. You and Tyler and Destiny and Noah. You're what keeps me standing when the wind gets strong. You're one of mine too. Then we keep holding on. No matter what happens, we keep holding on to each other." I reached for her hand. She took it. We sat together in silence, watching the stars wheel overhead, drawing strength from a connection that didn't need words. Ocracoke had survived. The Dead King's attack had been devastating. Buildings destroyed, defenses breached, casualties that would take months to recover from. But the heart of the community was intact. The people had evacuated in time. Morrison had rallied the survivors and held the line until reinforcements arrived. "You did good," she told me when we returned. "Better than good. You broke their back." Richards got away. Richards is one man. An army is only as strong as its soldiers' faith in victory, and right now his soldiers are questioning everything. She smiled grimly. "We hurt them, David. For the first time since this started, we actually hurt them. It's not enough. No, but it's a foundation, something we can build on." The coalition grew stronger over the following weeks. Word of our escape, of the successful strike against the Dead Kings, spread through the survivor networks. More groups joined our cause. More fighters pledged their support. The resistance that had seemed impossible a month ago was becoming real. And I changed. I don't know how to describe it exactly. Something hardened inside me during those days in the arena. Something that had been soft, or maybe just human. The man who'd graded papers at Enloe High School, who'd avoided conflict and let others make decisions, who'd been passive to the point of self-destruction. That man was gone. In his place was someone colder, someone harder, someone capable of doing whatever needed to be done. Tyler noticed. "You're different," he said one evening, finding me on the wall during watch duty. "Different how?" "The way you look at things, the way you move, it's like..." He struggled for words. "It's like you're always calculating, always planning for the worst. I'm just trying to keep us safe. I know. But sometimes..." He paused. "Sometimes you scare me, Dad. The way you killed those guards at the compound, the way you fought in the arena. It was like you weren't even there anymore. Like something else was in control." I didn't know what to say. He wasn't wrong. "I'm still me," I said finally. "I'm still your father, but the world we live in now, it requires things the old me couldn't do. And I've learned to do them, Is that a good thing? I don't know. I looked out at the darkness beyond the wall, the vast and hostile night that held 1,000 threats we couldn't see. But it's the thing that's keeping us alive, and right now, that has to be enough. The vessel came a week later. We'd heard rumors, of course. Stories of a massive infected, something different from the rest. Something that moved with purpose and drew others to it like a queen bee. I'd dismissed them as apocalypse mythology, the kind of stories survivors told to explain the inexplicable, to put a face on the faceless horror that had consumed the world. I was wrong. I was on patrol when I first saw it. The thing emerged from the forest like a nightmare given flesh, a towering, bloated mass of accumulated tissue that had once been human and was now something else entirely. It stood over 8 feet tall, its frame grotesquely distended, and as I watched, horrified, I realized I could see faces in its bulk. Partial bodies. People it had consumed, absorbed, made part of itself. And behind it, moving in perfect synchronization, hundreds of infected followed like soldiers behind a general. Fall back. My voice was steady somehow, even as my heart threatened to burst from my chest. Everyone fall back now. We ran for the compound, alarms sounding, the community mobilizing for a threat unlike anything we'd faced before. The vessel didn't pursue. It just stood at the edge of the forest, watching, waiting, as if assessing our defenses. Then it moved on, south, towards something only it could see. What the hell was that? Morrison demanded when I reached the command center. I don't know. Something new. Something evolved. I described what I'd seen and watched the color drain from her face. It's not attacking us. Not yet, but wherever it's going, we need to know. You want to follow that thing? I want to understand it. If there's something out there that can control infected, coordinate them. I shook my head. That changes everything. Every calculation we've made, every assumption about how they operate, it's all wrong. So what do? We watch, we learn, and we pray it doesn't come back. The vessel appeared twice more over the following weeks. Each time it passed near our territory without attacking, its horde trailing behind like a living shadow. Each time we tracked its movements, mapped its route, tried to understand its purpose. The pattern became clear eventually. It was heading toward the coast, toward Roanoke Island, toward whatever remained of the consortium's compound. Kellner? The name tasted like poison on my tongue. It's going after Kellner. Why? Alex asked. I don't know. Maybe she created it. Maybe it's patient zero, transformed beyond recognition. Maybe it wants revenge or answers or just to finish what started at Whitmore. I stared at the map, at the vessel's projected path. But if it reaches Roanoke, if it destroys whatever Kellner's been building there, then we lose our only chance at a cure. We lose more than that. We lose any hope of understanding what this thing is, how it works, how to stop it. I looked up at the faces around me. We need to get there first. Find Kellner, get whatever research she has, and then we pray we can figure out a way to kill something that's basically indestructible. The expedition left at dawn. It was a small team. Me, Alex, Carter, and 3 others from Morrison's best fighters. We traveled light and fast, using boats where we could, land routes where we couldn't, always aware that the vessel was somewhere behind us, closing the gap. We reached Roanoke in 2 days. The island had changed since my last visit. The consortium's compound was larger now, fortified with new walls and guard towers, populated by hundreds of people who moved with the organized efficiency of true believers. Kellner had been busy. How do we get in? Alex whispered. Same way as before. We find a weakness and exploit it. But there was no weakness, not this time. The defenses were too strong, the patrols too frequent, the security too tight. Whatever Kellner had learned from our last escape, she'd applied it well. We needed another approach. "I'll turn myself in." Everyone stared at me. "Think about it," I continued. "Kellner wants me, my blood, my immunity. If I show up at the gate alone and unarmed, she won't turn me away. She'll take me right to the heart of her operation." "And then what?" Alex demanded. "You'll be a prisoner. No weapons, no backup, no way out." "Then you provide the way out. Give me 6 hours. I'll find the research, secure what I can, and signal you for extraction." "That's insane." "That's the only option we have." I met her eyes. "The vessel is maybe 3 days behind us. When it gets here, it's going to destroy everything. The compound, the research, any chance we have of finding a cure. We do this now or we don't do it at all." The silence stretched long. Then Alex nodded. 6 hours, not a minute more. And if you're not at the extraction point when we get there, then you leave without me." "Like hell I will." I walked up to the main gate at noon. The guards were suspicious, of course. A man alone, unarmed, approaching a fortified position in the middle of an apocalypse. But when I gave them my name, their suspicion turned to something else. Recognition, interest, fear. "Tell Dr. Kellner I'm here," I said, "and tell her I want to make a deal." They took me inside. The compound was even more impressive from within. Laboratories, medical facilities, housing units, training grounds. Kellner had built more than a survivor community. She'd built the foundation of a new society, complete with all the infrastructure necessary to sustain it. And at the center of it all, the woman herself. Mr. Whitfield. She looked older than I remembered, more tired, the weight of her work visible in every line of her face. "I must admit I didn't expect to see you again. Life is full of surprises, indeed." She gestured for me to sit. "You said you wanted to make a deal. I'm listening. The vessel is coming. You know what it is, what it was. Eleanor Marsh, patient zero. The woman your treatment transformed into something unprecedented. She's 3 days away and she's bringing thousands of infected with her. We're aware of the situation. Then you know you can't stop her. Your walls, your guards, your weapons, none of it will matter when that thing arrives. She'll walk right through your defenses and everyone here will die or turn. And you have a solution? I have my blood, my immunity, the one thing that might be able to hurt her." I leaned forward. "Give me your research. Everything you've learned about KV7, every treatment you've developed, every scrap of data that might help us find a cure. In exchange, I'll help you fight the vessel. My antibodies, my knowledge of her movement patterns, whatever I can contribute." Kellner studied me for a long moment. "You're not here to negotiate," she said finally. "You're here to steal. I'm here to survive, same as you. The difference is that I'm honest about what I want." She stood, walked to the window. "I know you've got people outside, Mr. Whitfield. I know this is a distraction, but I'm going to make you an offer anyway because I believe you're a practical man. I'm listening. Stay. Work with us. Your immunity is valuable beyond measure, not just for fighting the vessel, but for everything we're trying to build. Help me and I'll give you access to all my research. Not to steal, but to use. Together, we might actually find a way to end this plague. And my people, my son, they're welcome here too. All of them. Full citizenship in the new world we're creating." It was tempting. I won't lie about that. A place to belong. Resources, security, everything I'd been fighting for since the outbreak began. But then I remembered the experiments, the bodies, the casual cruelty of a woman who'd weighed human lives against scientific progress and found the math acceptable. "No. I was afraid you'd say that." She pressed a button on her desk. "Guards." They came in fast, 4 of them armed and ready. I didn't resist. There was no point. Take him to the medical wing, Kellner said. We'll begin extraction immediately. The vessel will kill you, I said as they dragged me toward the door. Your walls won't stop her. Your soldiers won't slow her down. And when she's done with this place, she'll move on to the next, and the next until there's nothing left. Perhaps, Kellner's voice was cold, but at least I'll have your blood to work with. And who knows, maybe I'll find a way to stop her after all. The door closed behind me. 6 hours. That's how long I had before Alex came looking. I hoped it would be enough. The medical wing was familiar territory. They strapped me to a bed, hooked me up to machines. Began the process of extracting blood that might save the world or doom it. The technicians worked with quiet efficiency, their faces blank, their movements precise. I waited. The compound's security had one weakness Kellner hadn't thought to address: the people who worked for her. Not everyone believed in her vision. Not everyone was willing to do whatever it took. Some of them, the newer arrivals, the ones who joined out of desperation rather than conviction, still had consciences. I'd spotted one during my walk through the compound, a young woman, maybe 25, who'd flinched when she saw the medical wing, who'd looked at me with something like sympathy in her eyes. She came to check on me 3 hours into my captivity. The extraction is going well, she said, adjusting the machines. Dr. Kellner is pleased. Are you pleased? She paused. What? Working for a woman who experiments on prisoners, turning people into lab rats for the greater good. I met her eyes. Does that please you? I do what I have to do. So did the Nazis. She flinched like I'd slapped her. That's not fair. None of this is fair, but we still have choices about who we're going to be. I softened my voice. I'm not asking you to betray anyone. I'm just asking you to think about what you're doing, what you're helping create, and whether that's the world you want to live in. She didn't answer, just finished her adjustments and left. But something in her expression suggested I'd planted a seed. The explosion came 4 hours later. Not Alex. She wasn't due for another 2 hours. Something else. Something bigger. The vessel had arrived early. I heard the alarms first, then the screaming, then the distinctive sound of walls collapsing under massive impact. The medical wing shook, equipment crashing, lights flickering. In the chaos, my straps came loose. Whether by accident or design, I couldn't tell. And I was free. I ran. The compound was in chaos. Infected were pouring through breaches in the walls, driven by the vessel's inexorable advance. Soldiers were fighting, dying, turning. The orderly society Kellner had built was dissolving into primordial terror. I found the research lab. It was partially collapsed, debris everywhere, but the main storage units were intact. I grabbed everything I could carry, hard drives, samples, notebooks, and shoved them into a bag that had been left behind by someone who no longer needed it. Mr. Whitfield, I turned. The young woman from the medical wing was standing in the doorway, a set of keys in her hand. There's a vehicle in the rear lot, she said. Fueled and ready. Take the east gate. It's the least damaged. Why are you helping me? Because you were right. Her voice cracked. This isn't who I want to be. This isn't the world I want to help create. She pressed the keys into my hand. Go. Save whoever you can. Come with me. I can't. There are others here, good people, trapped people. I have to help them. She smiled just slightly. Maybe I can plant a few seeds of my own. She was gone before I could respond. I ran for the exit. The vessel found me at the east gate. She emerged from the chaos like a god of destruction. Massive, unstoppable, her bulk trailing remnants of the people she'd consumed. I could see faces in her flesh, hear voices in her moans, feel the weight of all the death she carried. And for a moment, just a moment, She stopped. Her eyes found mine, not the empty eyes of a typical infected, but something else, something aware, something that remembered. Eleanor. The name came out without thinking. Eleanor Marsh. The vessel shuddered. Her mouth opened and sounds emerged, not moans, but fragments of words, shattered syllables that might have been language. Remember. I know you're in there. I know some part of you is still human. Gry. Her voice was many voices, a chorus of the consumed. So, Gry. Then fight it. Whatever they did to you, whatever you've become, you're still in there somewhere. Fight it. For a moment, I thought it might work. The vessel swayed, her massive form trembling, something like conflict visible in her fractured expression. Then the hunger won. She lunged. I ran. Alex found me a mile from the compound, still running, still carrying the bag of research, the vessel's roars echoing behind me. Get in! She was driving a modified truck, its bed loaded with weapons and supplies. Where's the research? Here. I threw the bag in the back and climbed aboard. Go, now! We drove. Behind us, the consortium's compound disappeared beneath a tide of infected, the vessel at its center, consuming everything in her path. Kellner might have escaped. She was smart, resourceful, the kind of person who always had a backup plan. But her empire was gone, her research scattered, her dream of a controlled apocalypse shattered beyond repair. Did you find anything useful? Alex asked. I don't know. There's data here. Experiments, observations, possible treatments, whether any of it actually works. I shook my head. We'll have to find someone who can analyze it, someone with the right expertise. And the vessel? I looked back at the destruction, the massive figure still visible against the flames. She's not done. This was just a stop along the way. She's still heading somewhere, still searching for something, and until we figure out what that is, we can't stop her. Can she be stopped? Everything can be stopped. You just have to find the right weakness. I turned back to face the road ahead. And I think I might have an idea. The drive back to Ocracoke took 3 days. We stopped twice to hide from infected, once to scavenge fuel from an abandoned gas station. The research stayed with me at all times, protected like the treasure it might be, the hope it might represent. Tyler was waiting when we arrived. Dad! He hit me at full speed, nearly knocking me off my feet. I thought, when we heard about the vessel attacking the compound, I'm fine. We're fine. I held him tight, breathing in his scent, feeling his heart beat against my chest. I found something, Tyler, research that might help us, a way forward. A cure? Maybe. Maybe just a better understanding of what we're fighting. I pulled back, looked at his face. But it's something, and right now something is better than nothing. Morrison assembled the coalition's leaders that night. I showed them what I'd found. The data, the samples, the notes that might contain the key to humanity's survival. A scientist from one of the Allied settlements examined everything with growing excitement. This is remarkable, she said. Kellner was further along than anyone realized. These treatment protocols, these antibody studies, with the right resources, the right expertise, we might actually be able to develop something. A cure? Not a cure. Not yet. But a prevention, a way to stop the infection from taking hold. She looked at me. Your blood is the key, Mr. Whitfield. Your immunity combined with Kellner's research, we might be able to save millions. How long? Months, maybe years. There's still so much we don't understand. She paused. But for the first time since this started, I have hope. Hope, that word again, that dangerous, seductive word that had led so many people astray. But maybe, just maybe, this time it was justified. The vessel appeared on the horizon a week later. She'd followed us. Of course she had. Whatever instinct drove her, whatever purpose animated her monstrous form, It had led her to the coast, to the islands, to the last major concentration of survivors on the eastern seaboard. And this time there was nowhere left to run. "We have to fight," Morrison said, her voice calm despite the fear we all felt. "Everything we've built, everyone we're trying to protect, it all ends here. We fight or we die." "We can't kill her," I said. "We've seen what she can do. Bullets don't stop her. Fire barely slows her down. She's basically indestructible. Then we find another way." Alex stepped forward, her notebook in her hand. The one where she wrote the names of everyone she couldn't save. "You said she's still in there somewhere. Some part of Eleanor Marsh. What if we could reach her? Appeal to what's left of her humanity?" "I tried that. It didn't work." "You tried it alone. In the middle of chaos, while she was attacking." Her eyes found mine. "What if we created a different scenario? Somewhere quiet, somewhere calm, somewhere she could actually hear us. You want to talk to the vessel? I want to give Eleanor Marsh a chance to fight back, from the inside." She looked at the gathering forces, the coalition preparing for battle. "It's insane. I know it's insane, but it's the only option we haven't tried." I thought about the moment at the east gate, the way the vessel had stopped, swayed, almost listened. The fragments of words that had emerged from her fractured consciousness. "Okay," I said. "How do we do this?" The plan was simple. We'd create a distraction, a massive noise trap on the north end of the island designed to draw the vessel's horde away from the main settlement. While the infected were occupied, I'd approach Eleanor alone, unarmed, non-threatening. And I'd try to reach whatever was left of the woman inside the monster. "This is suicide," Tyler said when I told him. "Probably." "Then I'm coming with you." "Absolutely not." "Dad." "No." I grabbed his shoulders, made him look at me. "If this doesn't work, if I don't come back, you need to be here. You need to lead these people. I can't lead anyone." "You already have. The escape from the dead kings, that was you. The planning, the coordination, the willingness to sacrifice yourself for others." I smiled, though it hurt. "You're not a kid anymore, Tyler. You're a survivor, and survivors lead. I don't want to survive without you." "Then I'll have to make sure you don't have to." The distraction worked perfectly. The noise traps pulled thousands of infected away from the vessel, leaving her alone on the beach where she'd first appeared. I approached slowly, hands raised, voice calm. "Eleanor." She turned. In the daylight, she was even more horrifying, a mountain of accumulated flesh, faces visible in her bulk, hands reaching from her torso. But her eyes were the same ones I'd seen at the compound, aware, struggling. "I know you're in there," I continued. "I know some part of you remembers who you used to be. A nurse, a caregiver, someone who spent her life helping others." Gry. "Yes, hungry. The hunger is always there, I understand that. But it doesn't have to control you, it doesn't have to define you." I stepped closer. "You have a choice, Eleanor. You can keep consuming, keep destroying, keep spreading the darkness, or you can fight it. You can choose to be something else." The vessel shuddered. The voices inside her rose and fell, a cacophony of the consumed. "Can't. Stop." "You can. I've seen it. At the compound when you hesitated, that was you, Eleanor. That was the real you fighting back. Hurt. So much. I know it hurts. But pain isn't the end. Pain is just the beginning." I reached out my hand. "Let me help you. Let us help you. Together, maybe we can find a way to end this. A way to bring peace." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the vessel spoke. Not fragments, not broken syllables. A complete sentence in a voice that was almost human. "Kill me." "What?" "Please." Tears were forming in her eyes, actual tears rolling down a face that had been transformed beyond recognition. "I can't stop. I've tried. The hunger is too strong. But if you kill me, if you destroy what I've become, we don't know how. Salt water. The words came faster now, as if she was fighting against something inside her, racing to get them out. The compound in my blood, it breaks down in salt. The ocean, take me to the ocean. The deeper, the better. The pressure, the salt, the cold. It will kill the infection. It will kill me. Eleanor, please. Her voice broke. I don't want to be this anymore. I don't want to hurt anyone else. Please, end it. I looked at the ocean, at the woman who'd become a monster begging for death, at the impossible choice that stood before me. And I made my decision. Okay, I said, I'll help you. We walked into the ocean together. The water was cold, shockingly so, but Eleanor didn't seem to notice. She moved forward with purpose, sinking deeper with each step, the sea swallowing her monstrous form. I stayed at her side as long as I could, until the water reached my chest, until the current threatened to pull me under. Thank you, she said, the waves lapping at her face. Thank you for seeing me, for hearing me, for giving me this choice. I'm sorry we couldn't save you. You did save me, she smiled, a human smile on a face that was barely human anymore. You saved my soul. She sank beneath the surface. The water closed over her head, and I stood in the shallows, watching the bubbles rise and fade, watching the vessel disappear into the depths. Behind me on the beach, thousands of infected collapsed. The connection was severed. The horde that had followed Eleanor, bound to her somehow, controlled by her, fell as one, their bodies hitting the sand like marionettes with cut strings. They twitched, moaned, and then lay still. It was over. The celebration lasted for 3 days. Not because we'd won, there was still so much work to do, so much rebuilding, so many threats waiting in the darkness. But because for the first time since the outbreak, we'd defeated something that seemed undefeatable. We'd proven that humanity could fight back. And we'd done it not through violence, but through compassion. Through seeing the person inside the monster. Through giving Eleanor Marsh the dignity of choice. You did something impossible, Morrison said, finding me on the beach where I'd stood when Eleanor disappeared. She did something impossible. I just helped. Same thing in the end. She was quiet for a moment. What happens now? I looked at the ocean, at the coast stretching north and south, at all the territory still held by the infected. We keep going. We keep fighting. We take back what was taken from us. I turned to face her. The vessel is gone, but there are still millions of infected out there. Still raiders and cults and people who've chosen to become monsters. Still so much work to do. And the cure? We have Kellner's research. We have my blood. We have time that we didn't have before. I allowed myself a small smile. Maybe in a year, maybe in 10 years, we'll actually find a way to end this, to restore the world. But until then we survive. Until then we survive. Tyler found me later that evening as I was watching the sunset. Sarah asked me something, he said, sitting down beside me. Well, what did she ask? She asked if we could stay here, make this our home, stop running, and start building. What did you tell her? I told her I had to talk to you first. He looked at me. What do you think, Dad? Is this where we belong? I thought about all the places we'd been, the camps and compounds, the ruins and refuges, the endless roads between one disaster and the next. I thought about the people we'd lost and the people we'd saved, the impossible choices and the unexpected gifts. I think belonging isn't about places, I said finally. It's about people. And our people are here. So we stay? We stay. I put my arm around his shoulders. We build something. We protect what we've created, and we never stop fighting for the future we want. What kind of future? One where you can have a family, a home, a life that's about more than just survival. I looked at him. This boy who'd become a man, this child who'd saved my life more times than I could count. That's what I want for you, Tyler. That's what I've always wanted. Even if it's dangerous? Especially if it's dangerous, because the things worth having are always the hardest to protect. He leaned against my shoulder. We sat together, watching the stars emerge one by one, listening to the waves and the wind and the sounds of a community beginning to hope again. Behind us, the world was still dark, still dangerous, still full of monsters and threats and impossible odds. But ahead of us, there was light. And that, I realized, was what survival really meant. Not just staying alive, but finding something worth living for. Something worth fighting for. Something worth dying for. I'd found mine. Now I just had to hold on to it. The peace lasted 6 weeks. 6 weeks of rebuilding, of planning, of watching the coalition grow from a desperate alliance into something that resembled an actual community. The research we'd recovered from Kellner's compound was being analyzed by every scientist we could find, and while progress was slow, it was progress. For the first time since the outbreak, we had direction, purpose, hope. Then the radio transmission changed everything. I was in the command center when it came through, a signal stronger and clearer than anything we'd received since the fall of the government. The voice that emerged from the static was calm, professional, and utterly unexpected. This is Captain Elena Vasquez of the United States Navy destroyer USS Tempest. We are currently positioned approximately 40 nautical miles off the coast of North Carolina. We have been monitoring survivor broadcasts for the past 3 months and are prepared to offer extraction to any groups capable of reaching the designated coordinates. Repeat. The United States Navy is operational. Extraction is available. Respond on this frequency for further instructions. The room went silent. That's impossible, Morrison said finally. The military collapsed in the first 2 weeks. We've had no contact with any federal forces since... Since when? I interrupted. We've been so focused on surviving, we haven't exactly been checking in with the Pentagon. Even so, a Navy destroyer, operating independently for months? Where would they get fuel, supplies, personnel? Does it matter? Alex was already reaching for the radio. If there's even a chance this is real, it could be a trap. Raiders have used false military broadcasts before, and it could be exactly what it claims to be. I looked at the faces around me, tired, hopeful, desperate for something to believe in. We need to verify. Send a team to the coordinates, make contact, assess the situation. And if it's legitimate, then we have a decision to make. The verification team left the next morning. Carter led it. 5 of our best people equipped with long-range radios and enough supplies for a 2-week mission. Their objective was simple: reach the designated coordinates, make visual contact with the alleged destroyer, and report back. They found it on the 3rd day. Confirming visual on USS Tempest, Carter's voice crackled over the radio. She's real, Morrison. A Burke-class destroyer, fully operational, crew of maybe 200. They've got helicopters, small boats, the works. What do they want? They're offering extraction to a secure facility, some kind of island base in the Atlantic. They won't give exact coordinates until they've vetted potential evacuees, but they're claiming it's completely clear of infected, self-sustaining, safe. What's the catch? Silence for a long moment. Then, they want scientists, doctors, anyone with medical or technical expertise, and they want the research we recovered from Kellner. I felt my stomach drop. Of course, nothing in this world came without a price. What about everyone else? The regular survivors? Lower priority, they'll take who they can, but... Carter's voice tightened. Space is limited, they can't save everyone. The debate raged for 3 days. Some wanted to accept the Navy's offer immediately, pack up the most valuable people and resources, leave the rest behind, trust that a military installation would be safer than anything we could build ourselves. Others refused to abandon the community we'd created, arguing that separation would destroy everything we'd fought for. Tyler found me on the wall during the second night, staring at the darkness beyond. "What are you thinking?" he asked. "I'm thinking that there are no good choices, just less bad ones." "You're thinking about going, aren't you? Taking the research to this island base. Someone has to. The work we've done, the progress we've made. It's too important to risk losing. And if the Navy really has a secure facility, a place where scientists can work without constantly fighting for survival, then you should go." His voice was steady, resigned. "You and the research. Leave me here to help Morrison." "Tyler, I'm serious, Dad. You've spent months protecting me, sacrificing for me. Let me do something for you. Let me stay here and fight while you do the work that might actually save humanity." "I'm not leaving you." "Then take me with you." He turned to face me. "Either way, we stay together. That's what you said, right? We don't abandon each other." I looked at my son, this young man who'd grown up so fast, who'd become stronger and wiser than I'd ever imagined. The boy who'd needed protecting was gone. In his place was someone who could stand beside me, face to face, as an equal. "Together," I agreed. "Whatever we decide together." The compromise came from an unexpected source. Sarah Chen, the mechanic who'd helped us escape the congregation, had been working with our engineers on a project she'd kept mostly secret. When she presented it to the council, even Morrison was impressed. "It's a mobile laboratory," Sarah explained, gesturing at the converted RV she'd modified. "Self-contained, defensible, equipped with everything our scientists need to continue their research. We don't have to choose between the Navy's offer and staying together. We can do both." "How?" "We send a small team to the destroyer. David, the research, maybe a few key scientists. They verify the Navy's claims, share our findings, learn what they know. Meanwhile, the mobile lab stays with the main group, continuing the work, maintaining our independence." She paused. "If the Navy's facility is everything they claim, we can arrange for more people to be extracted later. If it's not, then we haven't put all our eggs in one basket." Exactly. It wasn't a perfect solution, nothing was anymore, but it was the best we had. The council voted unanimously to proceed. The journey to the rendezvous point took 4 days. I traveled with a team of 12. Myself, Alex, 2 scientists named Dr. Park and Dr. Okonkwo, no relation to Ray, though the coincidence felt meaningful, and 8 fighters to provide security. We carried copies of all our research, redundant backups because we'd learned the hard way never to rely on a single source. Tyler stayed behind with Morrison, as we'd agreed. Saying goodbye was harder than I'd expected. 2 weeks, I told him, holding him tight. 2 weeks and I'll be back, with answers, hopefully. Maybe even help. And if you're not back in 2 weeks, then you assume something went wrong and you don't come looking. You stay here, stay safe, stay alive. I pulled back, looked into his eyes. Promise me. I promise. But his expression said something different. His expression said he'd come looking no matter what I told him. I loved him for that, and I feared for him because of it. The USS Tempest was everything Carter had described and more. She sat at anchor in a natural harbor, her gray hull bristling with weapon systems, her deck crawling with activity. Small boats ferried supplies between the destroyer and the shore. Helicopters came and went at regular intervals. It was the most organized, most functional operation I'd seen since the world ended. Captain Vasquez met us at the pier. She was younger than I'd expected, maybe 40, with sharp eyes and a bearing that spoke of years of command. Her uniform was pristine, her handshake firm, her manner professional without being cold. "Mr. Whitfield, we've heard a lot about you. Good things, I hope. Interesting things." She gestured for us to follow her up the gangway. "Your immunity has been the subject of considerable discussion among our medical staff. If the reports are accurate, you may be the most important person on the planet." No pressure. On the contrary, pressure is exactly what we need. She led us through corridors that hummed with activity, past sailors who moved with the quiet efficiency of people who knew their jobs and did them well. The facility I mentioned, we call it Haven Point. It's a former military installation about 300 miles offshore on an island that was being prepared for exactly this kind of scenario. Prepared how? The government wasn't completely caught off guard by KV-7. There were contingency plans. Project Continuity, they called it. Emergency protocols for maintaining federal authority in the event of a catastrophic biological incident. She paused. Most of those plans failed, obviously, but Haven Point survived. Self-sustaining power, vertical farms, desalination systems, medical facilities. Everything you need to wait out an apocalypse. How many people? Currently about 800, mostly military and essential personnel, but we've been expanding. Every extraction mission brings in more survivors, more skills, more resources. She stopped at a door marked Command Center and turned to face me. "Which brings us to why we need you, Mr. Whitfield. My blood. Your research, your expertise. We have scientists at Haven Point who've been working on the infection since the beginning. With your antibodies and Kellner's data, they believe they can develop a treatment, not a cure, not yet, but a way to prevent infection entirely. A vaccine, essentially. And what do you need from me specifically? Your presence at Haven Point, your cooperation with our research teams, and..." She hesitated. "Your help with a situation that's developed over the past few weeks." "What kind of situation?" "The kind that requires someone who's survived what you've survived, someone who understands the infected in ways our people don't." She opened the door to the command center. "Someone who can do what needs to be done even when it's impossible." The briefing was extensive. Haven Point wasn't just a refuge, it was a hub, connected to a network of smaller outposts up and down the Atlantic coast. For months, they'd been working to establish secure routes, rescue survivors, and gather intelligence about the state of the world. What they'd found was worse than I'd imagined. "The infection has reached every continent," Captain Vasquez explained, pointing to a map covered with red markers. "Europe fell faster than we did. Denser populations, fewer firearms, less space to run. Asia held out longer in some regions, but the major cities are gone. Africa and South America are largely unknown. We've lost contact with most of our sources there. What about the West Coast, the Midwest? Pockets of resistance. The Rocky Mountains have become a natural barrier. Several communities have established themselves in high-altitude locations where the infected have trouble operating. But they're isolated, cut off from each other and from us. And the East Coast? That's where you come in." She pulled up a detailed map of North Carolina. "There's a facility here." She pointed to a location I recognized with a chill. "That we need to access. It contains research data that could accelerate our vaccine development by months, possibly years. That's Kellner Voss's original laboratory, Whitmore Memory Care Facility, ground zero for the outbreak." "Exactly. The building itself is destroyed, but the underground levels, where the most sensitive research was conducted, may be intact. We've attempted 3 missions to retrieve the data. All 3 failed. Failed how? The area around Whitmore is..." She searched for words. "Unusual. The infected there behaved differently, more organized, more intelligent. Our teams reported encountering coordinated attacks, ambushes, what appeared to be deliberate traps. She looked at me. We believe there may be another vessel, another apex infected, controlling the horde in that area. I thought about Eleanor Marsh, about the vessel she'd become, the consciousness she'd retained, the choice I'd helped her make. If there's another apex infected, it won't be like Eleanor. She was patient zero, unique. Whatever's controlling the horde at Whitmore is something else. Something worse. Something different. And probably, yes, something worse. The plan was straightforward in concept, impossible in execution. A small team would infiltrate the Whitmore area, locate the underground research facility, retrieve the data, and extract before the infected could organize a response. I would lead the team using my knowledge of the area and my experience with Apex infected to navigate the dangers. Simple, except that every previous attempt had ended in disaster. "Why do you think this time will be different?" Alex asked, studying the mission plans in our temporary quarters. "I don't. But the alternative is doing nothing, and I'm not good at that anymore. The alternative is going to Haven Point, giving them what we have and letting their scientists work with the resources they already possess. Which might take years. Years that people are dying." I sat down heavily on the bunk. "I know it's risky. I know the odds are bad. But if there's even a chance that the data at Whitmore could help us develop a vaccine faster, then it's worth dying for? It's worth trying for. There's a difference." Alex was quiet for a long moment. Then she pulled out her notebook, the one she'd been keeping since the beginning, the one filled with names of people she couldn't save. "I started this to remember," she said, "to make sure the dead weren't forgotten. But lately I've been thinking about something else, about who's going to remember us if we don't make it. Someone will. Maybe, maybe not." She met my eyes. "I'm going with you, to Whitmore. Whatever happens there, I want to see it through. Alex, don't argue. You're not the only one who needs to do this." She tucked the notebook away. "We survive together or we die together. That's how it's been since the beginning. That's how it'll be at the end." The mission launched 3 days later. Our team consisted of 8 people, myself, Alex, Dr. Park, who insisted on coming to help identify the relevant research data, and 5 Navy Special Operations personnel led by a lieutenant named Chen. We traveled by helicopter to a staging area 10 miles from Whitmore, then proceeded on foot through territory that grew increasingly hostile with every step. The infected in this area were different. I noticed it within the first hour, the way they moved, the way they watched, the way they seemed to communicate without sound. Normal infected were driven by simple hunger, attracted to noise and heat and the smell of living flesh. These infected were hunting, deliberately, strategically. "Contact 2 o'clock, Lieutenant Chen murmured, raising her fist to halt the group. 4 infected moving in formation." I looked. She was right. 4 shamblers spread out in a line, sweeping the forest like a search party. Their movements were coordinated, purposeful. Wrong. "They know we're here," I said quietly. "They're looking for us." "How is that possible?" "The apex infected. It's controlling them, seeing through their eyes. We need to move faster before it can bring more." We ran. Whitmore Memory Care Facility was a ruin. The building had burned completely in the early days of the outbreak, leaving only a skeleton of charred beams and collapsed walls. But beneath the destruction, the underground levels waited. 3 stories of laboratories and research spaces protected by reinforced concrete that had survived the fire. The problem was reaching them. The entrance was surrounded by infected, hundreds of them standing motionless in the wreckage like soldiers waiting for orders. They didn't move, didn't moan, didn't react to our presence in any visible way. They just waited. That's not normal, Chen whispered. They should be attacking. They should be doing something. They're waiting for a command from whatever's controlling them. Can you communicate with it like you did with the vessel? I can try. I stepped forward, hands raised, voice calm. I know you're watching. I know you can hear me. We're not here to fight. We're here to understand. Silence. The infected remained motionless, their empty eyes fixed on nothing. Then, from somewhere deep in the ruins, a voice emerged. David, Whitfield. It wasn't like Eleanor's voice, fractured, struggling, holding on to humanity by a thread. This voice was smooth, controlled, almost amused. You came. Finally, I've been waiting. Who are you? You know who I am, or rather who I was. A figure appeared among the infected, walking between them with casual ease. It was humanoid, but barely. A twisted amalgamation of flesh and bone that moved with unsettling grace. We met once, briefly. Before my transformation, I stared at the creature, trying to find something recognizable in its distorted features, and then, horribly, I did. Kellner. Dr. Kellner, if you please, though I suppose titles matter less now than they once did. It spread its arms wide. Welcome to my laboratory, Mr. Whitfield. Welcome to the future of humanity. Victoria Kellner had survived. Not just survived, transcended. The fire we'd set on Roanoke Island, the chaos we'd created during our escape. It hadn't killed her. It had changed her, infected her. And instead of losing herself to the hunger as Eleanor had, she'd learned to control it. The KV-7 compound was always about enhancement, she explained, circling us with predatory grace while her horde stood motionless. Improving human biology, unlocking potential. The early results were messy, uncontrolled. But with time, with study, I've learned to refine the process. You infected yourself on purpose. I allowed myself to be infected, yes, with a modified version of the compound, one that preserves higher cognitive function while granting the benefits of transformation. She smiled, and the expression was horrific on her altered face. I am no longer bound by the limitations of human biology, Mr. Whitfield. I don't need food or water or sleep. I feel no pain. I cannot be killed by conventional means. I am, in every meaningful sense, immortal. You're a monster. I'm the next step, the bridge between what humanity was and what it will become. She stopped circling, faced me directly. And you could be part of it. Your immunity, your antibodies, they're the key to controlled transformation. With your help, I could create a new species, enhanced, evolved, free from the weakness that doomed our civilization. You want me to help you turn everyone into what you are? I want you to help me save humanity. The old way is dying, Mr. Whitfield. The survivors who cling to their primitive existence, their violence, their fear, they have no future. But a new humanity, transformed and unified, guided by intelligence rather than instinct. Her eyes blazed with fervent certainty. That is the future. That is what I'm offering you. I looked at the horde surrounding us, at the twisted remnants of people who'd once been human, now nothing but extensions of Kellner's will. At the nightmare she called the future. No. Think carefully. This is not an offer I make lightly. I said no. I drew my weapon, futile probably, but I needed something in my hands. Whatever you've become, whatever you think you're building here, it's not salvation, it's extinction. You're not saving humanity, you're ending it. Then you leave me no choice, Kellner's voice hardened. Your blood will serve my purposes whether you cooperate or not. The only question is whether you die quickly or slowly. She raised her hand. The horde stirred, hundreds of bodies beginning to move, converging on our position. Run, I said. We ran. The underground entrance was our only chance. I'd spotted it during Kellner's monologue, a partially collapsed stairwell leading down into the surviving levels of the facility. If we could reach it, seal it behind us, we might be able to lose the horde long enough to find another way out. It was a desperate plan, but desperate was all we had. "Cover me!" Chen shouted, firing into the oncoming infected. "I'll hold the entrance." "You can't hold them all." "I can hold them long enough." She shoved me toward the stairs. "Go! Get the data! Don't let this be for nothing!" I wanted to argue, wanted to stay, to fight, to die beside her if that's what it took. But she was right. Someone had to get the research. Someone had to make sure the sacrifice meant something. I ran. The stairs were treacherous, debris everywhere, supports groaning, darkness closing in as we descended. Alex was beside me, Dr. Park struggling to keep up, the sounds of gunfire and screaming fading above us. 3 of Chen's team didn't make it. We sealed the door at the bottom of the stairs, a heavy security barrier that had somehow survived the destruction above. It wouldn't hold forever, but it would hold long enough. "Now what?" Alex gasped, leaning against the wall. "We find the data. We find another way out." I looked at Dr. Park. "Can you identify the research we need?" "If it's still here, yes." Kellner's notes referenced a primary data center on the 3rd level. That's where the most sensitive material would be stored. Then that's where we go. The underground facility was like walking through a tomb. Emergency lighting cast everything in a dim red glow, revealing corridors that had been frozen in time since the outbreak. Overturned chairs, scattered papers, the occasional body preserved by the cool, dry air, still wearing lab coats and ID badges. We moved quickly, checking corners, listening for any sign that Kellner's horde had found another way in. The infected above were still pounding on the sealed door. I could hear them, a constant rhythm of impact that made the walls vibrate. The data center was on the 3rd level, exactly where Dr. Park had said. The door was locked, but the security system was offline, and it took only a few minutes to bypass the mechanism. Inside, we found exactly what we'd come for. Rows of servers still humming with emergency power, terminals displaying data that made Dr. Park gasp with excitement. And in the corner, a safe containing backup drives that held copies of everything. Every experiment, every observation, every piece of knowledge that Kellner Voss had accumulated before their creation destroyed them. "This is it," Dr. Park said, already downloading files to the portable drives we'd brought. "This is everything. The original KV7 formula, the modification protocols, the early vaccine trial. With this data, we could develop a cure in months instead of years. How long to copy everything? 20 minutes, maybe 30. We don't have 30 minutes. Then I'll copy what I can." His hands moved frantically across the keyboard. "The most critical files first, whatever we can save." I stationed myself at the door, weapon ready, listening for any sound that might indicate the infected had breached our defenses. Alex covered the other entrance, her face grim, her notebook tucked against her chest like a talisman. 15 minutes passed, then 20. Then the pounding stopped. "That's not good," Alex murmured. "No, it's not." The silence stretched, oppressive and thick. Somewhere above us, Kellner was planning something, adapting, finding a way through our defenses. "I've got what I can," Dr. Park said, ejecting the drives. "It's not everything, but it's enough. It's a start. Then we move, now." We found another exit on the 1st level, a maintenance tunnel that had been used for ventilation and utility access. It led upward, away from the main entrance, emerging in a section of the ruins we hadn't seen from our approach. The tunnel was clear, too clear, like something had deliberately left it open for us. "It's a trap," Alex said. "Probably. But what choice do we have?" We climbed. The tunnel opened into what had been a parking garage, now collapsed and overgrown with weeds that had pushed through cracks in the concrete. Daylight filtered through gaps in the debris, casting patterns of light and shadow that made it impossible to see clearly. We stepped out into the open, and Kellner was waiting. "Impressive," she said, lounging on a pile of rubble like a queen on a throne. Her horde surrounded the garage on all sides, blocking every possible escape route. "You're more resourceful than I expected. Most people would have died in those tunnels." "We're not most people." "No, you're not." She rose, moved toward us with that unsettling grace. "Which is why I'm going to give you one more chance. Join me. Help me build something new. Your immunity combined with my enhancements. We could be gods, David. We could reshape the world. I'd rather die. That can be arranged." She stopped, tilted her head. "But I don't think you really mean it. You have too much to live for. Your son, waiting back on those islands. Your friends, depending on you to return with hope. Are you really willing to throw all that away for the sake of... what? Principle? Pride?" I thought about Tyler, about the promise I'd made, about all the people counting on me to come back with something worth the sacrifice. And I thought about what Kellner was offering, a world of monsters ruled by a mad woman who'd sacrificed her humanity for power. A future where being human was a disease to be cured. "Some things are worth dying for," I said. "How disappointing." Kellner raised her hand. "Kill them all except..." The explosion came from nowhere. A massive fireball erupted at the edge of the garage, scattering infected like leaves in a hurricane. Then another explosion, and another, and suddenly the air was full of smoke and chaos and the roar of helicopter rotors. "This is Tempest Actual. Extraction team, move to the south exit. We have you covered." The Navy. They'd sent backup. Somehow, impossibly, they'd sent backup. "Go!" I grabbed Alex, pulled her toward the direction the voice had indicated. "Dr. Park, move!" We ran through the chaos, dodging infected, ducking under debris, following the sound of the helicopter. The south exit was ahead, a gap in the collapsed walls, a glimpse of open sky beyond. Kellner's voice cut through the noise. "You can't escape me, David. Wherever you go, I'll find you. This isn't over." I didn't look back, didn't respond, just ran. The helicopter was a Black Hawk, hovering just above the tree line, its door gunners laying down suppressive fire while a crew chief waved us toward the rope ladder. We climbed. Alex first, then Dr. Park, then me, struggling against exhaustion and adrenaline, feeling Kellner's horde closing in with every passing second. Hands grabbed my arms, hauled me aboard, and then we were rising, pulling away, leaving the nightmare behind. Below us, Kellner stood in the center of the destroyed parking garage, watching. Her face was unreadable at this distance, but I could feel her eyes on me, feel the promise of future violence in her stillness. "She'll come for us," I said. "Let her try." Captain Vasquez was in the helicopter, her expression hard. "We'll be ready." "You don't understand what she is, what she can do." "We know exactly what she is. We've been tracking her for weeks." Vasquez pulled out a tablet, showed me images, satellite photos, reconnaissance reports, analysis of infected movement patterns. Dr. Kellner isn't just controlling a local horde. She's been expanding, coordinating with other Apex infected across the region, building something. "Building what?" "An army." Vasquez's voice was grim. "And if we don't stop her soon, she's going to use it." Haven Point was everything they'd promised. The island was maybe 3 miles across, dominated by a complex of buildings that had been designed to withstand anything. Hurricanes, earthquakes, nuclear attack. Vertical farms provided food. Solar panels and wind turbines provided power. Desalination systems provided water. It was a self-contained world, cut off from the nightmare that had consumed everything else. Nearly 1,000 people lived there now. Military personnel, scientists, survivors who'd been extracted from the mainland. They moved with purpose, worked with dedication, lived with a hope that I'd almost forgotten was possible. "This is real," Alex said, staring at the clean streets, the functioning infrastructure, the children playing in a courtyard without fear. "This is actually real." "It's a start," Captain Vasquez replied. "A foundation. What we build on it is up to us." Dr. Park was whisked away to the research labs, the data drives treated like the treasure they were. Within hours, teams of scientists were analyzing Kellner's original research, comparing it to what we'd already developed, looking for the breakthrough that might finally turn the tide. I spent the first 2 days doing nothing but sleeping. The exhaustion caught up with me all at once. Weeks of running, fighting, making impossible choices, finally crashing against the walls of a place that felt safe. I slept for 16 hours straight, woke long enough to eat, and slept again. When I finally emerged, the world had shifted. "We found something," Dr. Okonkwo told me, excitement barely contained in her voice. In Kellner's early research, a compound she developed before KV7, a precursor that showed promise as a genuine vaccine. She abandoned it because the side effects were too severe, but with modern techniques we might be able to refine it. How long? Months. Maybe weeks if we're lucky. She hesitated. "But there's a problem. There's always a problem. We need more of your blood. A lot more. The antibodies you produce, they're the foundation of everything we're building. But our current supply is running low and the synthesis process isn't efficient enough. Take what you need. It's not that simple. The amount we require, it could be dangerous, potentially fatal." I thought about Tyler, about the promise I'd made to come back, about all the people depending on me to survive. Then I thought about Kellner's army, about the world we'd lose if we didn't find a way to fight back. How dangerous. "We don't know. That's the point." She met my eyes. "You'd be taking a risk, a significant one, for a chance at something that might not work. Everything since the outbreak has been a risk that might not work." I rolled up my sleeve. "Let's do this." The extraction took 3 days. They set me up in a medical bay, hooked me to machines that drew blood, processed it, extracted the antibodies they needed. I drifted in and out of consciousness, too weak to move, too tired to think, sustained by IV fluids and the occasional visit from Alex or the research team. On the second day, I had a visitor I didn't expect. Mr. Whitfield. The voice was familiar, though I couldn't immediately place it. "You look terrible." I opened my eyes. A man stood beside my bed, middle-aged, wearing civilian clothes with a face that tickled some distant memory. "Do I know you?" "We've never met formally, but you knew my sister." He pulled up a chair, sat down. "My name is Thomas Chen. Sarah Chen was family." Sarah, the mechanic who'd helped us escape the congregation, who'd stayed behind when we fled, promising to plant seeds of resistance. "Is she?" "Alive, as far as I know. She managed to get a message out about 3 weeks ago, something about organizing survivors in the Carolina Piedmont. I've been trying to reach her ever since." He paused. "She mentioned you. Said you were someone worth trusting." "I don't know about that. She also said you have a habit of throwing yourself into impossible situations and somehow coming out alive." He smiled slightly. "Which is why I wanted to talk to you." "About what?" "About what happens after. After the vaccine. After we've beaten the infection." He leaned forward. "The Navy has plans for rebuilding. Government infrastructure, the systems that used to keep society running. But those plans are being made by military officers and politicians, people who weren't out there in the thick of it fighting for survival. And you think I should be involved?" "I think someone should be involved who understands what the survivors have been through, what they need, what they deserve." His expression hardened. The old world failed us, Mr. Whitfield. The government, the corporations, the systems that were supposed to protect people, they all failed. If we're going to build something new, it has to be better. It has to actually work. I thought about all the communities I'd seen, the ones that had succeeded, the ones that had fallen, the reasons behind both. I thought about Morrison and Ocracoke, about the coalition we'd built, about what it meant to lead people through impossible circumstances. "I'll think about it," I said. "That's all I ask." The vaccine trials began on the 5th day. They started with volunteers, people who understood the risks, who were willing to gamble their lives for a chance at immunity. Dr. Okonkwo administered the injections, monitored the results, documented everything with meticulous care. The first batch failed. Side effects too severe, antibody response too weak. The second batch showed promise. Most subjects developed partial immunity, though the protection wasn't complete. The third batch worked. 20 volunteers exposed to controlled doses of KV7, and not one of them transformed. The vaccine held. The immunity was real. "It's not perfect," Dr. Okonkwo cautioned when she announced the results. "We don't know how long the protection lasts or whether it works against all variants of the infection. But it's a start, a genuine, verified start." The celebration lasted all night. I watched from the edges, too weak from the blood extraction to participate fully, but feeling something I hadn't felt in months. Hope. Real hope, backed by science and evidence, not just desperate wish fulfillment. We might actually win this. We might actually survive. The attack came 2 weeks later. I was in the mess hall when the alarm started. That same piercing wail that had defined so many nightmares since the outbreak. Within seconds, the room had emptied, everyone rushing to their assigned positions, the smooth efficiency of a community that had trained for exactly this scenario. But this scenario was different. The infected came from the water. Thousands of them emerging from the depths like some biblical plague, walking across the ocean floor to reach our shores. They hit the beaches in waves, overwhelming the first line of defenses through sheer numbers, pushing toward the interior of the island, and leading them, directing them, orchestrating the assault with terrible precision. Kellner. I found Captain Vasquez in the command center, coordinating the defense. Her face was grim, her voice steady, but I could see the fear behind her eyes. "How did she find us?" "We don't know. Satellite tracking, infected scouts, pure chance." She shook her head. "It doesn't matter. She's here now and she's brought everything she has. Can we hold? For now. But she's probing our defenses, testing for weaknesses. When she finds one..." An explosion rocked the building. Through the windows, I could see infected breaching the eastern perimeter, swarming toward the research facility where our vaccine data was stored. "The labs," I said. "We have to protect the labs." "I know." Vasquez grabbed her weapon. "But our forces are stretched thin. If we pull defenders from one sector, then I'll go. Alone if I have to. That's suicide." "It's what needs to happen." I checked my own weapon, the machete that had become an extension of my arm. "The vaccine is everything. If Kellner destroys it, everything we've sacrificed means nothing." Vasquez stared at me for a long moment, then she nodded. "Take whatever you need. Hold that building until we can send reinforcements." Understood. The battle for the research facility was the worst fighting I'd ever experienced. I gathered a group of 12 volunteers, soldiers, scientists, anyone willing to hold a weapon, and we formed a perimeter around the main building. The infected came in waves, relentless, coordinated, driven by Kellner's will rather than simple hunger. Alex was beside me, as she always was. Her rifle cracked with mechanical precision, every shot finding its mark. "How many have we killed? Does it matter? It matters if we're making a difference. We're buying time. That's all we can do." Dr. Park emerged from the building, his face pale but determined. I've secured the primary data. Backups are being transmitted to the Tempest as we speak. Good. Now get inside and stay there. I can fight. You can protect what we came here to protect. That's more important than any gun. He retreated. The infected kept coming. Then Kellner arrived. She moved through the horde like a queen through her subjects, the infected parting before her, closing ranks behind. Her transformed body was even more grotesque than I remembered. Layers of accumulated tissue, faces visible in her bulk, the remnants of everyone she'd consumed. David. Her voice carried across the battlefield, somehow audible over the chaos. This doesn't have to end in blood. Give me the research, give me your antibodies, and I'll let your friends live. You'll let them become whatever you are. That's not living. It's evolution. It's progress. She stopped maybe 20 yards away. The old humanity is dying. You've seen it, the violence, the fear, the endless struggle for survival. Is that really what you want to preserve? Is that really worth fighting for? Yes. The word came without hesitation. Yes, it is. Then you're a fool. She raised her hand. The infected surged forward, and the helicopter appeared. It came from the north, roaring over the facility, its door gunners opening fire on the horde. Missiles streaked toward Kellner's position, exploding in bursts of fire and smoke that scattered the infected like leaves in a hurricane. This is Tempest Actual. All ground forces fall back to the secondary perimeter. Naval bombardment in 60 seconds. Naval bombardment. The destroyer was going to shell the island. Move! I grabbed Alex, pulled her toward the rally point. Everyone move! We ran. Behind us, the first shells from the Tempest hit the beach, throwing geysers of sand and water and infected into the air. The ground shook with each impact, the sound deafening, the destruction absolute. By the time we reached safety, the eastern sector of Haven Point was a wasteland, and Kellner was gone. We'd survived. Barely. The attack had killed over 100 people and destroyed nearly a third of the island's infrastructure. The research facility was damaged but intact, its data preserved, its secrets protected. But the cost? I found Alex in the medical bay getting a wound on her arm treated. She looked at me with eyes that had seen too much. We can't keep doing this, she said. I know. Every time we think we're safe, something worse comes along. The infected, the raiders, Kellner, it never stops. It will stop when the vaccine is ready, when we can protect people from the infection. And then what? Kellner's still out there. Her army's still growing. Even if we can prevent new infected, we can't undo what's already happened. Then we'll deal with that too. I sat down beside her. I know it feels endless. I know it feels like we're fighting a war we can't win, but we've come too far to give up now. Have we? She pulled out her notebook, flipped to the last pages. I've been keeping track. Every person who's died since we started running, every sacrifice, every loss, every name I couldn't save. Alex. There are over 300 names in this notebook, David. 300 people who trusted us, followed us, died because of decisions we made. She closed the notebook, held it tight. At what point does it stop being survival and start being something else? I didn't have an answer. I wasn't sure there was one. We keep going, I said finally. We honor their sacrifice by making it mean something. We build something worth all the blood that's been spilled. And if we can't, then we die trying. But we don't give up, not while there's still a chance. The intelligence came 3 days later. Our reconnaissance drones had been tracking Kellner's movements since the attack, watching as she gathered her forces, consolidated her control, prepared for something bigger than anything we'd seen before. They found her staging area. It was Roanoke Island, the original Roanoke, not the consortium's compound, But the historic site where the lost colony had vanished centuries ago, she'd transformed it into a fortress, a hive of infected activity, a launching point for what our analysts believed would be a massive assault on every survivor settlement on the eastern seaboard. "She's not just building an army," Captain Vasquez explained at the emergency briefing. "She's building an extinction event, the infected under her control number in the tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands. When she moves, nothing will survive. Then we stop her before she moves." "With what?" "Our defenses are barely holding. We've lost half our ammunition, a third of our personnel. Another attack like the last one. Then we don't defend. We attack." I stood, faced the room. "Kellner's power comes from her connection to the Horde. Cut that connection, and the infected become just infected. No coordination, no strategy. Just mindless hunger that we can handle." "And how do you propose to cut the connection?" "By killing her. Permanently this time. We've tried that. She survived a firestorm, a naval bombardment, everything we've thrown at her. We've tried killing her body, but what makes her dangerous isn't her body, it's her mind. The consciousness that's directing the Horde." I looked at Dr. Okonkwo. "You've been studying the Apex infected. What happens to their control network when their higher functions are disrupted?" "Theoretically, the connection collapses. The infected they control revert to baseline behavior." She hesitated. "But we've never observed it directly. We don't know for certain. We know that Eleanor Marsh's Horde collapsed when she chose to let go, when she stopped fighting and accepted what was happening." I turned back to Vasquez. "Kellner won't choose to let go, so we force her. We destroy the part of her that's still human, the part that's directing everything. And we pray. That's enough." "How?" "My blood. My antibodies." I rolled up my sleeve, showed them the healing marks from the extraction. "The vaccine works because it teaches the immune system to fight KV7. If we could get a concentrated dose directly into Kellner's bloodstream, it would trigger a massive autoimmune response. Her enhanced tissues would attack each other." Dr. Okonkwo's eyes widened. "It's theoretically possible. The antibodies would specifically target the KV7 compound, which is what's keeping her transformation stable. Disrupt that and she dies. For real this time." Vasquez was quiet for a long moment. Then, "You're proposing a direct assault on her stronghold, a surgical strike to inject her with your blood. That's impossible? Suicidal? Completely insane?" I met her eyes. "Yes, all of those things, but do you have a better idea?" She didn't. Nobody did. The mission planning took a week. Every detail was analyzed, every contingency considered, every possible outcome mapped and evaluated. The team would be small, 12 people, including myself, moving fast and quiet through hostile territory. Our target was Kellner's command center, identified through drone surveillance as a converted building at the heart of her Roanoke stronghold. I would carry the weapon. A modified syringe containing enough of my concentrated antibodies to trigger the reaction Dr. Okonkwo had described. One injection directly into Kellner's transformed tissue and her control network would collapse. Assuming we could get close enough. Assuming the science worked. Assuming 100 other things that nobody could guarantee. Tyler arrived from Ocracoke 2 days before the mission. I found him on the dock, helping to unload supplies from the boat that had brought him. He looked older than I remembered. Not just weeks older, but years. The boy I'd searched for across half a state was gone. In his place stood a young man who'd survived the apocalypse and come out stronger. "You shouldn't be here," I said. "You need everyone you can get. I need to know you're safe." "Safe doesn't exist anymore. You taught me that." He stopped working, faced me. "I'm not asking permission, Dad. I'm telling you, I'm coming on this mission." "Tyler, Listen to me. His voice was calm, steady, utterly certain. For months you've been making all the sacrifices, going into danger while I stayed behind, taking all the risks while I waited for news that might never come. He stepped closer. I'm done waiting. Whatever happens on Roanoke, we face it together. As a family. I wanted to argue, wanted to lock him in a room, put him on a boat back to Ocracoke, do anything to keep him out of harm's way. But he wasn't a child anymore, and I couldn't protect him from the world, not because I didn't want to, but because the world we lived in didn't allow for that kind of protection. Together, I said finally, but you follow orders. You stay behind me, and if I tell you to run, you run. I promise. I pulled him into a hug, held him tight, breathed in the moment. Then we went to war. The insertion happened at night. 3 small boats running silent, approaching Roanoke from the south where Kellner's patrols were thinnest. The island loomed ahead of us, not the tourist destination it had once been, but a nightmare landscape of infected and fortifications and horrors I couldn't fully see in the darkness. Remember the plan? I whispered to the team, fast and quiet. We reach the command center, neutralize Kellner, and extract before her horde can organize a response. And if something goes wrong? Chen asked. Lieutenant Chen, the same one who'd covered our retreat at Whitmore. She'd insisted on being part of this mission, determined to see it through. Then we adapt. We survive. We complete the mission no matter what. We landed on a rocky beach, pulled the boats above the tide line, and moved inland. The infected were everywhere. They stood motionless in the darkness, thousands of them, arranged in formations that suggested military discipline. They didn't react to our passage. Their eyes were empty, their minds locked in whatever trance Kellner used to control them. We moved between them like ghosts, holding our breath, praying that nothing would disturb the terrible peace. The command center was a mile inland, a building that had once been a visitor center, now transformed into something else. Walls of infected surrounded it, a living barrier that would be impossible to breach through conventional means. There's a maintenance tunnel, Chen whispered, pointing to a grate barely visible in the undergrowth. Leads under the building. We can bypass the outer defenses. How do you know? I studied the original blueprints. This site was a potential evacuation point before the outbreak. The Navy had plans for every historic landmark on the coast. We descended into the tunnel. It was narrow, dark, filled with debris and the smell of things I didn't want to identify. We crawled through on our bellies, weapons held close, listening for any sound that might indicate detection. The tunnel emerged in a basement storage area, dusty and forgotten. Above us I could hear movement, not infected, but something else. Footsteps, voices, the sounds of human activity, Kellner's inner circle. Team split, I said. Alpha team secures the exits. Bravo team comes with me to find Kellner. Nobody moves until I give the signal. We moved. I found her in what had been the main exhibition hall. She was standing before a bank of monitors, watching feeds from across her domain. Infected movements, survivor settlements, the scattered remnants of human civilization. Her transformed body seemed almost peaceful in the dim light, her many faces slack, her countless hands still. David. She'd known I was coming. Of course she had. Victoria, you're persistent. I'll give you that. She turned to face me, and I saw something in her expression I hadn't expected. Exhaustion, sadness, the weight of what she'd become. 3 missions to kill me, 3 failures, and still you keep trying. The 4th time's the charm. Is it? She moved toward me, and I had to fight the urge to retreat. I've been watching you, David. Ever since Roanoke, ever since you helped Eleanor find peace. You have a gift, a connection to the infected that I don't fully understand. I'm not infected. No. But you're not entirely human anymore either. The antibodies in your blood, the immunity you've developed, you've changed, evolved, just like me. I'm nothing like you, aren't you? She stopped, close enough to touch. You've killed more people than I have, made choices that would horrify the man you used to be. You've become something harder, colder, more dangerous than you ever imagined. She smiled. The only difference between us is that I've accepted what I am. You're still pretending to be the hero. I'm not pretending anything. I drew the syringe from my belt. I'm just doing what needs to be done. With that, she glanced at the syringe, her expression unreadable. Concentrated antibodies, designed to trigger an autoimmune response in my enhanced tissues. Clever. Your scientists have been busy. You know what it'll do. I know what it's supposed to do, but you're forgetting something important, David. Her smile widened. I helped create KV-7. I understand it better than anyone alive, and I've been preparing for exactly this scenario. She raised her hand. The infected poured in. They came from everywhere, through doors, through windows, through gaps in the walls I hadn't seen. Within seconds, we were surrounded, cut off, the mission collapsing before it had truly begun. Tyler was beside me, weapon raised, back to mine. Dad, what do we do? Stay close, don't give up. Kellner watched with satisfaction as her horde closed in. You see, every contingency, every possibility. I've had months to prepare, David, months to anticipate your strategies, your weapons, your desperate attempts to stop me. She spread her arms. This is my world now, and there's nothing you can do to change that. Maybe not. I looked at her, at the monster she'd become, at the woman she'd once been. But I can do something else. I plunged the syringe into my own arm. The effect was immediate. The concentrated antibodies flooded my system, triggering a reaction that felt like fire in my veins. My vision blurred, my body convulsed, and something inside me changed. I'd been immune because my system had learned to coexist with KV-7 to neutralize it without destroying it entirely. But the concentrated dose wasn't neutralization. It was warfare. My own cells attacking the dormant compound in my blood, creating a response that cascaded through every part of me, and through me, into them. The infected nearest to me staggered, then fell, then lay still. It spread like a wave, my antibodies, my immune response, somehow transmitting through the air, through touch, through some mechanism I couldn't understand. Infected collapsed by the dozens, then the hundreds, their connection to Kellner severed by the biological weapon I'd turned myself into. What? Kellner's voice cracked with something that might have been fear. What have you done? Something impossible. The words came out slurred, my body barely functioning, everything fading at the edges. Something you didn't anticipate. She screamed, a sound of rage and terror and loss, and launched herself at me. Tyler stepped between us. No! His voice was quiet, but it stopped her. Something in his tone, his presence, his absolute certainty. You want to kill him? You go through me first. Tyler, I said no, Dad. He didn't look back. You've done enough. Let me handle this. Kellner stared at him. At this boy who'd grown into a man who'd survived everything the apocalypse could throw at him. Who stood between her and her enemy without a trace of fear. You're just a child. I'm a survivor. Tyler raised his weapon. And I'm not letting you touch my father. The standoff lasted an eternity. Then Kellner's form began to shimmer, to destabilize, the effect of my antibodies finally reaching her through the collapsing network. This isn't over, she hissed. I'll rebuild, I'll adapt, No. I forced myself to my feet, stumbling toward her. You won't. I reached out and touched her. The effect was catastrophic. my antibodies already weaponized by the concentrated dose poured into her transformed tissue like acid. She screamed, that sound of many voices, the chorus of everyone she'd consumed, and her form began to dissolve. You could have been a god. I never wanted to be a god. I watched her fall, watched her empire crumble, watched the impossible become real. I just wanted to protect my family. She died. And around us, across the island, across her entire domain, the infected fell silent. The extraction was chaos. I was barely conscious, my body in shock from what I'd done to it. Tyler half carried me to the boats while the team secured our retreat, fighting through scattered infected who'd lost their coordination but not their hunger. We made it to the water just as dawn broke. The Tempest was waiting, her crew ready for anything, her medical staff prepared for casualties we hoped we wouldn't have. They hauled me aboard, rushed me to the infirmary, did things to my body that I was too far gone to understand. I remember Tyler's face hovering over me. I remember Alex's voice telling me to hold on. I remember the sensation of falling into darkness. And then nothing. I woke 3 days later. The ceiling was white, the sheets were clean, the smell was antiseptic, institutional, safe. For a long moment I couldn't remember where I was or how I'd gotten there. Then Tyler's face appeared above me. Dad? Dad, can you hear me? Tyler. My voice was a croak, barely audible. Did we? We won. He was crying, tears streaming down his face, more emotion than I'd seen from him in months. We actually won, Dad. Kellner's dead. Her network collapsed. The infected across the entire eastern seaboard are reverting to baseline behavior. The vaccine, it's working. Dr. Okonkwo says what you did, the antibody transmission. It's given them new data, new possibilities. They think they can develop a treatment that works the same way. Not just prevention, but actual cure. I closed my eyes, let the words wash over me. A cure. After everything, after all the death, all the sacrifice, all the impossible choices, we might actually have found a way to end this. How long was I out? 3 days. They weren't sure you were going to wake up. He squeezed my hand. But you did. You always do. Someone has to. I tried to smile. Where's Alex? Coordinating with Morrison, the coalition is sending people, scientists, doctors, anyone who can help with the research. We're building something, Dad, something real. Good. I squeezed his hand back. That's good. I slept. Recovery took weeks. Whatever I'd done to my body, it didn't heal quickly. The concentrated antibodies had triggered responses in systems I didn't know I had, burning out connections, creating new ones. Dr. Okonkwo said I was lucky to be alive. I said luck had nothing to do with it. But eventually, slowly, I got stronger. And as I recovered, the world began to change. The news spread through the survivor networks. Kellner was dead. The apex infected could be killed. There was a vaccine that worked, a cure being developed, hope where there had been none. Communities that had been hiding, fighting, barely surviving began to emerge. Coordinate, organize. Morrison came to see me when I was finally able to walk again. You did something remarkable, she said. You know that, right? I did something desperate. It just happened to work. Same thing in the end. She sat down beside my bed. The coalition's grown to almost 20 settlements now. Thousands of people working together, building something new. And it's because of what you did. It's because of what everyone did. I was just one piece. The most important piece. She pulled out a document, handed it to me. We're establishing a provisional government. Democratic, decentralized, built from the ground up. And we want you to be part of it. Me? You've been out there. You know what people have been through, what they need, what they're capable of. You've led groups through impossible situations and come out the other side. She met my eyes. We need leaders who understand that, who understand what it actually means to survive. I looked at the document, a constitution of sorts, principles of governance, frameworks for cooperation, the skeleton of a new society. I'm not a politician. Neither was anyone else who started something new. They were just people who saw what needed to be done and stepped up to do it. She paused. Think about it. Take your time. But consider what you could build, what you could protect, what you could pass on to your son. Tyler. Always, it came back to Tyler. I'll think about it, I said. That's all I ask. The final assault on Roanoke happened 6 weeks later. Not against Kellner this time, she was gone, her threat neutralized, but against the remnants of her horde. Tens of thousands of infected still roamed the island, mindless now but still dangerous. They had to be cleared before the area could be reclaimed, before the coastal settlements could expand, before the future could truly begin. I insisted on being part of it. You're not fully recovered, Dr. Okonkwo protested. The strain on your system. I need to see it through. I need to know it's really over. She argued, but I was stubborn, and eventually she relented. The operation was massive. Hundreds of fighters from across the coalition, coordinated by the Navy, supported by air power and artillery. We swept across the island methodically, clearing infected sector by sector, burning the bodies to prevent any possibility of reanimation. Tyler fought beside me, as he always did now, as he always would. We reached Kellner's command center at sunset. The building was empty, stripped of everything useful, just a shell where a monster had once planned the extinction of humanity. I stood in the exhibition hall where I'd injected myself, where I'd triggered the cascade that had brought her down, where everything had changed. It's strange, Tyler said, standing beside me. I thought I'd feel something. Relief, maybe, triumph, but I just feel... empty? Yeah, that's normal. I put my arm around his shoulder. Victory doesn't feel the way you expect. It's not an ending, it's just the start of something new, something harder in some ways. Rebuilding, healing. Figuring out how to live when you're not constantly fighting to survive. I looked at him. Are you ready for that? I don't know. He was quiet for a moment. But I have you, and Alex and Sarah and the others. So I guess we'll figure it out together. Together. We stood in silence as the sun set, watching the last light fade over an island that had seen too much death and would now finally begin to heal. Behind us, the soldiers were finishing their work, clearing the last pockets of infected, establishing a perimeter for the rebuilding that would come. Ahead of us, the future waited. Uncertain, challenging, but for the first time in what felt like forever, full of possibility. Dad? Yeah? Thanks. For what? For everything. He leaned against my shoulder. For coming to find me, for never giving up, for being my father even when the world made it impossible. I felt tears in my eyes, the first I'd cried in months. Thanks for being worth finding. We walked out of the building together into the dying light toward whatever came next. The journey back to Haven Point took 2 days. We traveled by ship this time, a proper transport, not the small boats we'd used for the infiltration. The deck was crowded with soldiers, survivors, people who'd been part of the final operation. They were tired, wounded, some of them, but there was a lightness in their movements that hadn't been there before. We'd won. We'd actually won. Alex found me at the rail, watching the coastline pass. You're thinking again, she said. Always. About what comes next? About everything. I turned to face her. Morrison's offer. The provisional government. What I'm supposed to do now that we're not constantly fighting for survival. What do you want to do? I don't know. For so long, my only purpose was finding Tyler, protecting him. keeping us alive long enough to find something worth living for. I paused. Now we have that, and I'm not sure who I am without the struggle. You're David Whitfield, father, friend, survivor. She smiled slightly. Maybe that's enough. Maybe you don't have to be anything more. Or maybe I do. Maybe all this, the immunity, the things I've been through, the people who've died so I could make it this far. Maybe it has to mean something. Maybe I have to use it to build something better. Then do that. Build something. She leaned against the rail beside me. Just remember that you're not alone. Whatever you decide, whatever path you choose, you've got people who'll walk it with you. I looked at the water, at the distant shore, at the future that waited somewhere beyond the horizon. Thank you, I said, for everything. Don't thank me yet. We've still got a lot of work to do. I know, I smiled. But for the first time, I think we might actually be able to do it. Haven Point welcomed us as heroes. There were crowds at the dock, cheering, celebrating, honoring the people who'd risked everything to end the threat. Captain Vasquez gave a speech about sacrifice and courage and hope. The scientists announced that the cure was entering human trials. The future, for the first time since the outbreak, seemed bright. I stood at the edge of the celebration, watching Tyler and Sarah dance to music played by survivors who'd found instruments somewhere, their young faces lit with joy that had seemed impossible just weeks ago. Thomas Chen found me there. You made your decision? I have. And? I looked at him. This man who'd lost his sister to the chaos, who'd found purpose in planning for what came after. I'll do it. I'll be part of the provisional government. I'll help build whatever comes next. Good. He extended his hand. Then welcome to the reconstruction, Mr. Whitfield. We've got a lot of work to do. I shook his hand. Behind us, the celebration continued, survivors laughing, crying, embracing each other with the desperate joy of people who'd emerged from hell and found heaven waiting. Above us, the stars emerged one by one, the same stars that had watched humanity rise and fall and rise again. We'd survived. We'd won. And now, finally, we could begin to heal. I found Tyler late that night after the celebration had wound down, sitting on the dock and looking out at the ocean. Can't sleep? Too much to think about. He glanced at me. Sarah asked me to marry her. She did. I sat down beside him. What did you say? I said yes. He smiled, and the expression was so full of hope it hurt to look at. I know we're young. I know the world is still dangerous, but I love her, Dad. And I want to build a life with her. A real life, not just survival. That's all I've ever wanted for you. I know. He was quiet for a moment. Will you be there? At the ceremony? Wild horses couldn't keep me away. We sat in silence, father and son, watching the moon trace its path across the water. Somewhere in the distance, a seabird called, a sound of normalcy, of nature continuing despite everything humanity had done to itself. Dad? Yeah? Do you think we're going to make it? Really make it, I mean? Build something that lasts? I thought about the question, about everything we'd been through, about all the death and sacrifice and impossible choices that had brought us to this moment. I don't know, I said honestly. The future's never certain. There'll be setbacks, challenges, threats we can't anticipate, but we've survived this far. We've found each other, built communities, developed a vaccine. We've proven that humanity can endure even the worst catastrophe imaginable. I put my arm around him. So yeah, I think we're going to make it. Not because it's guaranteed, but because we've earned it. Because we're going to fight for it every single day until there's nothing left to fight against. That sounds exhausting. It is, I smiled. But it's also hope. And hope is worth being exhausted for. We sat together until dawn, watching the stars fade and the sun rise over a world that was finally, impossibly beginning to heal. The journey wasn't over, but for the first time, I could see where it was going, and that was enough. The cure changed everything. Within 3 months of Dr. Okonkwo's breakthrough, we had a treatment that could prevent infection entirely and, more remarkably, reverse early-stage transformation if administered within the first 4 hours. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't universal, but it was real, and it spread through the survivor networks like wildfire. I watched from Haven Point as the world began to transform. Communities that had been isolated for months started reconnecting. Supply lines reopened. Communication networks came back online. The provisional government Morrison and I had helped establish grew to encompass settlements from Maine to Florida, a fragile but functional democracy built on the ashes of the old world. And through it all, I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop. "You're doing it again," Alex said, finding me on the observation deck one evening. The sunset painted the ocean in shades of gold and crimson, beautiful in a way that still felt almost obscene after everything we'd been through. "Doing what?" "That thing where you stare at the horizon like you're expecting an army to appear." She leaned against the railing beside me. "The war's over, David. We won." "Did we?" I turned to face her. "Kellner's dead, yes. Her network collapsed. But there are still millions of infected out there. Still Apex variants we haven't identified, still threats we can't even imagine. And there always will be. That's life. The question is whether you're going to spend the rest of yours waiting for disaster or actually living." It was a fair point, one I'd been avoiding for weeks now, ever since the reconstruction had begun and my role had shifted from fighter to administrator. The provisional government needed me in meetings and planning sessions in the endless bureaucratic work of rebuilding civilization. And I did it. I showed up, contributed, helped make decisions that affected thousands of lives. But something was missing. "There's a mission," I said finally. "Intel from our scouts in the Midwest. Something's happening in the Great Lakes region. Organized infected activity. Coordinated attacks on survivor settlements. It might be nothing, or it might be another Apex. And you want to go. I want to know what we're dealing with. If there's another Kellner out there, another threat building in the shadows, then someone should investigate. But does it have to be you?" I didn't answer. We both knew what the answer was. "Tyler's wedding is in 3 weeks," Alex said quietly. "Sarah's been planning it for months. He's going to want you there. I'll be there. Will you? Or will you be halfway across the country chasing ghosts?" The question stung because it was fair, because I'd spent so long fighting, sacrificing, putting the mission above everything else. And now that the mission was supposedly over, I didn't know how to stop. "I'll be there," I repeated. "I promise." Alex studied me for a long moment, then nodded. "I'll hold you to that." She walked away, leaving me alone with the sunset and my thoughts and the nagging certainty that somewhere out there something was waiting. The intelligence briefing happened 3 days later. Captain Vasquez had assembled her senior staff in Haven Point's command center, the same room where we'd planned the assault on Kellner, where so many impossible decisions had been made. The faces around the table were tired but hopeful, people who'd survived the worst and were starting to believe in the future. "We've been monitoring radio traffic from the Great Lakes region for the past 6 weeks, Vasquez began, pulling up a map on the main display. Most of it's standard survivor communications, supply requests, settlement updates, the usual. But 3 weeks ago, we started picking up something different. She played an audio recording. Static at first, then a voice. Male, calm, eerily familiar in its cadence. "To all settlements in the affected zone, resistance is futile. The awakening is coming. Prepare to receive the blessing of evolution. Those who embrace transformation will be elevated. Those who resist will be consumed. This is not a threat. This is an inevitability. That sounds like cult propaganda, someone said. That's what we thought at first. But look at this. Vasquez pulled up satellite imagery, settlement after settlement, each one marked with a red X. 12 communities in the past 3 weeks. All of them gone. Not destroyed, converted. The infected populations in these areas have increased by roughly the same number as the missing survivors. They're turning people. Systematically, deliberately, with organization that suggests apex-level intelligence. I stared at the map, my blood running cold. Do we have any visual confirmation? Any idea what we're dealing with? 1. Vasquez pulled up another image, grainy, taken from extreme distance but clear enough to make out the basics. A figure standing on a rooftop surrounded by infected arms raised like a preacher addressing the faithful. The figure was human, or had been once. Now it was something else, transformed, enhanced, bearing the unmistakable markers of KV-7 infection. But unlike Kellner, who'd retained her original appearance beneath the transformation, this figure had changed more fundamentally. Its proportions were wrong. Its movements, even frozen in a still image, suggested something predatory. We're calling it the Prophet, Vasquez said. Based on the radio messages, it appears to believe the infection is a form of divine evolution. It's actively recruiting, offering transformation as a gift rather than forcing it. And people are accepting. Some of them. Enough. She turned off the display. Which brings us to the question at hand. What do we do about it? The room erupted in debate. Some argued for military intervention, a full assault, like the one we'd launched against Kellner. Others counseled caution, pointing out that we'd barely survived the last campaign and our resources were still depleted. A few suggested diplomacy, reaching out to the Prophet, trying to understand its goals. I listened to all of it, weighing options, considering strategies. And when the debate finally wound down, I spoke. Send me. Everyone turned to look at me. One person, moving quietly, can gather intelligence that an army can't. I know how Apex infected think, how they organize, what their weaknesses are. Let me go in, assess the situation, and report back. If it's a threat we can handle diplomatically, I'll find out. If it needs military intervention, I'll provide the targeting data. That's suicide, Vasquez said. It's reconnaissance. There's a difference. I met her eyes. We can't make decisions based on incomplete information, and right now, we know almost nothing about what we're facing. Let me fix that. And if you don't come back, then you'll have learned something valuable about the Prophet's capabilities. The debate continued for another hour, but in the end, they agreed. 3 weeks. That's how long I had to complete my reconnaissance and return for Tyler's wedding. 3 weeks to find out if the nightmare was really over, or if it was just beginning again. I left at dawn. The journey west would take me through territory that ranged from recovered to contested to completely unknown. The cure had spread faster than we'd expected, but there were still vast areas where the infection held sway, where survivors huddled in fortified enclaves, where the dead outnumbered the living by 1,000 to 1. I traveled by boat first, then by vehicle, then on foot when the roads became impassable. Each day brought new evidence of the world's transformation, settlements rebuilding, fields being cleared, the slow machinery of civilization grinding back to life. But each day also brought reminders of what we'd lost. Ghost towns, mass graves, the ruins of communities that hadn't been lucky enough to survive. The Great Lakes region was different. I noticed it as soon as I crossed into Ohio. The infected were more active here, more coordinated. They moved in formations, patrolled specific routes, responded to stimuli in ways that suggested central direction. The Prophet's influence spreading like a web across the landscape. I found a survivor settlement on the outskirts of what had been Toledo, a small community of maybe 50 people, fortified behind walls of scavenged vehicles and corrugated metal. They were nervous, frightened, but willing to talk once I showed them my provisional government credentials. It started about 2 months ago, their leader, a woman named Catherine, told me. We'd been doing okay. The cure reached us, we vaccinated everyone, we thought we were safe. Then the broadcasts started. The Prophet. That's what it calls itself. At first, we thought it was just crazy talk, religious nonsense, end times garbage. But then people started leaving. Leaving? Going to join it, willingly. Her voice cracked. My own son, 18 years old. He walked out one night and never came back. 2 weeks later, I saw him in a raiding party. He was, changed. But he knew me. He smiled at me, David, smiled and waved like everything was normal. The Prophet converts people without killing them. It offers them a choice, transformation or death. Most choose transformation. She looked at me with haunted eyes. Can you blame them? After everything that's happened, after all the death and loss and fear, some people would rather become monsters than keep fighting. I thought about what she was saying, about the seductive appeal of surrender, about how exhausting it was to keep surviving, keep struggling, keep holding on to humanity in a world that seemed determined to destroy it. Where is the Prophet now? Detroit? At least that's where the broadcasts originate. But getting there, she shook her head. The roads are controlled. The bridges are guarded. Anything that approaches the city is either converted or destroyed. There has to be a way in. There is, but you won't like it. The Underground Railroad wasn't really underground. It was a network of survivors who'd learned to move through Prophet-controlled territory by exploiting weaknesses in the infected patrols. They traveled at night, used specific routes that the Horde avoided, and paid tribute to certain converted settlements that had maintained some autonomy under the Prophet's rule. My guide was a young man named Marcus, not much older than Tyler, with quick eyes and the nervous energy of someone who'd spent too long living on the edge of disaster. He'd been running supplies between resistant settlements for the past month, and he knew the Prophet's territory better than anyone. The key is not to think of them as enemies, he explained as we prepared for the journey. The converted aren't mindless. They remember who they were. They have communities, hierarchies, something like culture. The Prophet didn't destroy human society, it transformed it. Into what? Something new, something that works by different rules. He checked his pack, made sure everything was secure. The Prophet calls it evolution, the perfection of the human condition. No more fear, no more pain, no more death, at least not the kind we understand. You sound like you almost admire it. I understand it. There's a difference. He met my eyes. My sister converted 6 weeks ago. She's still in there, still remembers me, still cares about me. She just sees things differently now. She says the Prophet showed her a truth she couldn't unsee. What truth? That humanity was always meant to be more than this. That the infection isn't a disease, it's the next step in our evolution. That fighting it is like fighting gravity. And you believe that? I believe my sister believes it. And she's not stupid or crazy or evil. She just made a choice I wouldn't make. He stood, shouldered his pack. Ready to go? I wasn't, but I went anyway. The journey to Detroit took 5 days. We moved at night, sleeping during the day in safe houses Marcus knew, basements, attics, hidden rooms that the Prophet's patrols somehow never found. Along the way, I saw evidence of the new order the Prophet was building. Converted settlements that functioned with eerie efficiency, infected who worked alongside each other with purpose and coordination, a society that wasn't human anymore but wasn't quite monstrous either. It was deeply, profoundly unsettling. The Prophet believes in consent, Marcus explained on the third night. It won't force transformation on anyone who doesn't choose it, but it also won't let the resistant settlements threaten its vision. So there's this balance. The converted protect their territory. The resistant stay out of their way, and somewhere in the middle, people like me move back and forth, keeping the lines of communication open. Why? Because the prophet wants something it can't take by force. What? The cure. I stopped walking. The prophet wants the cure. Think about it. The transformation is permanent. Once you're converted, you can't go back. But the cure prevents infection entirely. If the prophet could neutralize the cure, eliminate the possibility of resistance, it could convert everyone. Exactly. So it's been reaching out to settlements that have the cure, offering deals, cooperation in exchange for access to the formula. So far, everyone's refused, but the pressure is building, and eventually someone will break. Or the prophet will stop asking nicely. Detroit was a hive. The city had always been marked by decay. Decades of economic collapse had left entire neighborhoods abandoned, their empty buildings serving as monuments to forgotten prosperity. But now those buildings had been repurposed, transformed into something that defied easy description. The infected lived there, not in the shambling, mindless way I'd come to expect, but with organization. Purpose. They'd cleared streets, repaired structures, created infrastructure for a society that didn't need food or water or any of the things that had driven human civilization for millennia. What do they need? I asked Marcus as we observed from a concealed position overlooking the downtown core. Each other, community, meaning. He pointed to a building in the distance, a massive structure that might have been a convention center, its facade covered with strange symbols that seemed to pulse with faint bioluminescence. That's where the prophet holds court. Every converted in the city gathers there at sunset for, I don't know what to call it, a sermon? A communion? How many? Thousands, tens of thousands, maybe more. The scope of it staggered me. Kellner had controlled a horde, but it had been mindless, directed by her will, moving as an extension of her consciousness. This was different. These infected had chosen their fate. They'd retained their personalities, their memories, their capacity for decision-making. They just saw the world differently now. I need to get closer. That's insane. I need to understand what we're dealing with. If the prophet is just another apex infected, we know how to fight that. But if this is something else, it is something else. Marcus grabbed my arm. David, listen to me. The prophet isn't like Kellner. It doesn't want to destroy humanity. It wants to transcend it. It genuinely believes that transformation is a gift. And the terrifying thing is, some part of me thinks it might be right. You can't possibly. I've talked to the converted. I've seen how they live. They don't suffer, David. They don't fear. They don't feel the weight of mortality crushing them every single day. His voice cracked. After everything I've been through, the loss, the pain, the constant struggle just to survive, can you honestly tell me that doesn't sound appealing? I looked at him, this young man who'd guided me through hostile territory, who'd risked his life for the resistance, who was clearly struggling with doubts he couldn't silence. It sounds like giving up, I said quietly. Does it? Or does it sound like letting go? I didn't have an answer, so I did what I always did when words failed me. I moved forward. The infiltration wasn't complicated. The prophet's territory operated on a strange set of rules. Converted moved freely. Resistant were tolerated as long as they didn't cause trouble, and the boundaries between the two were remarkably porous. I walked into Detroit's downtown core wearing the same clothes I'd traveled in, carrying the same weapons I'd brought from Haven Point, and nobody stopped me. It was the confidence that sold it. The prophet's converts could sense fear, uncertainty, doubt, the emotional signatures of prey. but they didn't know what to do with someone who walked among them like they belonged there. I found my way to the convention center just as the sun began to set. The gathering was already beginning, thousands of converted streaming toward the building from all directions, their movements synchronized in a way that suggested some form of shared consciousness. They didn't speak, at least not out loud, but something passed between them. Communication without words, understanding without language. I joined the flow, letting myself be carried along by the current of transformed bodies. Up close, they were simultaneously horrifying and fascinating. Each one had been human once. I could still see the traces, the echoes of who they'd been. But those traces were overlaid now with something else, something that had grown from within, reshaping them into vessels for a new kind of existence. The interior of the convention center had been transformed as well. The walls pulsed with the same bioluminescence I'd seen on the exterior, casting everything in a soft, otherworldly glow. The converted gathered in ranks, facing a central stage where something massive waited in shadow. Then the prophet appeared. It stepped into the light, and I understood immediately why people chose to follow it. The prophet had been human once, a man maybe, or a woman. It was impossible to tell now. But where Kellner's transformation had been grotesque, a corruption of human form, the prophet's was almost beautiful, tall and slender, with features that suggested humanity without quite achieving it. It moved with grace that bordered on the ethereal. And when it spoke, its voice resonated not just in the air, but somewhere deeper, somewhere that felt like the core of my being. Brothers and sisters, you have come seeking truth. Tonight, truth will be revealed. The converted responded not with words, but with a wave of emotion that washed over the gathering like a tide. Joy, anticipation, love. For too long, humanity has struggled against its own nature. We have feared death, fought decay, pretended that our brief, painful existence was somehow meaningful. But the truth is simpler. We were never meant to be this way. We were always meant to be more. The prophet raised its arms, and the bioluminescence brightened in response. The gift we carry is not a disease. It is liberation, freedom from the chains of mortality, freedom from the prison of individual consciousness, freedom to become what we were always meant to be, part of something greater than ourselves. I listened, and despite myself, I understood the appeal. After everything I'd been through, the losses, the sacrifices, the endless parade of impossible choices, the idea of surrendering to something larger was seductive. No more decisions, no more responsibility, no more weight. Just peace. But there are those who resist, the prophet continued, and now its voice took on an edge of sorrow. Those who cling to the old ways, who fear the transformation, who would deny themselves and others the gift we offer. They have created a weapon, a cure, they call it, designed to prevent evolution entirely. The gathering stirred. The emotional wave that passed through them now was different. Concern, anger, determination. We will not force anyone to accept the gift. That is not our way. But we cannot allow the resistant to deny it to those who would choose freely. The cure must be neutralized. The path to evolution must remain open. It was a declaration of war, politely phrased, wrapped in the language of freedom and choice, but war nonetheless. Tonight, the prophet said, we will discuss how to achieve this goal. Tonight, we will plan the liberation of humanity from its final chains. The gathering began to disperse into smaller groups, the converted organizing themselves for what was clearly a strategic planning session. I used the chaos of movement to slip away, finding a quiet corner where I could process what I'd witnessed. The prophet wasn't just another apex infected. It was something new. An evolution of the evolution, a being that had found a way to retain not just intelligence but charisma, vision, the ability to inspire. Kellner had controlled her horde through force of will. The prophet controlled its followers through something more dangerous, genuine belief. I needed to get this intelligence back to Haven Point. Whatever the provisional government decided to do, they needed to understand what they were facing. But as I turned to leave, a voice stopped me. David Whitfield, the immune man, the hero of Roanoke. I froze. The prophet was standing 10 feet away, regarding me with eyes that seemed to see more than eyes should. Did you think I wouldn't recognize you? Your reputation precedes you. The man who killed Victoria Kellner. The man whose blood became a weapon. It smiled, a strange expression on its transformed features. I've been hoping you would come. You knew I was here? From the moment you entered the city, my children see everything, hear everything, know everything that happens in my domain. It stepped closer and I had to fight the urge to retreat. I let you come this far because I wanted to meet you, to understand the man who has caused us such inconvenience. I'm just trying to protect my people. As am I. We have that in common. The prophet circled me slowly, studying me from every angle. You've seen what I'm building here. A society without death, without suffering, without the endless struggle that has defined human existence since our species crawled out of the primordial mud. Is that not worth protecting? Not at the cost of humanity itself. Humanity? The prophet laughed, a sound that was almost beautiful. What is humanity but a collection of biological imperatives wrapped in delusions of significance? You eat, you reproduce, you die. You tell yourselves stories to make the dying bearable. But in the end, you are just animals, clever animals, but animals nonetheless. We're more than that. Are you? Show me. The prophet stopped, faced me directly. Show me what makes humanity worth preserving. Show me the love that justifies the suffering, the meaning that redeems the death. Show me anything that outweighs the gift I offer. I thought about the question, really thought about it in a way I hadn't allowed myself to since the outbreak began. What did make humanity worth fighting for? After everything I'd seen, the violence, the cruelty, the casual destruction of everything decent and good, what justified continuing the struggle? And the answer came to me. Not as a logical argument, but as a feeling, a memory. Tyler, your son, my son, and everyone like him. Every child who's been born into this nightmare and found reasons to laugh anyway. Every person who's looked at the horror and chose hope instead of despair. Every community that's rebuilt from the ashes, every love that survived the loss, every single act of kindness in a world that gives every reason to be cruel. I met the prophet's eyes. That's what makes humanity worth preserving. Not because we're perfect. Not because we don't suffer, but because we choose to be more than our suffering. We choose to love anyway, to hope anyway, to keep fighting even when fighting seems pointless. Beautiful words. The prophet's voice was gentle, almost pitying. But words change nothing. Suffering continues. Death comes for everyone. Your son will die someday, David Whitfield. Slowly, painfully, his body betraying him one cell at a time. And all your love, all your hope, all your fighting will not save him. Maybe not, but it will matter to him. It matters to me. I took a breath. That's what you don't understand. Mortality isn't a prison. It's what makes life precious. It's what makes love real. Take that away and what's left isn't transcendence. It's just existence, empty and eternal. The prophet was silent for a long moment. When it spoke again, its voice was different, sadder somehow and more human. I remember mortality, the fear, the pain, the desperate clinging to a life that was always slipping away. It looked down at its transformed hands. I was dying when the gift found me. Cancer, like your friend Dr. Kellner. 6 months they gave me. 6 months of watching my body consume itself. I'm sorry. Don't be. The gift saved me, freed me from the prison of a failing body, from the terror of an approaching end. And when I was transformed, I understood, truly understood, what a burden mortality had been. How much of human existence is devoted to denying the inevitable. And now you want to share that freedom. I want to offer it. The choice must be free, but yes, I believe every human being deserves the option to transcend their limitations, to become something that will never die, never suffer, never fear. The prophet's eyes found mine again. Including you, David Whitfield. Including the man whose blood has done more to resist evolution than any weapon ever created. I'll never accept transformation. I know, and I respect that. Your conviction, your determination, your willingness to fight for what you believe, these are admirable qualities, even if they're deployed against us. The prophet stepped back. But understand this. I will not allow your cure to spread. I will not allow humanity to permanently close the door on evolution. If that means conflict with your provisional government, so be it. Then we're at war. We're at a crossroads. War is one path, but there are others. The prophet turned, began walking away. Go back to your people, David Whitfield. Tell them what you've seen here, and tell them that I am willing to negotiate. The cure can continue to exist for those who choose mortality, but it must not be forced on those who would choose otherwise. Coexistence. A compromise. Isn't that what civilization is built on? The prophet paused at the edge of the light. You have 1 week. Then I will be forced to take more direct action. It disappeared into the shadows, leaving me alone with 1,000 converted who regarded me with eyes that held no hostility, only patience and certainty and the absolute conviction that their way was right. I returned to Haven Point 3 days before Tyler's wedding. The journey back was faster. Marcus guided me through routes that avoided the prophet's patrols entirely, his knowledge of the territory invaluable. But my mind wasn't on the travel. It was on everything I'd learned, everything I'd seen, and the impossible choice that now faced the provisional government. Captain Vasquez called an emergency session as soon as I arrived. The leadership gathered. Military commanders, civilian administrators, representatives from the major settlements, everyone with a stake in the decision. I reported everything. The prophet's nature, its philosophy, its capabilities, and its ultimatum. The debate that followed was the most contentious I'd witnessed since the Reconstruction began. We can't negotiate with that thing, General Morrison argued. It's demanding we accept the continued spread of infection as legitimate. That's surrender. It's compromise, Thomas Chen countered. The prophet isn't Kellner. It's not trying to destroy us. It's offering coexistence. Maybe we should at least hear it out. Coexistence with a plague that turns people into monsters? Coexistence with a movement that offers people a choice we can't prevent them from making. And what happens when the converted decide coexistence isn't enough? What happens when they decide to spread their gift, whether we agree or not? The argument went round and round, the same points made again and again, no resolution in sight. I listened, contributed where I could, and felt the weight of the decision pressing down on everyone present. Finally, Vasquez called for a vote. The results were split almost exactly down the middle. Half the leadership favored military action against the prophet, half favored negotiation, a tie that would require a tiebreaker. Everyone looked at me. Mr. Whitfield, you've seen the prophet, you've spoken with it. What do you think we should do? I thought about the question for a long time. About Tyler's wedding, 3 days away. about the future he and Sarah were building together, about Noah, the silent boy who'd finally started speaking again, about all the children who would be born into whatever world we created here. I think, I said slowly, that we should try negotiation. Not because I trust the prophet, not because I believe coexistence is possible in the long term, but because our people are tired. They've been fighting for too long. They deserve a chance to rest, to rebuild, to have children and grandchildren without the constant threat of war. And when negotiation fails, then we fight, but from a position of strength, not desperation. We use the time to develop new defenses, new strategies, new ways to counter the prophet's influence. I met Vasquez's eyes. We've earned the right to choose our battles. This doesn't have to be one of them. The vote was taken again. This time, negotiation won. Tyler's wedding took place on a clear autumn day, 3 months to the week after the fall of Kellner's empire. The ceremony was held on the eastern shore of Haven Point, overlooking the ocean that had carried so many survivors to safety. Nearly 200 people attended, everyone from the original coalition, refugees from settlements across the coast, representatives from communities that were just beginning to emerge from the shadow of the apocalypse. Tyler stood at the makeshift altar, dressed in clothes that had been scavenged, repaired, and carefully preserved for exactly this purpose. Sarah stood across from him, her red hair catching the sunlight, her smile brighter than anything I'd seen in months. "Dearly beloved," the officiant began, a former minister who'd survived by hiding in his church basement for 3 weeks before being rescued. "We are gathered here to celebrate the union of two souls who have found each other in darkness and chosen to walk together into the light." I stood beside Tyler as his best man, a position I'd accepted with a mixture of pride and disbelief. Beside Sarah, Destiny served as maid of honor, Noah at her side in a position he'd insisted on despite his youth. "In a world that has known so much death," the minister continued, "today we celebrate life. In a world that has known so much hatred, today we celebrate love. In a world that has given every reason to despair, today we celebrate hope." I looked at the faces around me, Alex, tears streaming down her cheeks despite her best efforts to maintain composure. Morrison, stone-faced but obviously moved. The dozens of survivors who'd become something like family over the past months. These people had lost everything, many times over. And yet here they were, gathered to witness the beginning of something new. "Tyler and Sarah have written their own vows," the minister said. "Tyler, would you like to begin?" Tyler took a breath. His hands were shaking, but his voice was steady. "Sarah, when I met you, the world was ending. Everything I'd known was gone, my home, my family, my sense of who I was and what the future might hold. I was a kid, scared and alone, trying to survive in a nightmare I couldn't understand." He reached for her hands, held them tight. "You gave me a reason to keep going, not just to survive but to live. You showed me that even in the darkest times, love is possible, hope is possible, a future is possible." His voice cracked slightly. "I don't know what tomorrow brings. I don't know if we'll live to see next year or next decade or the world we're trying to build. But I know that whatever happens, I want to face it with you. As your husband, as your partner, as the father of whatever children we're blessed to have." He paused, gathering himself. "I love you, Sarah. I will always love you, and I promise for as long as I live to fight for you, protect you, and never, ever give up on us." Sarah was crying openly now, but smiling too, that combination of joy and sorrow that had become so familiar in our new world. "Tyler," she began, "when I first saw you, you were covered in blood and wielding a broken bottle against 3 infected. I thought you were either the bravest person I'd ever met or the craziest." Soft laughter rippled through the crowd. "Turns out you're both." And somehow, against all odds, you decided to love me too. She squeezed his hands. I've lost so much since the outbreak. My family, my home, my sense of who I was supposed to become. But with you, I found something new. Something better. A future I actually want to live in. I can't promise you safety. I can't promise you peace. I can't promise that the world will ever return to what it was before. She paused. But I can promise to love you. Through the danger and the fear, through the uncertainty and the struggle, through whatever comes next. I promise to be your partner, your ally, your home. I love you, Tyler Whitfield, and I am so incredibly grateful that the end of the world brought us together. The minister smiled. By the power vested in me by general consensus, I suppose, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. They kissed. The crowd cheered. And for one perfect moment, the horrors of the past and the uncertainties of the future faded away, leaving only joy. I watched my son, my boy, now a married man, and felt something I'd almost forgotten existed: peace. The reception lasted until well after sunset. Someone had found a working sound system. Music played, incongruously cheerful, while people danced and laughed and celebrated in ways they hadn't been able to for months. Food was served, real food, not just rations carefully prepared from stores that had been set aside for exactly this occasion. I found myself standing alone at the edge of the festivities, watching the joy unfold, feeling the strange mix of emotions that had become my constant companion. You're doing that thing again. Alex appeared beside me, a glass of something that might have been wine in her hand. What thing? The thing where you stand apart and watch instead of participate. She handed me a glass. Drink, dance, be happy for 5 minutes. I am happy. You're satisfied. There's a difference. She clinked her glass against mine. To Tyler and Sarah, to the future, to actually making it this far. We drank. The wine was terrible, homemade probably from grapes that had survived in someone's backyard vineyard. But it tasted like celebration nonetheless. Thank you, I said. For what? For being here. For staying through all of it. I turned to face her. I couldn't have done this without you, any of it. You would have managed. Maybe. But it wouldn't have been worth it. I set down my glass. Alex, there's something I've been wanting to ask you. She raised an eyebrow. That sounds serious. It is. I took a breath. When all this is over, when the prophet is dealt with one way or another and the world is stable enough that we can actually think about the future, would you consider building something with me? Not just surviving together, actually building a life? She was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was softer than I'd ever heard it. You're asking me to be with you. I'm asking you to let me try to deserve you. I met her eyes. I know I'm damaged. I know I'm difficult. I know I've spent so long fighting that I'm not sure I know how to do anything else. But I want to learn, with you, if you'll have me. David Whitfield, hopeless romantic. She smiled, but there were tears in her eyes. Ask me again when the prophet's dealt with. Ask me when we actually have a future to plan. And your answer will probably be yes. She kissed me, quick, fierce, full of promise. But I want you to earn it first. The negotiations with the prophet began 2 weeks later. I served as the provisional government's primary envoy, a role I'd resisted at first, arguing that my confrontation with the prophet made me a liability. But Vasquez overruled me. My immunity to KV-7 made me uniquely qualified to enter the prophet's territory safely, and my understanding of its philosophy made me the best choice for finding common ground. If common ground existed. The talks took place in a neutral zone, a small town on the border between the prophet's territory and ours. deliberately chosen for its lack of strategic value. Both sides agreed to limit their armed presence, creating an uneasy demilitarized zone where converted and resistant could meet without violence. The prophet itself attended the final session. "David Whitfield," it said, greeting me with what might have been warmth. "I'm pleased the provisional government chose to negotiate. It suggests wisdom I wasn't certain your people possessed. We're trying to avoid more bloodshed, as are we. Despite what you may believe, I take no pleasure in conflict. Every person who dies resisting transformation is a tragedy, a soul lost to fear and misunderstanding." We sat across from each other at a table that had been set up in the town's former community center. Representatives from both sides lined the walls, watching, waiting, ready to intervene if things went wrong. "Let's discuss terms," I said. The negotiation lasted 3 days. We argued about territory, about resources, about the fundamental question of whether converted and resistant could truly coexist. The prophet was surprisingly reasonable, willing to make concessions, willing to accept limitations on its expansion, willing to guarantee the safety of settlements that chose not to convert. But on one point it refused to budge. "The cure cannot be mandatory," it insisted. "Any settlement that requires vaccination as a condition of membership is committing an act of violence against those who would choose transformation. This is non-negotiable. And if someone in our territory chooses to convert, they must be allowed to come to us, safely, without obstruction." The prophet's eyes held mine. "Choice is sacred, David Whitfield. The choice to remain human and the choice to evolve. Both must be protected." It was a compromise that satisfied no one, which meant it was probably fair. The provisional government would maintain its territory, continue developing the cure, protect its citizens from forced transformation. The prophet would do the same for its followers, building its society of the converted, spreading its philosophy through persuasion rather than force. Coexistence. Uneasy, imperfect, fraught with potential for failure. But coexistence nonetheless. "There's one more thing," I said as the formal agreement was being prepared for signing. "Yes?" "The settlements you've already converted. The people who didn't choose transformation, who were forced. There were no forced conversions. There were people who chose transformation to avoid death. That's not a free choice." The prophet was silent for a moment. When it spoke, its voice was heavy with something that might have been regret. "You're right. In the early days, before I fully understood the importance of consent, mistakes were made. Pressure was applied. It looked down at its hands. I cannot undo what was done, but I can commit to doing better. From this day forward, no one will be converted without genuine, uncoerced choice. And the ones who were already converted? They are what they are. Nothing can change that now." The prophet met my eyes. "But I will tell them the truth about how they came to be transformed, about the choices that were taken from them, and if they wish to hate me for it, I will accept that. It wasn't justice, not really, but it was acknowledgement. And sometimes acknowledgement was all that survived of justice in a world like ours." The treaty was signed on a winter morning with frost on the ground and breath visible in the cold air. Representatives from both sides affixed their signatures or their equivalents, in the case of the converted, to a document that would shape the future of humanity for generations. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't permanent, but it was a beginning. "Do you think it will hold?" Morrison asked me afterward as we watched the prophet's delegation depart. "I don't know. The prophet seems genuine, but circumstances change, people change." I shook my head. "We'll need to stay vigilant. Keep developing defenses, be ready to fight if the peace breaks down." Always the soldier. Always the survivor. I turned to face her. "But for now I'm going to try something different." "What's that?" "Living. Actually living, not just surviving. I smiled, a rare expression these days, but genuine. Alex said she'd give me an answer when the prophet was dealt with. I think it's time I asked the question again. Morrison laughed, the first time I'd heard that sound from her in months. Then go. Ask. And David? Yes? Good luck. You've earned a little happiness. I found Alex on the observation deck, our spot, I'd come to think of it, where we'd had so many conversations as the world burned around us. It's done, I said. I know. I watched the signing. She didn't turn to face me. You were very diplomatic. I hardly recognized you. I'm trying new things. I moved to stand beside her. Which brings me to a question I'd like to ask. I remember. The prophet's dealt with. We have a future to plan, and I'd very much like to plan it with you. I took her hand, something I'd rarely done before, a touch that felt almost revolutionary in its intimacy. Alex, will you build a life with me? She finally turned. Her eyes were wet, but she was smiling. Yes. Yes? Yes, you impossible, stubborn, broken, beautiful man. She kissed me properly this time, long and deep with the salt of tears between us. I'll build a life with you, whatever that means, wherever it takes us. I held her, and she held me, and for the first time since the outbreak I felt something I'd almost forgotten could exist. Hope. Not the desperate, fragile hope of survival, but the quiet, steady hope of a future worth living. The years that followed were not peaceful. The treaty with the prophet held mostly, but there were incidents. Border skirmishes, defectors in both directions, moments when it seemed like everything might collapse into war. We weathered them all somehow, building something that wasn't quite civilization but wasn't quite chaos either. I stepped back from the front lines. Let younger people take over the fighting, the negotiating, the endless work of holding things together. Instead, I focused on what I'd come to realize was most important. Family. Alex and I married in the spring, a year after Tyler and Sarah's wedding. It was a smaller ceremony, just close friends, just the people who'd survived with us from the beginning. But it was enough. More than enough. Tyler and Sarah had their first child 2 years later, a daughter they named Jennifer, after the mother Tyler had lost so long ago. I held my granddaughter for the first time on a clear summer morning. Her tiny fingers wrapped around my thumb, and I felt the last of something hard and cold inside me finally begin to thaw. Noah grew up. The silent boy who'd witnessed his family's transformation slowly found his voice, became a young man, became one of the best scouts in the coalition's ranks. He still drew pictures, complex, detailed, full of information that could be gathered no other way. But now he talked too, laughed, lived. Destiny became a leader in her own right, organizing rescue missions, coordinating survivor networks, doing the work that kept people alive long enough to find their way to safety. She never married, never had children, but she had family, the hundreds of orphans she'd helped save, the communities she'd built, the legacy she was creating one life at a time. And through it all, the world slowly healed. The infected remained, they always would in some form. But the cure spread. The resistance grew, and gradually, year by year, the balance shifted. The prophet's territory stabilized. The converted stopped expanding, content with what they had. Our settlements grew stronger, more numerous, more connected. It wasn't the world we'd known before. It would never be that world again. But it was a world where children could grow up without constant fear, where love could flourish, where the future was something to anticipate rather than dread. It was enough. I'm writing this 15 years after the outbreak. 15 years since I graded Marcus Thompson's essay on the Compromise of 1850. 15 years since I found my son and lost my ex-wife. Since I crossed a state through hell. Since I became someone I barely recognize, the man who started that journey is gone. I see traces of him sometimes, in old photographs, in the memories that surface unexpectedly, in the faces of people who knew me before. But he died somewhere along the way, replaced by whoever I've become. I don't mourn him. The world he was built for doesn't exist anymore. What matters is what we've built in its place: communities, families, hope. What matters is Tyler and Sarah watching their children play in gardens that grow where corpses once lay. What matters is Alex beside me, her hand in mine, her love the anchor that keeps me tethered to what's good in the world. What matters is the future. I used to think survival was enough, that simply continuing to breathe day after day was its own victory. But I've learned that survival without purpose is just existence. Empty, mechanical, hardly worth the effort. The purpose I found was love, not just romantic love, though that's part of it. But love in its broadest sense. The commitment to people and causes beyond yourself. The willingness to sacrifice for something greater. The understanding that we're all connected, all responsible for each other, all part of something that transcends individual lives. The Prophet understood that in its own twisted way. It saw the connection between human beings and tried to literalize it, to transform metaphor into biology. But what it missed, what I think it still misses, is that the connection doesn't require transformation. It's already there, built into us from birth, woven into the fabric of what it means to be human. We don't need to become something else to find meaning. We just need to find each other. Tyler found me this morning sitting on the porch of the house Alex and I built overlooking the ocean. "Dad, you okay?" "Just thinking." "About what?" "Everything." I looked at him, this man who'd grown from the terrified 14-year-old I'd searched for across half a state. About how we got here, about what it cost, about what it's given us. "That sounds heavy." "It is, but good heavy." I patted the seat beside me. "Sit with me for a while?" He sat. We watched the sunrise together the same way we'd watched so many sunrises over the years, in fear, in exhaustion, in relief, in hope. "Jennifer asked me something yesterday," Tyler said. "She wanted to know about the outbreak, about what it was like." "What did you tell her?" "That it was the worst thing that ever happened, and that it brought us together." He was quiet for a moment. "She's too young to understand, I think, what we went through, but I wanted her to know that good can come from bad, that even the darkest times have light in them if you look hard enough. You're a good father. I learned from the best." He smiled, that same smile that had given me hope through all the darkest moments. "I love you, Dad. I love you too." We sat together as the sun climbed higher, as the world woke up around us, as another day began in a life that had seemed impossible for so long. The apocalypse had taken so much: my wife, my friends, my sense of safety, my certainty about who I was and what mattered. It had burned away everything I thought I knew and left me standing in the ashes. But from those ashes something new had grown. A son who'd become a father himself, a partner who'd walked through hell beside me, a community that had risen from the ruins, a future that against all odds actually seemed worth living. We'd survived, not just breathing, not just existing, but truly surviving. With our humanity intact, with our capacity for love undiminished, with our hope renewed. That was enough. That was everything. This is the end of my story. Not the end of the story, of course. The world keeps turning, people keep living, the future keeps unfolding in ways I can't predict. There will be more challenges, more losses, more moments of despair. That's the nature of existence. But this part, my part, is done. I've said what I needed to say. I've recorded what happened for whatever future generations might find this account. And now I'm going to put down the pen and return to the life I've built. To Alex making breakfast in the kitchen, to Tyler and Sarah bringing the grandchildren for Sunday dinner. To the world outside, imperfect but healing, damaged but alive. To the hope that tomorrow will be better than today. That's all any of us can do in the end. Keep going, keep loving, keep believing that it matters. Because it does. It always has, and it always will.